Chapter 2205. Where was Shangguan Hong? Where was her fortune-telling? Where was Dong Qing? There were others. The two who were supposed to stay in Hupping City had appeared here. Zi Chen was very worried as he moved forward. This flying device was a false saint. After being injected with pure saint power, it flew faster. During this period, all other flying devices were destroyed. This area was under the control of the Bessie clan. They were the masters of this area and had the final say. However, in the past 6 months, the Bessie clan had encountered some small troubles. 2 false saints and more than 20 half-saints had died in the clan. One of their trading places had also been destroyed. Such a big loss had never happened in the past thousands of years. Those people were very cunning and powerful. They were not afraid of death, so there was no need to send out saints. Therefore, they listened to Bessie's new plan and slowly killed them. Just as everything was going according to plan, there were new invaders in the past few days. These people were even stronger. In just 3 days, they had killed more people than they had lost in the previous 6 months. Moreover, 8 false saints had died in 3 days. This directly angered the higher-ups and they sent out a saint. How dare they stay on the flying device so blatantly? They're simply courting death. The saint from the Bessie clan was named Bessie Heiju. He stepped on his personal flying device and left the clan. This flying device was built at a great cost. There were only 9 of them in the Bessie clan. They were very fast and only saints were qualified to use them. After sensing the location of those troublemakers, he sped up and chased after Zi Chen. Man Shi had been living a hard life since he left the Zhanwu continent. This time, he had stepped on the real star path. His body and mind were under unimaginable pressure. If it were not for these people following him and going through fire and water with him, he believed that he would have collapsed long ago. Every time he was on the verge of breaking down, he would think of the days when he traveled with Zi Chen. He would put himself in Zi Chen's shoes and think about what kind of choice Zi Chen would make if he was faced with such a situation. Unfortunately, he wasn't Zi Chen, and he didn't have as many tricks as Zi Chen. He could only imitate Zi Chen's strength and calmness. 3 days had passed, but it felt like 3 years. The injuries of the 3 people beside him were getting worse and worse. Man Shi had no choice but to take out the last half of the attributeless crystal and let them refine it first to recover a little bit of their injuries. However, the 3 of them refused at the same time, saying that there was no need to pay attention to them, and that it was fine to just leave them here. Man Shi had already said that he would not leave a single person behind. He did as he was told and brought the 3 injured people with him. The number of injured people in the group continued to increase. It had been a few days since they last encountered any non-humankind troops. More and more of them were injured, which was caused by the relapse of their injuries and the inability to recover their energy. If they had enough energy along the way, they wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. Bei Shi Kaisin followed closely behind Man Shi like a wolf. He knew the situation of Man Shi and the others, so he just followed without taking the initiative to attack, waiting for them to fall. Man Shi didn't notice that their escape route was gradually deviating, or it could be said that under Bei Shi Kaisin's deliberate pursuit, they were deliberately escaping according to Bei Shi Kaisin's new route. At this moment, there were at least 6 aircrafts moving forward according to a specific route. From a distance, it looked like an open pocket that was going to contain Man Shi's team. Another 2 days passed. Bei Shi Kaisin looked at the star map in front of him and said with a faint smile, "It's time to close the net." A total of 8 aircrafts formed a pocket and contained Man Shi and the others. Looking at these figures around them, Man Shi and the others who were surrounded were completely desperate. 4 false saints, 8 half-saints, and dozens of Heaven Realm experts. Such a team was enough to destroy their remnant team. Bei Shi Kaisin looked at Man Shi with a playful expression like a cat playing with a mouse. This person was very powerful, but he would die under his scheme in the end. Putting down the injured on his back, Man Shi took a deep breath. Because he inhaled too much, his previously healed wound burst open again and blood flowed out. His body, which had been transformed by a drop of Heavenly God's blood essence, was on the verge of collapse under the continuous pursuit. He clenched the mace in his hand and shouted in a low voice, "Everyone, It seems that we have to reunite with the others. Before I die, I can't say anything to boost morale. I can only tell you that killing one person is even. Killing one more person is a gain. Energy light surged around Shorintian's body. He grinned at the cultivators of the Beishi family in front of him, his eyes full of cold killing intent. This is indeed not a boost, but it sounds like a boost. This time, I have to kill at least 5 people because I represent the 5 elements family. A brawny man exuding an earthy yellow light said. My goal is not that big. Killing one is even. Killing one more is a gain. I hope I can earn a few more before I die. Luo Ang, who was wearing a battle armor, said with a smile. The atmosphere was very oppressive, but in the face of this situation, Manshaw and the others did not despair. On the contrary, killing intent surged around them. Even those who were seriously injured struggled to stand up and raised the heavenly weapons in their hands. It is said that there are other troubles this time. Don't talk nonsense. We have to end this quickly. Among the Beishi family, a false saint said indifferently. Beishi Kaisin raised his right hand. As long as his hand fell, a fierce battle would break out. He believed that none of these people would survive. But before his right hand fell, he sensed a violent energy fluctuation coming from the horizon. This fluctuation was very strong, and it obviously came from an aircraft. These people subconsciously looked back and saw an aircraft emitting a golden light at the end of their line of sight. This aircraft was a typical false saint-level aircraft, but its speed was unbelievably fast. Just as these people were stunned, the aircraft had already reached the central region in their line of sight. In the blink of an eye, the aircraft had stopped in front of them. Everyone was stunned. They raised their heads to look at the flying machine that was so fast that it was strange. They tried to guess who was in the flying machine. Manshaw and the others' expressions did not change much. After all, they were going to die today. No matter how many enemies came, it would not change their fate and their determination to fight to the death. The aircraft opened, and a figure walked out. It was a young and very handsome figure, exuding a star-like light. When the people of the Beishi family saw this person, they became more confused because they did not know this young man at all. Moreover, the aura of this young man was not the same as theirs. On the contrary, it was very similar to the existence they were about to kill. Why was it so similar to them? In the case of preconceived notions, these people did not have time to react. Then, a second person walked out of the aircraft. This was a woman with straight and slender legs and a tall figure. The golden robe around her waist was tied with a purple belt, which perfectly outlined her curvaceous figure. Their gazes shifted upwards. Above the towering jade peaks, above the fair neck, they saw an exquisite, perfect, and flawless face. At this moment, everyone's eyes were dazed. They had never seen such a perfect woman. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was a fairy or a goddess. They believed that in the Beishi family, or even in the entire Nephers star area, there was no woman as beautiful as her. Moreover, the aura of this young man was obviously different from theirs. Seeing Brilliant walking out of the aircraft, even though Manshaw and the others were determined to die, their pupils couldn't help but shrink. The word stunning appeared in their minds. Manshaw thought that he had seen many beauties, such as Jin Qing Cheng in Hupping City and Zichen's confidants in Pro Mist City. Their faces were flawless. However, when he saw Brilliant today, he was still dazed. Then, they were shocked to find that Brilliant and that young man had the same aura as them. It meant that they came from the Life Star. However, why were they on the aliens' aircraft? Had they joined the alien tribes? Such a handsome man and a beautiful woman had joined the enemy's arms. Manshaw thought it was a pity, but his murderous intention didn't diminish. However, at this moment, the aliens finally pulled themselves together. They realized that something was wrong. They screamed hoarsely. They aren't our fellows. They're from the Life Star. They're our enemies. With a cry of surprise, the others also came to their senses. Then, they took out their weapons and flew forward, surrounding the aircraft. As for Manshaw and the others, they were completely ignored. This action made Manshaw and the others exchange looks. After exchanging looks, they saw the suspicion and embarrassment in each other's eyes. They guessed that they had misunderstood the other party. Tu Yi threw Man Shu a questioning look. Man Shu shook his head, indicating that he should wait and see. If they ran away now, they would be caught soon. He thought that since these people had proactively appeared here, they should have some special accommodations. Moreover, this handsome man and beautiful woman in front of him gave him a feeling that he couldn't see through. He believed that these two weren't ordinary people. Right after that, the third person appeared. His aura was also from the Life Star. The fourth person appeared. He was also a cultivator from the Life Star. These foreign race beings looked extremely nervous. Their hands that were gripping onto their weapons were trembling slightly. The appearance of these people gave them an immense amount of pressure. Man Shu's team was more suspicious. However, they relaxed a lot. No matter what, they were all existences from the Life Star. Although they didn't know each other, they had a common enemy. Moreover, Man Shu vaguely noticed that after these people appeared, they would first glance at him, and their gazes were filled with goodwill. Man Shu's suspicion didn't linger for a long time. Soon, the mystery was solved. Another man walked out of the aircraft. He was also a young man. Although he wasn't as handsome as the previous one, the difference wasn't big. He was wearing a black cloak, which gave him a unique aura. Appearance wasn't important. Aura wasn't important. The most important thing was that everybody here, including Man Shu, knew this man in the black cloak. He was the legend of the Zhonwu continent. His name was Zi Chen. Chapter 2206. The black-cloaked man walked out of the aircraft with a gentle smile on his face. He ignored the aliens and looked at Man Shu and the others. Man Shu and the others recognized him at first glance. However, they were stunned for 3 seconds. Their faces and eyes were filled with disbelief. Some of them even tried to blink until their eyes hurt. Then, they opened their eyes again to make sure they weren't hallucinating. When they opened their eyes, that man was still standing there with a gentle smile. Reality and memory merged as he looked at them. To Luo Ang, the black-cloaked man in front of him used to be the nightmare of his family. However, at this moment, he found that this man was closer to him than anyone else. It was as if all the fear in his heart had dissipated when he saw the person in front of him. As long as he saw him, he would feel a sense of security that he had never felt before. His mood was also relaxed like never before. It was as if all the injuries on his body had disappeared at this moment. He had become stronger again. He believed that he would be more decisive and ruthless than before. The number of enemies he killed would be more than he had expected. Tu Yi's feelings were the same as Luo Ang's. Zi Chen was the nightmare of the 5 elements aristocratic families. He was the target of their hatred. But now, he found that this figure was so amiable, and his smile was so gentle. Zi Chen. Finally, a cry of alarm rang out. It was from a seriously injured cultivator. He seemed to have used up all the strength in his body to shout out such a thing. Right after that, his voice had created a chain reaction. More and more people screamed. All the living cultivators from the Life Stars looked at them with excitement. Looking at these people and their excited faces, Zi Chen nodded and said, "You guys are safe." Everybody cheered. Zi Chen's power was deeply rooted in their hearts. They trusted Zi Chen a lot. Many people in the team were exhausted, but they didn't fall down. They wanted to see what would happen next. They wanted to see the aliens being killed with their own eyes. It had nothing to do with trust. It was about faith. Kill. In the face of this unexpected scene, Bei Shi was caught off guard. He could not see through these people, but after hearing the cheers, he knew that these people were in cahoots. Thus, he coldly shouted. The people around him were all unafraid of death. He believed that with so many people attacking together, this team of less than 10 people would definitely suffer a great loss. Zi Chen did not respond to Bei Shi's words. He merely said, "Let's end this quickly." Then, Basai Kaisin was stunned, and so were the aliens who were ready to charge forward. The other 3 false saints were also stunned. Man Shu and the others were also dumbfounded. Powerful Saint Qi was released from these people. It was pure Saint Qi. It was the Saint Qi of a true saint. This saintly might was much stronger than that of a false saint. Saint! Saint! Bei Shi Kaisin cried out in alarm, his eyes filled with shock. The others were the same. Man Shu and the others were completely petrified. They knew that there were saints on this star path. They also knew that saints were very powerful, much stronger than false saints. But didn't they say that saints were very rare? Didn't they say that there were very few of them? Why did so many saints appear at this moment? Even that young man was a saint, and that peerless beauty was also a saint. Even Zichen. Oh, Zichen did not release any aura, so they couldn't see his cultivation level. But to be able to lead these saints, even if Zichen wasn't a saint, he was comparable to a saint. The battle ended without any suspense. During this period, there was almost no effective counterattack. All the aliens were killed, and even the aircrafts exploded. After the battle ended, seeing that all the aliens were dead, someone in Man Shu's team finally couldn't hold on and fell. But Zichen was here. As long as their souls were not forcibly destroyed, they would definitely not die. These saints all rushed up, releasing pure and gentle saint energy to heal these people. Zichen came in front of Man Shu and Shun Tiandao. The two looked very excited. Looking at the two, Zichen frowned slightly and said, "Your injuries aren't very serious. Why aren't you healing?" Shun Tiandao lowered his head in shame. Man Shu directly said, "There are no attribute-less crystals." Knowing how difficult it was to survive in the star path, Zichen nodded and said, "Heal your injuries first." With that, hundreds of attribute-less crystals appeared in front of him. Each of them emitted a bright light. Piled up together, it was dazzling. Everyone was stunned when they saw these attribute-less crystals. It seemed that they had never seen so many attribute-less crystals. Looking at the stunned crowd, Huan Kai smiled and said, "Don't just stand there, quickly accept it. If it wasn't for the fear of scaring you all, the attributeless crystals that my lord took out could pile up into a mountain." When everyone heard this, their expressions became even more interesting. But they also keenly heard Huan Kai call Zichen Lord. Sure enough, Zichen was indeed Zichen. Wherever he went, he was extraordinary. If the injuries were too serious, these saints would help to heal. If the injuries were light, they would absorb energy to heal themselves. The two shocking wounds on Man Shu's body were healed by Brilliant. The latter also thanked him gratefully. "Let me introduce you. This is Brilliant, from the Brilliant King clan. This is Xing Chen, from the Star King clan. This is Huan Kai. This is Man Shu, my life and death brother. And Shun Tiandao, also my life and death brother." Zichen introduced the saints one by one to Man Shu and the others. After hearing that Man Shu and Shun Tiandao were Zichen's life and death brothers, they nodded their heads in goodwill. After that, Man Shu introduced the others to Zichen. During this time, Tu Yi and Luo Ang's expressions were somewhat reserved. Zichen smiled faintly and said, "The matters of the past are in the past. Now, we have a common enemy." The two of them nodded. Their nervous mood relaxed a lot. "Why are you here? What's the situation in the Zhongwu continent? What's the situation in Huping City?" After the introduction, Zichen asked the doubts in his heart. "Everything is fine. We came here this time." Man Shu explained everything in detail. After knowing that these people came here just to try their luck, Zichen's hanging heart also relaxed. As long as the Zhongwu continent still existed, it was fine. As long as everyone was still alive. By the way, you just said that the foreign races might have already invaded the Tianwu continent. When we came, the foreign races were already trying to break through the barrier. Now that more than 10 years have passed, I believe they have already entered the Tianwu continent, said Man Shu. The invasion of the foreign races was faster than he had expected. However, it had already been a few decades. He believed that with the acceleration of the time castle, the people of the Tianwu continent had already made preparations. "You guys heal first," said Zichen. After the saint from the Bei Shi clan sensed the location of Zichen's aircraft, he chased in a straight line. It had to be said that a high-quality aircraft was extraordinary. Its speed was also very fast. In just 2 days, he chased from the Bei Shi clan to the outskirts of the Nephas starfield and caught up with Zichen and the others. When he walked out of the aircraft, His saint aura appeared between heaven and earth. That aura was very oppressive. If it was before they met Zichen, this saint aura would have shocked Manshur and the others. However, with so many saints here, it was a joke for a lone saint to come here and show his saint aura. There was only one person on the aircraft. He stood there indifferently, his saint aura spreading out. He looked at Zichen and the others coldly. All of them stood up, but after glancing at the saint, their eyes fell on Zichen. Clearly, they were waiting for Zichen to make a decision. Zichen turned to look at Brilliant. The latter nodded and walked toward the saint from the Beishi clan. Brilliant's appearance made the saint's eyes flash with a strange light. His gaze became slightly heated. He could not figure out why Brilliant would take the initiative to come forward. It was a sign of weakness. Yes. This was very likely. However, the saint soon realized how ridiculous his thoughts were. His expression changed obviously. He looked at Brilliant in shock and said, "Saint." Brilliant's saint aura surged around him. He had become a powerful saint. Just as Brilliant's saint aura was released, Xingchen rushed forward. His saint aura naturally spread out. The saint from the Beishi clan was shocked. He could not figure out why there were two saints in this team. Run. In a situation of 1 against 2, he was no match for them. Therefore, he decisively ran away. However, just as he turned his head, he was shocked to find that the black-robed youth who had been standing in the distance without moving a step was already standing beside his aircraft. Scram! He did not have time to figure out what was going on. He had a bad feeling and rushed toward the black-robed youth. At the same time, he clenched his hand into a fist and gathered powerful saint aura. Looking at the incoming fist, Zichen smiled faintly. Golden light appeared on his right hand. Then, he clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out. There were saint aura fluctuations in the golden light. The two fists collided as the opponent looked shocked. Boom! There was a violent explosion. The energy waves dispersed. Zichen's robe fluttered. He stood there without moving. The energy waves dissipated when they reached him. On the other hand, the saint from the Bexi clan was sent flying by Zichen's punch. As he flew back, he coughed up a mouthful of saint blood. His expression was filled with fear. Chapter 2207. To be able to send a saint flying with a single punch, Zichen's strength was truly shocking. Although Manshur and the others had guessed that Zichen was strong, they were still shocked speechless when they saw it with their own eyes. You! The saint from the Bexi family looked at Zichen in shock. Zichen looked at him and smiled faintly. A star chart fell from the sky. It was the pattern of the 7 stars, and it fell beside the saint. The 7 stars seal. Brilliant took a few steps forward, and the spiritual consciousness in his sea of consciousness moved toward the saint. Brilliant's spiritual consciousness was like a soul spear, forcibly entering the saint's sea of consciousness. The sealed saint's body kept trembling. When Brilliant was still in the heaven realm, he could read the saint's sea of consciousness. Now that he had broken through and reached the saint level, his soul had become even stronger. He was not only reading the saint's sea of consciousness, but also forcibly controlling the saint's soul. Once controlled, the saint would become his slave. Under the flabbergasted gazes of Manshur and the others, the saint that was sealed earlier suddenly opened his eyes, and a formidable aura erupted from his body. Zichen retreated, and the saint turned around and launched a powerful attack. The false saint flying device that Zichen had plundered exploded. Manshur and the others were stunned, not knowing what had happened. You guys take a rest first. Zichen turned around and said to Manshur and the others. At the same time, he waved his sleeve, and a light of energy fell on them. There was a suction force in the light of energy. They did not resist and all entered the universe origin cauldron. After that, they saw many pairs of eyes staring at them curiously. At first glance, Shiyang found that there were several thousand of them. Moreover, the aura they emitted was the aura of a life star. Among them, there were not only false saints, but also many saints. Outside, the saint who had destroyed the flying device bowed to Brilliant and said respectfully, Basai Heiju greets Master. With Xingchen's 7-star seal and Brilliant's soul, the two of them managed to control the saint of the Bexi clan in a short amount of time. This is Zi Chen. From now on, his orders are my orders, Brilliant said calmly. Greetings, Lord Zi Chen. Without any intention of disobeying, Basir Hasiu turned around and bowed to Zi Chen. How many saints are there in your family? Zi Chen asked directly. My lord, there are a total of 9 people. How is your relationship with them? We're all from the same family, so there's no good or bad relationship between us. We don't keep in touch much, but I have a good relationship with Mi Qing. All right, take us to your family. Yes, sir. Zi Chen and the others disappeared, leaving only Basai Hasiu behind. He turned around and entered his aircraft. He started the aircraft and flew toward his family. On the way back, he met other cultivators of the Bexi clan. After seeing the saint's aircraft, they all appeared and bowed to Hasiu from afar. I've dealt with all the invaders. You all continue to patrol, Hasiu said as he stood in the aircraft. Yes. These people continued to disperse, and Hasiu hurried back to his family. In another space in the origin cauldron, Zambu Haolin looked at Zi Chen and said, You're playing with fire. We might be besieged. A soul contract is the strongest power in the world. No one can disobey it, not even a saint, Zi Chen said in a deep voice. He had seen this scene when he first came to the star path. Once the soul was controlled, it was impossible to die even if you wanted to. All you could do was follow the master's orders. Moreover, Brilliant's soul technique was not an ordinary method of recognizing a master. It would leave a deep imprint in the other party's soul. It was a memory imprint. It could make Hasiu develop a sense of trust and dependence. There would be no problems. Before coming here, Zambu Haolin had said that Zi Chen would have to face an enemy of a star field. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to be enemies with all the enemies in a star field. It was obviously impossible to fight head-on, so he thought of another possibility. And it just so happened that he met Hasiu, who came alone to hunt him down. This was simply an unexpected surprise. Sir, what should we do next? Huan Kai asked excitedly. It was so easy to get such a powerful saint as a companion. The efficiency was simply too high. First, find a way to control the other saints of the Bexi clan. Then, find a way to nibble away at this clan, and finally nibble away at this starfield. This was Zi Chen's plan. His ultimate goal was to control the entire starfield. It took Hasiu 4 days to return. When he walked out of the aircraft, he saw Mi Qing standing on the high platform in front of him, looking at him. I heard you killed them, Mi Qing said when he saw Hasiu walking over. Isn't that a piece of cake? Why are you here? Hasiu said lightly. To see how you're doing. You're injured. Who are the other party? How could they hurt you? Mi Qing asked in surprise. It's just a few false saints. I didn't pay attention to them before and was slightly injured due to carelessness. Hasiu waved his hand and said indifferently. After that, he walked toward his residence, but after taking a few steps, he looked back at Mi Qing and said, It's rare for you to wait for me here. Let's go to my place and have a few drinks. Mi Qing smiled and said, I have nothing to do recently, so I'll have a few drinks. Since you're drinking, how can you leave me out? A forthright voice sounded, and a muscular man with a bare upper body walked over. Wherever he passed, the cultivators of the Bexi clan bowed respectfully. It's you, Meng Shan, Hasiu said when he saw the muscular man. Why? You don't welcome me? The saint named Meng Shan came in front of Hasiu. At this moment, Dazzling transmitted an order to Heiju. Temph, if you want to go, then go. Your legs are on your body, aren't they? Hasiu snorted and seemed a little reluctant. It was obvious that the relationship between the two wasn't very friendly. Haha, this time I'm not just looking for you to drink. This time, it's settled. The 3 of us will attend the meeting of the 3 clans in half a year, Meng Shan said with a smile. The 3 of us? Isn't the patriarch the one who goes there personally? Mi Qing asked in confusion. Maybe he thinks it's not a big deal this time, so he decided to let the 3 of us go. Let's go and have a drink first. Anyway, there's still half a year to go. When the 3 of them went to Hasiu's residence, Brilliant learned about the so-called meeting of the 3 clans from Hasiu. In truth, It was a gathering held once every 1,000 years. At this gathering, as long as you talked about the things that happened in this starfield, the three clans would get to know each other better. You could also take out some resources and organize a competition to reward this starfield. During this time, there would be activities like fighting. This kind of situation wasn't rare in the Tianwu continent. What Zichen really cared about was how many saints the three clans would send. According to Hasiu, each clan will send 3 saints. The 3 of them entered the room. Hasiu took out some wine and signaled for the servants to prepare some side dishes. Soon, several exquisite dishes were placed on the table. After dismissing the servants, Hasiu mysteriously took out a simple cauldron and said, "Gentlemen, I obtained something good this time." "Oh." The 2 of them looked over, not suspecting anything. "Take a look at this first." After saying that, a ray of light emerged from the cauldron and enveloped the entire room. "What is this?" The 2 of them stared blankly at this scene. "It's something good." An indifferent voice suddenly rang out. Zichen and the other 2 appeared and looked at the 2 of them indifferently. "Who are you?" Seeing Zichen suddenly appear, the 2 of them were obviously shocked. At this moment, Hasiu suddenly attacked, hitting Mi Qing beside him with a palm. Mi Qing was sent flying by the palm. He looked at Hasiu in disbelief and said, "Hasiu, what are you doing?" Hasiu smiled coldly and said, "Nothing. I'm just giving the 2 of you a chance." As he spoke, the 4 of them attacked together, surrounding Mi Qing and Meng Shan. The battle didn't last long and ended quickly. On the other hand, the soul control took a long time. Fortunately, the 3 of them were drinking in the name of drinking, so they didn't give themselves away. On the other hand, the injuries on their bodies were difficult to explain. Meng Shan greets Master. Mi Qing greets Master. After forcefully controlling their souls, the 2 of them bowed respectfully without any resentment in their eyes. After you leave, if anyone asks about your injuries, just say that Hasiu obtained a strange little cauldron that is difficult to control and has a strong attack. You were careless and suffered some minor injuries, Zichen said from the side. Yes. The 2 of them nodded respectfully. They stayed there for a night. After they left Hasiu's room the next day, the news of Hasiu obtaining a strange little cauldron quietly spread among the saints of the Bessie clan. When they heard that the little cauldron could injure a saint, it piqued the curiosity of the other saints. Therefore, they all came to find Hasiu to find out more about it. Hasiu didn't refuse them and generously shared it with them. There was no doubt that all the saints who left this place had suffered some minor injuries. After they were injured, they naturally began to praise that item non-stop. Thus, in the course of a few days, the news of that item reached the clan chief's mouth. A strange little cauldron? The patriarch of the Bessie clan frowned slightly. Yes, it's a very strange little cauldron. It can injure a saint cauldron. It should be some kind of broken weapon. I was injured like that last time. Hasiu is quite bad. He deliberately didn't tell anyone and insisted on letting me experience it for myself, Mi Qing said as he rubbed his chest. I have to go and take a look. On this day, the patriarch of the Bessie clan came to visit. He was the last saint of the Bessie clan who wasn't controlled. Chapter 2208. Silently controlling the 8 saints of the clan sounded a little exaggerated and unrealistic. However, if one knew that the one controlling them was the goddess of the Glory clan, the son of Xing Chen of the Star clan, and the heaven-defying being of the Life Star, the combination of these 3 would make the impossible possible. During this time, Brilliant had used up too much of his soul power. Unfortunately, Zichen and Xing Chen couldn't help him much. If Zichen had become a saint and had the perfect spiritual sense of a saint, he could easily do this. Unfortunately, he only had the soul of a heaven realm saint. Even if his perfect spiritual sense was different, he still couldn't control the souls of saints. Controlling the souls of 9 saints was already the limit of what Brilliant could do, so after controlling Patriarch Beishi, Zichen needed to think about the next step of his plan to nibble away at them. I heard that you got a strange little cauldron. The family head went straight to the point. Haxiu was stunned. He nodded and said, "Yes, I got one. Is there a problem?" The family head frowned and said, "I got it myself. What problem can there be?" I was careless and suffered a little. I suspect that this thing used to be a saint weapon, Harshyo said. A saint weapon. The family head's heart jumped. A saint weapon was as tempting to a saint as a saint king. Once one had a saint weapon, they could defeat those of the same level. A saint weapon was very precious. Ordinary saints couldn't get one. Even saint kings didn't have a saint weapon. I have my suspicions, but I'm not sure. I let them take a look, but they couldn't find anything. Since you're here, you can take a look too. Harshyo took out the universe origin cauldron. He and the family head were both saints. Their positions in the family were almost the same, so he didn't need to be so polite. The family head held the universe origin cauldron in his hand and studied it carefully. Hum. The cauldron trembled slightly. A light of energy appeared and covered the room. Patriarch Bessie's expression became vigilant, but Hasha sat there indifferently, as if he was already used to this. What is this thing? Clan Master Basai looked up at the light barrier and asked casually. At this moment, a glowing fist suddenly rushed out from the universal origin cauldron and struck Master Basai's chest. The latter's heart, which had just relaxed, tensed up again. His saint energy naturally surrounded his body. This punch contained immense power, and it instantly destroyed the patriarch of the Beishi family's defense. The punch landed on his chest, and the patriarch was sent flying. That's the weird part. His body flew backwards and crashed into the light barrier. The leader of the Bexi family looked in front of him in shock. He did not think that this was some kind of sneak attack. Swish. 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 With a flash of light, Zi Chen and the other two appeared and looked at each other coldly. Hasha also stood up and respectfully stood behind the three of them. Heiju, you damned thing, how dare you betray the family? As soon as he saw the three of them, Master Bei understood what was going on. It was all a scam. Obviously, all the saints were being controlled. He was quite decisive. He immediately turned around and was about to rush out of here. Peng! But just as he turned his head, he saw a golden light, and his head collided with the golden light. The strong recoil caused him to see stars, and his body couldn't stand steadily. Xing Chen and Brilliant followed the two and began to control each other's souls. Hasha stood behind respectfully. He knew that he did not need to do anything in this situation. Hasha, you damned thing, do you know what you're doing? Our Bexi family is ruined by you. You bastard, you're leading the wolf into the house. You've ruined the entire family. Master Bei kept cursing. He was very emotional. In this situation, Brilliant would be able to fuse with the other's soul more smoothly. Master Bei was in complete despair. He had already guessed that all the other saints had fallen. After a while, the master of the Beishi family radiated golden light. The figure in his eyes flashed and disappeared. His desperate and ferocious expression returned to its normal calmness. He stood up from the ground and bowed respectfully to Brilliant. Beishi Kang Hong greets Master. I hope Master can forgive me for offending you earlier. Brilliant nodded his head. His beautiful face was now deathly pale. In this short period of more than a month, she had forcefully controlled 9 saints. She had consumed a lot of her soul and needed a good rest. After instructing the other party to listen to Zi Chen, Brilliant turned into a stream of light and entered the universe origin cauldron. Next, she focused on recovering her consumed soul. Beside Brilliant, Zambu Haolin stared at her with her mouth agape. She never thought that Brilliant, who had become a saint, would have such a terrifying method. In a short period of time, she had controlled 9 saints. In this way, the other party had 9 saints guarding him. This method was much faster than condensing saint crystals and allowing one to break through step by step. However, this was not something to be envious of. Controlling a saint was not like controlling a heavenly realm expert. As long as anyone got the other party's soul imprint, they could easily control the other party. A saint's soul was too powerful and difficult to control. If one's soul was not strong enough, it would be impossible to control them. Take her for example. Even if she was given the method to control souls, she would not be able to control even a saint. This was the uniqueness of the soul. Unless she could become a saint ruler. All 9 saints of the Beishi clan had been controlled, but it would undoubtedly take a long time to control the entire Bei-shi clan. Therefore, the only thing Zichen could do for the time being was to let Bei-shi Kang Hong issue an order. If any cultivators from the Lifestar were found, they were not to be killed. Capture them all. Although this news was a bit sudden, they could still accept it. However, if Zichen rashly issued an order not to kill, in this deep-rooted situation, no one would obey. In Zichen's opinion, the only way to completely control this starfield was to go to war. Everything in the Bei-shi clan was running as before. Zichen did not ask about it. During this time, the news of the three clans meeting had spread. Many Heavenly Realm experts had signed up, eager to try. This time, the three clans would give out some Saint Power Crystal chips as a reward. With these chips, one would have a chance to become a false saint. In a situation where becoming a saint was an extravagant hope, becoming a false saint was the goal of many people. Ha Xiu was a little busy these days. He was mainly responsible for selecting people to participate in the three clans meeting. Soon, the appointed time arrived. Ha Xiu and the other two set off with some Heavenly Realm experts to the center of the Nephers starfield, the Nephers star. This time, because they were in the Nephers starfield, they did not need to take aircraft. They only needed to teleport. The Nephers star was the true core area of the Nephers starfield. It was jointly controlled by the three clans. It was also the most prosperous area. The trade volume every 100 years was a huge figure. The three clans meeting was also an extremely rare ceremony on the Nephers star. Heavenly Realm experts and false saints from all over the Nephers starfield would come here to try their luck after the ceremony began. If they were lucky enough to obtain a Saint Power Crystal chip and become a false saint, they would have a chance to enter the three clans. For many Heavenly Realm experts, this was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. When they arrived at the Nephers star, Ha Xiu and the other two went directly to the end of the meeting. There, the saints of the two clans had already arrived. Just as he had expected, the other two aristocratic families had each sent 3 saints, and the patriarchs were not among them. Ha Xiu, I didn't expect the 3 of you to come this time. A saint from the Norman family walked out and cupped his fists at Ha Xiu and the other two. I didn't expect it to be you. Qiu Jun. Ha Xiu smiled and walked forward. The few saints nodded in acknowledgement, which was considered a greeting. After that, they all took their seats. Qiu Jun said, Ha Xiu, I heard that you've encountered some trouble recently. Even you came out personally. Has it been resolved? Bessie. Ha Xiu said indifferently, it's a small matter. It's been resolved long ago. I'm very curious about what happened. Even you came out personally. Could it be that a saint has invaded? How is that possible? It's just a few false saints. They relied on their powerful trump cards to look down on us. I've already killed them. Oh, the trump card of a false saint. Is it a forbidden weapon? As the two sides talked, the saint's attention was attracted. You can say that. I've got one. Everyone, please open your eyes. As he spoke, Bessie. Ha Xiu took out the Universe Origin Cauldron. These people all looked at it curiously. Don't underestimate this thing. It's said that it's a broken saint weapon. There's a universe inside. Bessie. Ha Xiu released a beam of energy, which caused the small cauldron to tremble. An energy light gate appeared in front of the small cauldron. The moment they saw the door of light, everyone's expression froze. Everyone, do you want to go in and take a look? Bessie. Ha Xiu pointed at the light gate and smiled. These saints looked at each other. Why? Are you worried that I'll harm you? Bessie. Ha Xiu joked with a smile. Ha Xiu, what are you talking about? Since you're sincerely inviting us, we'll go in and take a look. The saint from the Norman family laughed. The others also stood up. They were very curious about what was behind the light gate. As for worrying that Ha Xiu would cheat them, there was nothing to worry about. They had 6 saints. Even if the 9 saints from the Bessie family were all together, they would have to pay a great price to kill the 6 saints. They believed that the Bessie family would not do such a thankless thing. Thus, the 6 saints entered the Universe Origin Cauldron one after another, followed by Ha Xiu and the other 2 saints. After entering, they saw an empty space. There was nothing here. Nothing. The saint from the Norman family said. But soon, his expression changed. He saw several figures appear out of thin air. The aura emitted by these figures was that of a saint. Chapter 2209. Although the light shield formed by the universal origin cauldron could merge with its own world, it could not withstand too many attacks from saints, let alone dozens of saints attacking at the same time. Therefore, Zichen changed his mind and let Basai Heiju take these people into the world of the universal origin cauldron. If they fought here, even if the sky collapsed, the people outside would not notice anything unusual. Moreover, the three forces knew each other very well. They knew what methods each other had and how much power they had, so they were not worried that Basai Heiju would cheat them. Therefore, the saints who came in saw more than a dozen saints, including Zichen and the other two. Heiju, what do you mean by this? Seeing these people emitting saints' auras, the saint of the Norman family changed his expression and questioned Heiju. Basai Heiju looked at these people and said indifferently, "Nothing. I just feel that there are too many forces in this star field, so we should reduce the number." When the 6 saints heard Basai Heiju's words, their expressions changed. One of them cried out involuntarily, "They're all from the life star. Heiju, you colluded with these people. Have you forgotten how that person slaughtered our family's ancestors?" Basai Heiju spread his hands and said, "I'm sorry, that was a long time ago. Moreover, we have killed as many people as that person over the years. The times are changing, and we need to look forward. It has always been my wish to unify the star field. Humph, even if you have so many helpers, you'll have to pay a great price today," the saint of the Norman family said coldly. "Kill." Zichen looked at this scene indifferently. He waved his hand, a cold light flashing in his eyes. No matter what the enmity between the two sides was or what the cause was, there was no possibility of reconciliation. If they wanted the future generations to have a better life, these saints had to die. Of course, the more important reason was that the brilliant light could not control more saints. Zichen's body shone with golden light. Saint power surged as he rushed toward a saint. The saint tried his best to resist. As the two clashed, violent energy surged and the saint was sent flying. That's the physical saint power. Looking at Zichen's glowing body and feeling the powerful force in this attack, the saint who was sent flying exclaimed. He was shocked. Peng! Peng! At the same time, Xing Chen and the brilliant light attacked. The two saints responded and retreated, also showing great shock on their faces. Both of them possessed the saint energy of the flesh. However, there were actually 3 formidable and terrifying fellows amongst this group of over 10 saints. Just these 3 fellows alone could challenge 6 saints, not to mention that there were other saints eyeing them covetously. Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. Looking at the situation before him, the saint from the Norman family called Qiu Jun shouted loudly. "There's no misunderstanding here. Saint of the saints of the Norman family saints, the saints of the saints was of the saint was on, saint was on his face was be on the other of the saints. Is was on was it? Is was on the other hand, was on. Was on was is." Sure enough, not everyone would fight to the death when they saw the life star. When their lives were threatened, they would calm down. Unfortunately, Zichen did not need to calm down now. In the world of the cauldron of all creation, there were no other colors other than the space's unique brightness. Saint power began to surge, forming a terrifying ripple that caused the space to distort violently. Saint blood with strong fluctuations sprinkled in this space. The saint blood was bright and dazzling, with a thick bloody smell. 6 saints had been slaughtered in this battle. Logically speaking, it should have been very intense and tragic. It was undoubtedly very difficult for 6 saints to fall at the same time, and the losses on one side must have been great as well. However, there wasn't any suspense in this battle. Basai, Heiju, and the other 2 didn't even participate in the battle. They just watched quietly as the saints screamed, and cried for help in despair. Their hearts were trembling out of fear. They used to think that saints could do whatever they wanted and were hard to kill. But the battle in front of them completely overturned their thoughts. Even without this space blocking their escape route, these 6 saints still could not escape. They were afraid, but they were also glad. It was the first time they felt that it was not bad to have such a master. The battle was over. A crisp sound with a hint of violence was heard. A very expensive jade cup was smashed on the smooth floor and exploded. Shards flew everywhere. The room was silent. Only the crisp sound of the falling jade shards hitting the floor could be heard. At this moment, there was a thick layer of jade shards on the smooth floor. Each of them was very expensive. Speak, what is going on? The cracking sound that lasted for a long time finally disappeared, and an angry roar sounded. Connor Jean-Yu turned his head to look at the entrance. That pair of weather-beaten face looked at the people kneeling on the ground, and his expression became more ferocious. 5 false saints were kneeling on the ground. They were mainly in charge of the 3 aristocratic families meeting, but this meeting had undoubtedly become the biggest joke in the Nephers starfield. 3 saints of the Connor family had suddenly died one day. In addition, the saints of the Basai and Norman families also died on the same day. Their soul imprints were shattered. They were confirmed dead, but there was no corpse. There were no traces of a fight. The 5 of them knelt on the ground, not saying a word. Their bodies kept trembling, looking very frightened. The body of the false saint who came to report first was outside at this moment. No one could guarantee that the family head would not kill the 5 of them if he could not vent his anger. After a long time, Connor Jean-Yu gradually calmed down. He said coldly, "What is the situation now?" A saint with cold sweat on his forehead raised his head and said in a trembling voice, "The family head of the Basai family has rushed to the Nephers starfield. He is asking us for people. Basai Kang Hong, that old bastard. I haven't asked him for people yet." The emotions that had just been suppressed almost exploded again. Only Basai Kang Hong? The 6 saints of the Basai family have all arrived. The family head of the Norman family and other saints of the family have also rushed to the Nephers star. The family head of the Norman family said that if you don't give him an explanation, this matter will not end. Bullshit, who will give me an explanation? After a long while, the family head of the Connor family recovered and said coldly, 9 saints died there. Even a ghost would not believe that there is nothing suspicious about this matter. Now, immediately find out where the saints of the other families are after this incident. Inform the other saints of the family to hurry back. We will also go to the Nephers star. The family head of the Connor family added, "Remember, be fast." Yes. The 5 saints heaved a sigh of relief. Their lives were saved today. After the 5 of them left, Connor and Jean-Yu sat alone in the messy room, furrowing their brows, not saying a word. After an unknown amount of time had passed, he let out a long sigh. Troubled times. As expected of one of the 3 great families, Connor Jean-Yu quickly received the news. When the 9 saints died, the saints of the other families were in their family mansions and did not go out. After the incident, they rushed to the Nephers star immediately. Kang Jean-Yu led the 7 saints of the family and immediately headed to the Nephers star. In this starfield, the 3 great families had nearly 30 saints. In addition, there were some saints from other small forces, but there were very few of them. In the Nephers starfield, they had to rely on the 3 great families. There were not many saints, and they could be completely ignored. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they would not dare to attack the 3 great families. Of course, this was also a scheme to cause the 3 great families to fight among themselves. No matter what the situation was, the meeting between the 3 families could not continue. The news of the 9 saints dying in a day had spread and caused a commotion. Connor Jean-Yu brought people to the Nephers star and came to the special hall where the 9 saints were discussing. This place was already heavily guarded, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. "Old thing, you're only here now. Where are my men?" Seeing Connor Jean-Yu, Bei-Shi Kang Hong said angrily. "You're asking me? I'm the one asking you. Where are my men?" Connor Jean-Yu did not back down. "Bullshit, our people were the last to arrive. At that time, the people from your 2 families had already arrived. Tell me, are you 2 planning to join hands to deal with our Bei-Shi family?" Bei-Shi Kang Hong asked coldly. "If we wanted to work together to deal with you, we would have done it long ago. Why would we wait until now and use such underhanded methods?" Jean-Yu laughed sarcastically. That's enough. Both of you, calm down first. The 9 of them disappeared from this place. I think we need to investigate this place thoroughly. Looking at the 2 who were arguing non-stop, the head of the Norman family stepped forward to smooth things over. We've investigated this place hundreds of times. There's nothing unusual. This must be a conspiracy. We can't just let it go like this. The head of the Beishi family said indifferently, if I find out that someone deliberately framed us, even if it means the destruction of our Beishi family, I will seek justice. This is what I want to say to you too. Don't let me find out who's behind this. If I find out, it'll be a bloody battle. The head of the Connor family said fiercely. That's right, a bloody battle. The head of the Beishi family was not to be outdone. The head of the Norman family shook his head helplessly and signaled for the saints who came later to join in. They deliberately spread their spiritual thoughts around the place, not letting any corner go. Moreover, it was a superposition of perception. Every corner of the room would be swept by several spiritual thoughts. It could be said that they were searching inch by inch. During this time, the 2 family heads stopped bickering and joined in as well. Outside the room, the cultivators of the 3 great families surrounded the place. Even a fly could not enter or leave. This kind of investigation was useless. Before the saints of the Connor family arrived, they had searched this place at least hundreds of times but to no avail. In fact, the head of the Norman family did not have much hope. There were no important clues left in this place. It was as if the 9 of them disappeared into thin air and entered another space. At this moment, a saint from the Connor clan suddenly exclaimed in surprise. His eyes were fixed on a certain space, and there was obvious change in his expression. Everyone turned to look at him. The latter pointed at a certain space and said, "There's something unusual here." Chapter 22:10. The spiritual senses of all the saints swept towards the direction the patriarch was pointing at, but they didn't find anything unusual. "What do you mean?" The patriarch of Beishi turned around and stared at the saint coldly. "My soul is rather special, and I can sense the abnormalities here. There's a very obscure ripple here, and I can sense it." The saint didn't like the patriarch's attitude, but this matter was of great importance, so he could only suppress his anger. Abnormalities, obscure ripples. The patriarch of Beishi sneered and said, "We can't sense it, but you can. Then tell us, what's wrong with this place?" The patriarch of Beishi's tone was a bit aggressive, which made the patriarch of Kangna very unhappy. He looked at the saint and said, "Seventh brother, show some frogs at the bottom of a well." The patriarch of Beishi's face turned ugly, and even the other saints of Beishi's face gradually darkened. The saint had already started to form a seal, and his spiritual senses surged out of his sea of consciousness. No one cared about this anymore, and they all stared at the place where the saint's spiritual senses landed. Time passed by, and more spiritual senses gathered in that space. The saint seemed to be having a hard time controlling these spiritual senses, and sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. No one said a word, and they all stared nervously. Nearly 15 minutes later, the saint's spiritual senses were fully released, and there was a trembling sound, and a spatial ripple spread out. As if some spatial restriction had been undone, the space there constantly twisted, and then an illusory spatial door appeared. This door gradually solidified, and it became a glowing spatial door. Seeing this spatial door, everyone was stunned. And you still say it's not your doing. Look, it's already out. You're not going to tell us to go in, are you? The patriarch of Beishi snorted and said sarcastically. You idiot, go in if you want. The patriarch of Kangna couldn't be bothered with him, and he stared at the spatial door, and asked in a deep voice, Can you sense what's inside? The saint shook his head and said, I can't sense it. We can only go in and take a look. The head of the Beishi family crossed his arms and sneered without saying a word. The head of the Norman family frowned slightly and stared at the door in front of him. No one knew what he was thinking. Which one of you will enter? The Connor family head asked. Everyone looked at each other. Obviously, no one was willing to go in. After all, this place might be related to the deaths of the 9 saints. Whoever went in might die first. How could there be such a portal here? Who sealed it here? The Norman family head said with a frown. The saint who had opened the restriction earlier said, "This situation can't be said to be a deliberate seal. In this world, there are always some strange things that travel through space. Perhaps there is a problem with the node and they will appear in a certain space. To be honest, if it wasn't for my special soul, I wouldn't have been able to sense this place. Moreover, I have a suspicion that this might be some kind of lost ruin." Lost ruin? Why don't you say that it's some kind of relic treasure? The head of the Beishi family mocked. The saint glanced at the head of the Beishi family and said, "We can't rule out that possibility. Perhaps it's an ancient ruin. If that's the case, then it can explain why the 9 saints died here. Moreover, they didn't necessarily die. Perhaps it was a very clever spatial isolation that prevented their soul imprints from sensing their master's existence." The head of the Beishi family's expression changed. This time, he did not say anything. However, when he looked at the door in front of him, his gaze seemed to burn with passion. The other saints also felt their hearts skip a beat, but they did not say anything. In actuality, they did not believe that one of the 3 clans would plot against another clan because there was no need for that. If they wanted to plot against another clan, they would have done so long ago. The most important thing was strength. No clan had the strength to plot against the other 2 clans. As such, the other party's explanation was very reasonable. Some kind of ruin had appeared. Perhaps when they were discussing something, the space suddenly rippled. Then, they searched for the ripples and found this door. Out of curiosity, they all walked in. The saints did not say anything and stared at the door in front of them with a strange light in their eyes. Looking at the Bexy family's head, who had a hateful expression just now, the Connor family's head sneered in disdain. He said, "Everyone, since someone doesn't believe us, I suggest we send someone in to investigate." "That won't do," the head of the Beishi family immediately said. "Who can be sure that this isn't your scheme?" The head of the Connor family said coldly, "Then what do you want?" "If we're going in, we're going in together." The head of the Beishi family immediately said. His words were quickly approved by the head of the Norman family. If there really was an opportunity here, they could not let anyone obtain it. Moreover, in this situation, they could only believe in the existence of an opportunity. Of course, an opportunity coexisted with danger. The 3 factions quickly came to an agreement. They would each send a saint to investigate, and the 3 of them would act together. If there were any abnormalities, they would immediately retreat. The people were quickly chosen, but before this, in order to ensure fairness, the 3 of them left their soul imprints and placed them in front of everyone before entering. There was a flash of light in the space door, and the 3 of them disappeared. Everyone stared at the space door, waiting for the 3 of them to return. Time began to pass. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, and soon, a minute had passed. The soul imprints were still intact, and nothing happened to the 3 of them. 15 minutes passed, and everything was still fine. The head of the Beishi family said impatiently, "It looks like there's no danger inside." However, as soon as he finished speaking, there was a cracking sound. The soul imprint of the saint from the Norman family shattered, indicating that the saint had died. The head of the Beishi family swallowed his words, and his expression became unnatural. The others continued to stare at the 2 soul imprints. They were now certain that the death of the 9 saints had something to do with this place. Another 15 minutes passed, and the saints from the Connor clan were also dead. Now, only the Bexy clan was left. What happened? Why didn't he come back? The head of the Connor family's expression darkened as he glanced at the head of the Beishi family. "How would I know?" The head of the Beishi family sneered. "We can't go on like this. We don't know what's going on inside. Send another person in. This time, send a clone, and let us see what's inside," the head of the Connor family said. This suggestion was unanimously approved by everyone, and even the head of the Beishi family couldn't say anything. Thus, a saint who was good at using clones walked out from the Connor family. A clone walked in, and at the same time, transmitted everything he saw to the main body through the soul projection, and the main body transmitted it to the space in front of him. In the space, there was a desolate land, and from time to time, a gust of wind would blow, and the clone's robe would flutter. There was no danger around, and the clone began to move forward. As he moved forward, he still didn't find anything unusual. Through the soul projection, everyone could see that it was a unique space, and the atmosphere was somewhat similar to that of a relic. You can speed up appropriately, the head of the Connor family reminded. It was a clone, and even if it was killed, it wouldn't be a loss. Thus, the clone began to fly forward at high speed. About 3 minutes later, another space appeared in front of the clone. This space was relatively small, like a sphere, and appeared in front of him. In that space, there was a towering black castle. As the doppelganger approached, everyone could clearly see the words on top of the castle opposite them. Treasure Pavilion. In addition to this discovery, they also saw the saint from the Beishi family. He was standing outside the treasure pavilion, looking forward with anticipation. He said, "It's my turn now." The closed castle door opened, and an indifferent voice sounded, "You can choose items of different levels after passing the trial of different levels. If you pass the final trial, you can make the treasure pavilion recognize you as its owner. There are a total of 9 levels. Choose your level." Level 4. The saint couldn't wait to say, "Those 2 idiots chose level 9. How can there be such a good thing? After passing level 4, you can only get an incomplete saint weapon. Now, let's start the trial." The indifferent voice continued to sound, and a beam of light shot out from the treasure pavilion and landed on the saint. The saint's body moved forward with the light, but the latter seemed to have noticed something and suddenly turned his head. When he saw the clone, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "How dare you sneak attack me? Die." Before the body entered the treasury, a beam of energy shot out and landed on the avatar of the saint, forcefully destroying the avatar. Outside, everyone's vision turned black, and they couldn't see anything. Patriarch Connor, Patriarch Norman, and other saints from the 2 families looked at Patriarch Beishi at the same time. Their expressions were very unfriendly. "Why are you looking at me? What does it have to do with me?" Patriarch Beishi said coldly. "What a good plan. You didn't come out and made us think that it was full of danger, so we didn't dare to go in rashly. You can go in after we leave." Patriarch Connor laughed mockingly. They had heard the indifferent voice from the treasure pavilion very clearly. This was indeed a place of opportunity, and there were a total of 9 levels. The reason why the 2 saints died was because they chose level 9, which was the most difficult level. The latter chose level 4. Once he succeeded, he would get an incomplete saint weapon. If level 4 succeeded, he would get an incomplete saint weapon. What about level 5 and 6? Would there be a real saint weapon? Ancient inheritance. At that moment, that was what everyone thought. Chapter 22:11. No one would think that this was a trap after seeing the scene through the doppelganger. Although the scene had changed very quickly, there were still some saints who were sharp enough to notice the broken restrictions around the treasure pavilion. These broken restrictions were still very clear and should have been broken by the 9 saints together. However, they seemed to have made the same choice and all died in the treasure pavilion. There was nothing suspicious about all this. As for the saint of the Bexi clan, he had destroyed his doppelganger before leaving. Naturally, he did not want everyone to share the treasures here. In other words, this was not a place that could only be explored once. Perhaps one could choose multiple times, as long as one could survive. If the situation before them was divided into 100 parts, then there was only 1 chance that this place was a trap, and 99 chances that it was an opportunity. Let's go. They were all saints and were very decisive. When faced with such a choice, they would not hesitate too much. Patriarch Connor was the first to lead his men in. Brother Kanghong will also go first. The saint family leader of the Norman family smiled and led the others in. Although the people of the 2 clans did not deliberately say anything, the saints' actions had undoubtedly made them very unhappy. Therefore, the 2 clans would deliberately exclude them and make them stay at the end to make the choice. Seeing the last person walk in, Bexi Kanghong could not help but smile. There was no such thing as an ancient relic. All of this was deliberately arranged by Lord Zichen. To be honest, this arrangement was not only humane, but also very realistic. If he had not known all this beforehand, he would have really believed that this was an ancient relic. "Why aren't we going in?" Seeing that Patriarch Bexi did not respond, A saint behind him asked doubtfully and seemed a little anxious. Bexi Kang Hong smiled coldly and said, "We don't have to go in. Lord Zichen will definitely make them make a very satisfactory choice. Now, begin to assemble the team." When the saints heard this, they suddenly realized that this was actually a scheme. They had all taken it seriously at first. The remaining 5 saints quietly left the place. Next, they would launch a surprise attack on the 2 clans according to the plan. They had a total of 9 saints on their side, but the 2 clans did not have a single one. They believed that this battle would end without any suspense. Once all 12 saints had entered, the spatial door opened by the universe origin cauldron closed. They did not see the same environment as before, but instead saw independent and spacious worlds. The 12 of them were divided into 12 independent spaces, which made them very puzzled. It seemed that under such circumstances, there was no suspense in the battle. Zichen, Xingchen, and Brilliant each entered a world and faced a saint. As for Huan Kai and the others, they were in groups of 2 or 3 to deal with the others. This method of walking right into the trap was like catching a turtle in a jar. Looking at the black-robed young man in front of him, Connor Jianyu's expression turned serious. He asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" Zichen replied indifferently, "The person who will kill you." Kang Na Jianyu's expression changed slightly as he understood everything. He said emotionally, "There is no primordial relic at all. This is all a trap to bait us." Zichen nodded as a smile appeared on his face, as if he was praising the other party for being smart. "So, you colluded with the Beishi clan?" "No, you came from the Lifestar, and the Beishi clan hates the people there. They will not cooperate with you, unless you control them." Connor Jianyu's expression turned ugly, and he was very shocked. To control 9 saints, what kind of strength did that require? As expected of the family head of a force, you are indeed smart. With a faint smile, Zichen walked forward. His body shone with golden light as his saint aura began to surge. He was ready to attack. From the moment the other party appeared, Connor Jianyu's expression turned serious. Even if he sensed that the other party was only in the heaven realm, he still did not underestimate him. As expected, he saw the saint aura surging around the other party. He could tell that it was the saint aura condensed from the body, and his expression was full of surprise. Swoosh! With a tap of his foot, Zichen rushed forward. His powerful saint aura was fully displayed. Everywhere he passed, the space vibrated with a strong pressure. Boom! Connor Jianyu's aura was violent. His robe fluttered, and his saint aura was like a tidal wave. His long hair danced wildly under the energy, and his eyes became very cold. His hands hovered in front of his chest, and he began to form seals. The seals changed quickly, and the pure saint aura gathered in front of him in the next moment to form a light shield. Just as the light shield was formed, Zichen's figure had already appeared in front of him. A dazzling golden fist struck the light shield viciously. The other party's reaction was so fast that Zichen was slightly surprised. Boom! With one punch, the light shield exploded. Zichen's fist did not slow down, and it turned into a golden light that continued to rush forward. When the light shield was formed, Connor Jianyu's body began to retreat. When the first light shield exploded, his expression changed slightly, and the second light shield appeared. He kept retreating, and continued to form seals. It was not until the third light shield appeared that he completely neutralized Zichen's attack. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he sensed a fierce wind coming from the side. This wind was accompanied by a strong sense of danger. He tapped his foot, and his face turned unnaturally red. His entire body began to twist, and like a ray of light, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zichen's sweeping kick missed. He looked at Conrad Jianyu, who had appeared 100 meters away, in astonishment. Conrad Jianyu had just dodged his attack, which was equivalent to teleportation. Connor Jianyu's expression was very ugly. In just a short exchange, he could feel that the other party was difficult to deal with. The saint aura condensed from the body was the power that all saints yearned for. The attack was indeed powerful. If it was a direct confrontation, he would definitely not be the other party's opponent. He knew this very well, and he kept retreating. At the same time, his hands kept changing seals, and a strong aura burst out. Divine Crane Strike. With a loud shout, the rolling energy gathered in front of Connor Jean-Yu like a tidal wave. The energy gathered together, and formed into the shape of a divine crane. It raised its head arrogantly, and its cold eyes stared at Zichen, and a violent aura was released from its body. With a loud and clear cry of a crane, the divine crane flapped its wings and rushed toward Zichen with a strong gust of wind. This was an attack from the Heavenly Path technique, and it was controlled by a saint, so its power was naturally strong. Looking at the divine crane that was rushing towards him, and feeling the aura from the other party, Zichen felt his scalp tingle. Around his body, golden light shone, and pure saint aura condensed on the surface of his body. He clenched his right fist, and even more saint aura condensed. He clenched his fist, rushed forward, and punched out. A fist and a crane met in midair. Boom! The energy contained in the golden fist exploded, forming a terrifying force that spread out in all directions. After taking Zichen's punch head-on, the majestic divine crane let out a wail and dissipated. The powerful impact caused the saint aura defense that formed on the surface of Zichen's body to be extinguished. His face was slightly pale, and without hesitation, he rushed into the violent energy. Connor Jean-Yu was still retreating. He had already seen where his opponent's weakness was, and he believed that such an attack would definitely make his opponent suffer. But in the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw a figure pass through the violent energy, and rushed towards him at an unimaginable speed. Damn it! He cursed in his heart. He had no choice but to raise his palm to meet the attack. The surging saint aura gathered in his palm, causing the palm to suddenly expand. It was like a huge millstone, and it whizzed towards Zichen. Zichen, who was rushing forward, still punched out, but this punch was even more powerful. Peng! The fist and palm collided, and the golden light retracted. The light on Zichen's body dissipated, and his body that was rushing forward was directly blocked. His body stopped on the spot, swayed slightly, and then took 3 steps back to neutralize the force of the impact. Looking forward, the energy palm in front of Connor Jean-Yu exploded with a bang, and his body was directly sent flying. In the process of flying, he also coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. He looked at Zichen with eyes full of horror. The difference in strength between the two was too great. Looking indifferently at Connor Jean-Yu, who was lying on the ground coughing up blood, Zichen's hand flashed, and the scabbard appeared. Wait, don't kill me. The huge difference in strength between the two made Connor Jean-Yu know that he was no match for his opponent today. The fear of death made him subconsciously raise his hand. Zichen did not stop, and his right hand slowly rested on the hilt of the scabbard. You can't kill me. I am the head of the Connor family, an overlord of the Star Road. If you kill me, you will go against the rules of the Star Road, and you will be hunted down by the managers of the Star Road. Seeing that the other party's expression did not change, Connor hurriedly said, Since I came to this part of the Star Road, I have yet to see a manager. Zichen smiled coldly, and the golden light around his body flashed again. The number of big powers in the Star Road is limited. Once one side is destroyed, it will definitely attract attention. The real manager of the Star Road is in the depths, and they will send out secret guards to monitor everything. If you kill me, you will be in trouble. Connor Jean-Yu said anxiously. Sure. Zichen did not believe in the so-called manager at all. His right hand exerted force, and the broken scabbard was unsheathed. A bright light flashed past Connor Jean-Yu's body. The battle ended. Looking at the dead Connor Jean-Yu, Zichen took a few steps forward. With a wave of his sleeves, the corpse disappeared. In the next moment, Zichen's figure disappeared from this space, and he went to another battlefield. This was a large-scale battle between saints, and it was the largest battle since the battle with Wuji years ago. A total of 20 saints died. Unfortunately, there were no spectators in such a battle. At this point, the saints of the Norman family and the Connor family were all killed. At the same time, the Bexy family, under the lead of 9 saints, launched an all-out attack on the two families. Chapter 22:12. The entire Nephers star field had fallen into total chaos, and battles were constantly happening. With the saints leading them and catching them off guard, the two great families, who were still grieving over the death of their saints, suffered great losses. In this battle, Zichen didn't participate. Instead, he sent Huan Kai and several saints from the Life Star to lead thousands of people from the Life Star to participate in the slaughter. The appearance of these people caused a great sensation in this star field. The forces that were watching from the sidelines even had the intention to help the two great families. However, after Huan Kai and the others showed their great strength, these forces chose to remain silent. In this world, how could there be so many enemies? If they really didn't fear death and fought to the death with the cultivators from the Life Star, they wouldn't have survived that year. They would have been killed by Wuji alone. After the two small forces were destroyed by Huan Kai, many families remained silent after learning that the Bexi family had colluded with the people from the Life Star. Those who remained silent were those who had great concerns in their hearts. However, there were more forces that also chose to join the Bexi family after seeing that the future would be dominated by the Bexi family. They joined in and became allies with the group led by Huan Kai. Together, they went to destroy the two great families, Norman and Connor. Reality was so cruel. Staying in the Bexi family and listening to the news from the battlefield, Zambu Howlin still felt like she was dreaming. These three great families had developed in the Nephers star field for many years, and their forces had been deeply rooted. However, Zichen had come here and in less than a year, he had taken control of the Bexi family and destroyed 20 saints from the other two families. Although this kind of slaughter wasn't as fierce as Wuji's in the past, the impact it caused was no less than that year. It was even more far-reaching than that year. In the past, Wuji was just killing. However, as long as the foundation of the families was still there, they would grow quickly like spring grass. The fact was indeed so. After hundreds of thousands of years of development, these forces had become strong again. They had also carried out a comprehensive slaughter of the cultivators from the Life Star. But this time, Zichen uprooted these forces, making it impossible for them to grow. For example, if the Luo family disappeared from this star area, the cultivators from the Life Stars in that star area would receive fair treatment. Nickel star area was the same. Because of the relationship between Zanbu star area and Zichen, they even treated the people from the Life Stars well. Dei star area was also a subsidiary of Zanbu star area. And this sinful star area, which was the most important one and related to the future of Life Stars, would soon be occupied by Zichen. It was believed that after many years of operation, this star area would not only stop killing Life Stars, but also become a base for those cultivators. It would be a pure land for them in the star passage. Zichen and Wuji were both from the Martial Heaven continent, but their styles were extremely different. Wuji's personal strength had been recognized by the star passage, causing this star area to tremble. He had also become a forbidden legend, but he had not left anything behind for his descendants. In fact, he had even brought trouble to them. However, Zichen had completely solved this problem this time. If one had to compare these two people, then Wuji had walked the path of an individual, the path of supremacy, while Zichen had walked the path of a commander. Not only did he have to be strong, but he also had to lead a group of experts to control the many uncertain factors in the star passage. Seeing Zichen's results, Zanbu Howlin rejoiced that her family had made the right decision. Such an existence could not be provoked, and once it was unavoidable, she had to go all out to kill him. She could not give him any time to breathe. Otherwise, she would have to pay an extremely heavy price. Looking at Zichen, who was sorting out the information, Zanbu Howlin stepped forward and asked, "Zichen, what are you going to do next?" Zichen glanced at the other party with a puzzled expression. "If the two aristocratic families are destroyed, how will you let them stand here?" Zanbu Howlin asked again. Zichen smiled and said, "In this world, there is not so much hatred that can't be resolved. Look at them now. Aren't they trying to adapt to all this? This battle should last for a long time. During this process, the survivors will slowly adapt to the existence of the Life Star." This was Zichen's plan. Using battle to sharpen everything, they would eventually adapt. He believed that after this war was over, the surviving non-humankind beings would all be on his side to some extent. Man Shi and the others had fully recovered from their injuries, so they soon joined the battle. They had been through many battles before, so they had adapted to the alien race's fighting style. As the battle continued, Man Shi and the others were not afraid of death, which left a deep impression on others. Good, very good. After the battle, the trading area was recovered. Looking at the people who were cleaning the battlefield, Tu Yi came to Man Shi and said excitedly. Man Shi nodded. To the others, the battle was cruel, but they enjoyed it very much. Compared to before, this battle was indeed enjoyable because they didn't need to worry about the consumption of energy. They only needed to focus on killing. Zichen had given them so many resources that they didn't dare to imagine. And Zichen had only one request for them: don't die, and use the resources as they liked. In this battle, as long as they didn't deliberately find trouble with the false saint experts, Man Shi's team could be considered invincible. Luo Ang and Shun Tiandao also walked over. Since they had come to the Star Road, they had never thought that they could fight like this. Moreover, the people they hated so much before had become allies in just a blink of an eye. They had to admit that this was fate playing tricks on them. It's too bad that they died too early. Everyone, who was in a good mood, suddenly thought of those who had died along the way, and their mood became gloomy. Man Shi sighed and said, look on the bright side. From the moment we set foot on the star path, our lives were no longer our own. Now, to be able to have such a situation, it is already a great blessing for us. Although we have suffered heavy casualties, but the people who come later will have a much smoother road. After arriving here, there will also be more opportunities. In the face of some inexplicable danger, there will always be people who want to set a precedent, and when they enjoy certain results, there will always be predecessors who die in battle. The Nepha's starfield was worthy of being called a place of guidance. After the battle, Zichen also arranged some people to guard the outer void. During this period, they encountered dozens of heaven realms from the Zhanwu continent. They were lucky to have not been ambushed when they came here, and after hearing that Zichen was guarding this place, they all looked very excited. Every person who came here would have someone to inform Zichen. Some of them were the second wave to come to the Star Road after Man Shi and the others. Gradually, Zichen guessed that all the cultivators from the Zhanwu continent would appear here. If that was the case, then Lei Dong, Five Elements, Black Dragon, and the others would also appear here. Then what was their situation? Were they killed, or did they go somewhere else? For others, Zichen could completely ignore their life and death, but Zichen had to pay attention to Lei Dong's life and death. There must be something special about the other party. He must have mastered several heavenly Dao techniques of the Lightning Clan. In addition, he also had the heavenly Thunder Wings, which was something Zichen had to obtain. With this guess in his heart, Zichen ordered that some cultivators be deliberately left behind to search their souls during the battle to see if they had seen any traces of Lei Dong and the others. Following Zichen's order, after a month, there was news that they had actually seen these people. These people had arrived in this star field more than 10 years ago, but after facing this level of pursuit, they did not stay for long and entered the depths of the star field. Zichen was very surprised by this scene, because these people appeared in a group, and when they escaped, they used the Kang clan's aircraft. After that, these people chased after them. As for whether they were alive or dead, no one knew because those who chased after them did not return, including the pseudo-saint who chased after them. They actually entered the next star field alive. Hearing this news, Zichen was a little surprised, but for some reason, he was also a little relieved. However, thinking about the powerful battle strength of those people, once they gathered together, it would definitely be terrifying. And those cultivators of the Kang clan, he believed that they had not encountered such a powerful existence for a long time. They should have been stunned at the beginning of the battle, leaving time for Black Dragon and the others to escape. Lei Dong, don't die. Even if you die, you can only die in my hands. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. Some grudges could be put down, but some couldn't. Because of the heavenly thunder wings, he and Lei Dong were destined to die. Half a year later, the two great families were completely destroyed, and their headquarters were also breached. The cultivators of the two great families either died or ran away, and some radicals tried to fight back. After winning the first stage of the battle, the Beishi clan began the second stage of the purge. This purge was aimed at those radicals who did not know what was good for them. Next, this star field would become a pure land for the cultivators of the life star. Whoever opposed it would have to die. If it was an individual who opposed it, he would die even faster. In the midst of this constant purge, a mysterious force in the Nephers star field finally couldn't sit still. The situation was developing too fast, far beyond their expectations. They felt that they couldn't let this situation continue. They had to do something. Chapter 22:13. In the Star Road, there had always been a mysterious force. Almost everyone knew about this force, but no one had ever seen it. They came from the depths of the Star Road and were the secret guards of the Star Road. They were responsible for monitoring every movement of the Star Road and allowing it to develop naturally. During this period, no big changes could happen. They didn't have much power in the star area, and there was nothing special about them. However, the force behind them was the ruler of the entire Star Road. Ever since the Rakshasa starfield began to change, they had been keeping a close eye on everything, until Luo Fei's death and the destruction of the two overlords of the Nickel starfield. Until now, the Nephers starfield had changed hands. The overlord forces in the Star Road had been deliberately reported. During this period, the saints couldn't kill each other. It was just like how the Geng family could easily destroy the Luo family and kill Luo Fei, but they still didn't do it. Zichen's actions had violated the rules of the Star Road. Therefore, these mysterious forces started to take action. They reported all the information they had gathered to the depths of the star area. They could turn a blind eye to ordinary internal conflicts. However, once the situation of the Star Road changed, they had to pay attention to it. This time, the Bexi family and the existence of the Life Star had joined hands. The impact would change the entire situation of the Star Road. The Sin Star used to be under the joint control of the three forces. It was the core of the entire Sin Star area, the most prosperous area. Now, it was under the sole control of the Bexi family. Zichen had also moved here from the Bexi family. He sat in the tallest building in the center. This building was built by the three forces. It was the symbol of the Sin Star. The small-scale battles hadn't ended yet. There would always be some survivors of the two families jumping out and crazily killing. Therefore, Zichen didn't send the saints to clean them up. Instead, he asked his Heaven Realm subordinates to form an alliance with the Bexi family and other forces to slowly encircle them. After a long time, these cultivators would slowly get used to the existence of these people and wouldn't reject them. After knowing the whereabouts of Lei Dong and the others, Zichen was thinking about his next plan. It would take at least 10 years for this place to calm down. During this time, Zichen couldn't stay here forever. If he continued forward, he might be able to catch up to Lei Dong. Zichen didn't care about what Basi Kanghong was worried about. According to Zambu Haoming, the overlord forces in the depths of the starfield had suffered a great loss at the hands of his teacher, Limitless. Even the Doff family had closed their doors and refused to come out. Therefore, he believed that the other overlord forces wouldn't appear either. Moreover, as long as no saint ruler came, Zichen would not be afraid of anyone with his current overall strength. Before deciding to go deeper, Zichen planned to head to Dei sector to take a look. There were other people there, and he wondered how Zambu Haoming was doing. After making up his mind, Zichen, who had nothing to do here, embarked on the journey to the Dei starfield alone the next day. During this period, he brought a saint-level aircraft with him. After teleporting to the edge of the starfield, he could quickly reach the Dei starfield. After arriving at the Dei starfield, Zichen went directly to Moon City. He passed by many areas along the way, but he didn't see any battles. The peace here was beyond Zichen's imagination. Without deliberately looking for Zambu Haoming, Zichen went directly to the planet where the Moon Clan was located. On the abandoned planets outside the Moon Clan, Zichen found the figures of foreign races. After entering the planet where the Moon Clan was located, Zichen saw the towering city from afar and flew forward. The guards on the city wall cheered loudly when they saw Zichen. Then the city gate opened and Zichen walked into the city. Ming Yu heard the news and quickly came. When she saw Zi Chen return alone, a hint of doubt appeared on her beautiful face. She asked, "Why are you alone? How's the situation?" Zi Chen, who was walking toward his residence, said, "Everything is under control. There are no other abnormalities here, right?" "No, it's just that outside this planet," Zambu Haoming said that he would support a line of defense for us. He's now sending people to build a city there. In the room, Zi Chen pondered for a moment and said, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. We shouldn't stay here for too long. Do you have any way to contact him?" Before Ming Yu could respond, a voice came from outside the door. "Lord Zi Chen, Patriarch Zambu requests to see you." Zi Chen smiled and said, "You're well informed. Let him in." Soon, Zambu Haoming walked into Zi Chen's room. After seeing Zi Chen, he was about to salute, but Zi Chen waved his hand, indicating that the other party need not be so polite. The latter asked anxiously, "May I know how Lord Zi Chen is doing in the Nephers starfield?" Second sister didn't cause any trouble for Lord, did she? Because the two starfields are not connected, and they have to rely on aircraft to travel back and forth, Zambu Haoming doesn't know the specific situation in the Nephers starfield. He only vaguely sensed that something big has happened there. During this time, because Zambu Haolin has been following Zi Chen, she was too embarrassed to send messages to her brother. It's already in the final stage. Haolin has been following me, and she's doing well recently. Zi Chen, who knew what the other party meant, nodded and said. Zambu Haoming breathed a sigh of relief, but he seemed to have thought of something and asked in confusion, "What final stage?" "The forces of the Norman and Connor families have been destroyed, and the Bexy family has submitted to us. They are now trying to control the entire Nephers starfield." Hearing Zi Chen's words, Zambu Haoming's face was full of shock. Even Ming Yu was moved. Zi Chen has only been away for more than a year. In such a short time, he has already taken control of the entire Nephers starfield. What kind of speed is this? "I came back this time mainly to see how things are going on your side," Zi Chen looked at the shocked Zambu Haoming and said. After the shock on his face faded a little, Zambu Haoming said, "They have all submitted, but it will take a long time to fully control them. The current situation should be stable, and there won't be any more wars. If Lord has any orders now, we can transfer people to help." Zi Chen shook his head and said, "There's no need for that for the time being. It will take some time for them to adapt. After both sides have adapted, you can arrange for some people to set up some transmission arrays between the two starfields. This way, if something uncontrollable happens, there will be support for each other. By the way, I heard that you are preparing to establish a force around here." "Yes, first for the safety of this place, and second for the prosperity and liveliness of this place," Zambu Haoming said. "There's no need to go through so much trouble here. They won't stay here for too long. When the time is right, I will take everyone and leave," Zi Chen said. This star field was relatively remote. If he wanted to make it prosperous, the resources and manpower consumed would be too great. It was completely unnecessary. Although he knew that the other party had good intentions, Zi Chen had to refuse. Zambu Haoming nodded, indicating that he would have his people withdraw soon. At this moment, the world fluctuated, and a huge vortex appeared in the sky. The fluctuations of Saint Force emerged. Zi Chen couldn't be more familiar with this scene. It was the sign of another Saint crystal being formed. Zambu Haoming, who hadn't recovered from the shock of hearing Zi Chen's news just now, felt the fluctuations again. His expression became extremely interesting. In just over a year, Zi Chen had fulfilled his promise and condensed 3 Saint crystals. Now, he had condensed the 5th Saint crystal. The other party was only a clone, but his efficiency was much faster than many harmonious spirit masters. Zambu Haoming couldn't help but admire him. It was as if all the good things in the world were taken by Zi Chen alone. The luck of the whole world was on him, making people envious and jealous. After Zambu Haoming left, Zi Chen went to the place where his clone was. Although the clone had the Void Monarch tree and didn't need to worry about energy consumption, his strength wouldn't grow. During this period of time, Zi Chen's strength had improved a lot, but the clone's strength was still stagnant at more than a year ago. On the contrary, The clone's proficiency in condensing saint crystals had increased a lot. After the fusion, he would create another clone, which would be on par with Zi-Chen's real body. While Zi-Chen was staying in Dei Starfield, a team led by 3 saints suddenly entered the evil star one day. After the other party appeared, they walked directly to the Bexi clan's current residence. Their attitude was very rude and unreasonable. When they arrived at the Bexi clan's residence, the other party didn't need an outsider to announce their arrival. The young saint in the lead said arrogantly, "Ask the person in charge here to come out and see me." Coming here with such an arrogant attitude, let alone 3 saints, even if there were 6 of them, they would simply be courting death. So, immediately, several saints appeared and stared coldly at the arrogant young man. Although the 2 saints following the young man looked arrogant, the panic in their eyes was obvious. Obviously, this was a forced act. On the contrary, the young man in the lead was the kind of existence who was truly arrogant. "What, you still want to fight? Ask your manager to come out and see me," the young saint said with a cold smile at Huan Kai. "My sir is not here. If you have something to say it to me," Huan Kai said indifferently. The young saint sneered, "You? Open your dog eyes wide and see what kind of identity you have to be qualified to speak to this sir." As he spoke, a black token appeared in the young man's hand. He grabbed the token and threw it at Huan Kai's face. Huan Kai caught the command medallion. The command medallion was made of an indescribable black material. It was somewhat heavy, and after it entered his hand, it was ice cold. One side of the command medallion was engraved with the 2 ancient words Star Path. On the other side, there was a large bird with its entire body burning in flames, spreading its wings, ready to take flight. What the hell is this? Playing with the ancient and somewhat extraordinary token in his hand, Huan Kai's expression was still cold. This is the Star Path Supervising Envoy's supervisory token. Beside Huan Kai, the other saints from the Bexi clan also exclaimed when they saw the token in Huan Kai's hand. Chapter 22:14. The Star Road was a place of opportunity for all the heavenly realms. It was also a place where the experts of all the worlds gathered. The experts here included the experts of the entire world. The number of experts here far exceeded any one force. Take the Zhonwu continent for example. In the entire history of the Zhonwu continent, the number of saints they had was far less than the saints of the Star Road. It was the same for the heavenly realms. If the experts of the Star Road were to attack the Zhonwu continent, it might only take a day to destroy the Zhonwu continent. As a place where experts gathered, this place was very important. There had always been a starfield manager in charge of this place. Once these starfields were in turmoil, the losses caused would be unimaginable. The token that the youth threw out was the token of the Star Road's supervising envoy. The identity of the other party was like an imperial envoy sent by a country with an emperor. The token was equivalent to the imperial sword in the hands of the imperial envoy. It could mobilize other forces, act first and report later. In the Star Road, everyone had to abide by the rules of the Star Road. No one could disobey the supervising envoy, see the supervising token, and see the Star Road's master. After these saints from the Bexi clan saw the token, they cried out in surprise. Their faces were filled with shock and panic. Sure enough, what they were worried about would happen. The Star Road's supervising envoy had actually come. Although they didn't need to kneel down like in the mortal world when they saw the other party, their expressions were much more respectful. The killing intent surging in their bodies had also disappeared without a trace. The token in Huan Kai's hand was also taken away by a saint. Then, he respectfully returned it to the young saint. The saint said respectfully, "I didn't know that sir was coming. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you." The youth nodded indifferently and looked at Huan Kai. At this moment, Huan Kai still didn't know what this token meant. His expression was very unhappy. The young saint pointed at Huan Kai and said indifferently, "Give it to him and let him return it to me. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Will, Huetevil. You are from the Hueti clan." The saint of the Beishi clan had a respectful expression. He then turned around and handed the badge to Huan Kai. At the same time, he used his eyes to signal him not to be impulsive. Huan Kai did not understand the situation here, but from the expressions of the Basai clan saints, he could tell that the other party's background was not ordinary. Since Lord Zi Chen was not here, he could not cause trouble, so he respectfully took the token and handed it to Will. He said respectfully, "I did not know that Lord Will was here. I hope Lord Will can forgive me." Smiling coldly at Huan Kai, Hauteville leaned forward and took the token. He patted Huan Kai's face with the token and said, "This attitude is very good. This Darin likes it." Being humiliated like this, Huan Kai's expression stiffened. A sharp light flashed through his eyes. Just at this moment, a clear and cold voice sounded from behind him. "What happened?" Zambu Haolin walked out from the back of the crowd and looked at the scene in front of him with a pair of long and narrow eyes. After seeing the token in the young man's hand, he was somewhat flattered and said, "Is it Sir Supervisor?" "Greetings, sir. Please come in, sir." Will slowly put away the token and looked at Huan Kai with a smug smile. He then looked up at Zambu Haolin. A strange light flashed through his eyes. He said faintly, "You have the final say here." "No, my lord has not returned yet. Lord, please come in with me to rest. We will inform Lord now." Zambu Haolin bowed slightly and said respectfully. Will snorted softly and said discontentedly, "There is only one Lord Will here." "Yes, Lord Will, please come in," Zambu Haolin said in a more serious tone. The two saints behind Will finally breathed a sigh of relief. The few false saints and half-step saints behind them were also relieved. The current Bei-Shi clan could be said to be like the sun in the sky. Once they offended the other party, perhaps the supervisor was not afraid, but their future days would be difficult. In fact, they did not understand why the Hort clan would send such an unreliable person to deal with the matter after the news spread. "What's your name?" Will looked at Zambu Haolin beside him and asked. "Lord, Zambu Haolin. A very good name, and a saint. If you follow this lord, you can go anywhere in the Star Road. It's much better than staying in such a small place," Will said faintly. Compared to Huan Kai and the others, Zambu Haolin was more experienced in dealing with such matters, so she came to the rescue at the critical moment. If she had not appeared, Huan Kai would have screwed up the matter just now. After being led to the hall by Will and the others, Bei-Shi Kang Hong, who had heard the news, also rushed over. He seemed to be in a hurry. When he arrived, the cold sweat on his forehead had not yet fallen. In this short period of time, Huan Kai and the others also knew the origin and identity of the other party and were very shocked. The Hort clan was another huge force in the Star Road. It was an existence on par with the former Doff clan, and its status was also equivalent to the Wuji sect in the Martial Sky continent. It could be said that in the Star Road, there was no force stronger than them. Only those who were on par with them could be said to have reached the end of the line. Bei-Shi Kang Hong greets Lord Will. Arriving here, Bei-Shi Kang Hong immediately bowed, looking very nervous. "Do you have the final say here? This time, you did very well." Sitting in the main seat, Will looked at Bei-Shi Kang Hong indifferently. "I am one of the people in charge here. There is one who hasn't returned and is on his way back." After a slight hesitation, Bei-Shi Kang Hong gave such an answer. "That person is called Zi Chen." "Yes, Lord Zi Chen. Bulsh *T milord. There's only milord Will here. Since he's not here, let's wait for him to come back. I'd like to see how he's going to give me an explanation for ignoring the rules of the Star Passage and breaking the rules everywhere along the way," Will said with a cold snort. Here, no one dared to disobey Will's orders. The latter also intended to communicate with Zanbu Haolin, but the other party's gaze made Zanbu Haolin very unhappy. Someone had already gone to inform Zi Chen. This time, it was related to the Hort clan. If it wasn't handled properly, it would be extremely dangerous. There had always been a rumor that there were secret guards constantly monitoring the Star Road's movements. It seemed that this time, it wasn't fake. Zi Chen, who was still planning to stay in the Moon Clan for a few days, heard Xing Chen's soul transmission and knew that something had happened. He immediately bid farewell to Ming Yu and left the Moon Clan. At the edge of the Dei starfield, he saw Xing Chen. The other party had sent him a message here. What happened? After seeing Xing Chen, Zi Chen asked. The Star Road supervising envoy is here, said Xing Chen. What supervising envoy? Zi Chen looked puzzled. It's someone from the force that dictates the rules of the Star Road. How many came? Are there any saint kings? 3 saints came. The others are some false saints and half-saints. There are no saint kings, but they are extremely arrogant. Xing Chen briefly explained what had happened between the other party and Huan Kai. When Zi Chen heard this, his face became gloomy. He said coldly, "Arrogant my ass. Just kill them." The two turned and walked toward the void world. Xing Chen smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that easy. The other party is from the Hort clan. That clan is as famous as the Doff clan. They are all managers of the Star Road. It's easy to kill him, but soon there will be a large army from the Hort clan. I remember that clan from my memory. It's already the top clan." Hearing this, Zi Chen's face became even gloomier. They didn't care when our people were being oppressed, but now they are here to cause trouble. It's obvious that they are deliberately targeting us. Let's go and take a look. If it doesn't work, a cold light flashed in Zi Chen's eyes. I advise you to give up on this idea. The assets we have accumulated over the years can't withstand this kind of torment. In my opinion, the other party is too impetuous, and not as steady as Doff Hill. Perhaps he can be persuaded by some benefits, but it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Let's try to resolve this matter with some blood. This is not my idea alone, it's almost everyone's idea. The two entered the aircraft and flew toward a nearby planet. When they arrived at the Star of Evil, it was coincidentally night. When Zi Chen went to meet the other party, he was told that Lord Will was already resting and could not meet guests. Saints need to rest. Zi Chen looked at the 2 saints at the door and narrowed his eyes slightly. Their expressions became rather unnatural, and their gazes were somewhat evasive. Perhaps others did not know the strength of this person in front of them, but as secret guards, they knew very well. This person had killed Luo Fei in the Rakshasa Galaxy. In the Nickel Galaxy, he had killed several saints with his own hands, causing the Gung family and the Nico family to be completely destroyed. As for what happened in the Dei Galaxy, for some reason, they did not know. Although they did not see the other party make a move this time, it was obvious that the other party had become stronger in these few years of hiding. Others may not need to rest, but Lord Will needs to. One of the saints pretended to be calm, and at the same time, he deliberately raised the volume of his voice. Glancing at the two, Zi Chen snorted softly and turned to leave. The 2 saints guarding the door watched Zi Chen leave and heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. When they looked at each other again, they found that the other party's forehead was covered in cold sweat. How was it? When Zi Chen returned to his residence, Xing Chen and the others went up to him and asked, "That guy is resting. He's not seeing guests." Zi Chen said in a bad mood, "This Hotwell does have a lot of problems. You should be more tolerant of him. After all, we're the ones who broke the rules this time. Don't provoke him. A person like him may not be strong, but he has a lot of power. It'll be troublesome to provoke him," said Zambu Haolin. "By the way, where is Besich Kanghong?" Zi Chen turned his head and looked around. "Sir, what are your orders?" Besich Kanghong walked over from the side. "Go and check on those 2 saints for me. I feel that there is something wrong with their expressions. They don't look like people from big families at all. See if you can find anything." Zi Chen ordered. Chapter 22:15. As the only major force in the Nephas starfield, even if they couldn't completely control the entire starfield, it wasn't too difficult for them to obtain some original information. What's more, it was information about 2 saints. In this starfield, there weren't many saints to begin with. Soon, Bei Zikanghong obtained some useful clues and immediately came here to find Zi Chen. "Sir, I found out that the 2 saints and those people are the shadow guards of this starfield." Bei Zikanghong told Zi Chen all the clues he knew and even found the residence of these people. Originally, they were hiding in the dark and it was indeed difficult to discover their identity, but now that they had followed Hotwell from the dark to the light, it wasn't difficult to obtain these clues. Oh, in that case, only Hotwell came from the depths of the starfield, and the others were temporarily there to make up the numbers. Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and said lightly, "The Shadow Guards are members of those major forces. Although they have been stationed here, they are still under the management of the family." Bei Zikanghong said. Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. After a moment, Chen said, "There are some things you need to do now." The next day, at noon, Hotwell sent someone to summon Chen. Chen walked towards the other party's residence and saw Hotwell in the living room. The latter was wearing a luxurious robe, and his handsome face didn't look too good. When he looked at Chen, there was a hint of anger in his eyes. This time, Chen didn't come alone. Bei Zikanghong followed behind him. After arriving, he bowed to the other party. Hotwell looked at Chen as he slammed the table and stood up. It was as if he wanted to vent all his pent-up anger at this moment. He roared, "Chen, how dare you? How dare you make me summon you personally?" Chen said lightly, "I came last night, but unfortunately, Sir was resting and didn't want to see anyone. I didn't know when Sir would be free, so I didn't come to disturb Sir early in the morning." Hotwell snorted coldly, but did not continue to be angry. He knew about what had happened yesterday, and he had seen Chen as well. He had intended to give Chen the cold shoulder, but he had expected Chen to be so worried that he did not have a good night's rest that he would come here early in the morning. Who knew that Chen would not show up until noon? He sat down, glanced at Chen, and said, "Chen, do you know why this Sir is here?" Chen shook his head and said, "Chen doesn't know." Impudent. Hotwell's suppressed anger erupted again. He slammed the table and stood up, staring coldly at Chen. This guy was really too uncooperative. He kept singing the opposite tune, and things couldn't continue. Fortunately, he did some homework before coming. He said coldly, "You don't know? Then I'll tell you and let you think about it. You should have an impression of the Luo family in the Rakshasa star field. You broke the rules of the star path, killed Saint Luo Fei, and destroyed the Luo family." Hotwell stared coldly at Chen and said, "Do you admit to this? Do you admit to this?" Chen clasped his hands and said, "Sir, I admit to this, but I don't admit to this. I destroyed the Luo family purely to protect myself and to resist the oppression of the Luo family." Bei Zikanghong obviously didn't expect that Chen had done such a thing, and he looked a little surprised. "Self-protection? Oppression? You're really good at quibbling. I've never seen anyone destroy a force to protect themselves. You have the strength to kill a saint. Do you still need to protect yourself? Sir, you've misunderstood. The Luo family's actions are so rampant that it makes one's hair stand on end. As an overlord force, they didn't fulfill their duties as an overlord force. Instead, they committed crimes and didn't even take the rules of the star path seriously. Everyone on the star path is equal, but they oppressed those who came to train, which led to overwhelming resentment, so everyone chose to resist," said Chen. "You're talking nonsense. You were the one who was greedy and wanted to destroy the Luo family. Sir, please understand. I didn't covet anything from the Luo family. Moreover, after the Luo family was destroyed, it was divided up by other forces. It had nothing to do with me. I just couldn't stand the oppression and stood up to resist." Looking at Hotwell's angry expression, Chen said again, "Sir, I have evidence. This evidence can prove my innocence." While speaking, Chen took out a crystal ball. In the crystal ball, there were 9 people. They surrounded Chen and Chen. In the image, Chen, who was surrounded by the crowd, looked very wronged. His body was trembling slightly, and he said to one of the old men, "I'm going to report you. I want to record your crimes." The people next to him laughed loudly when they heard this. The old man who was laughing looked at Chen and said, "Boy, you stole my things, and you still refuse to admit it." "I didn't steal it." "What evidence do you have?" Chen said loudly, looking very wronged. "Evidence? Of course, I have evidence. The 8 of them are evidence. Did you see?" The old man turned around and looked at the 8 people. "I saw it. It's this boy who stole it. I saw it with my own eyes. It's the Saint Power Crystal. When he first came in, I noticed that this boy was sneaking around. I didn't expect him to be a thief." "Nonsense, You're all talking nonsense. That Saint Power crystal is mine. How could I steal my own things? I said it's mine. You're all talking nonsense. Fine, since you said I stole the Saint Power crystal, then tell me, how many Saint Power crystal did you lose? 4. Haha, you're lying. I have 5 Saint Power crystal on me. You said you lost 4. Why do I have 5? In the image, Zichen's expression became very proud. I don't believe that you have 5 Saint Power crystal on you. You stole 4 from me. The old man still insisted. You don't believe it? Then look at what this is. Zichen smiled proudly and took out 5 Saint Power crystal. Oh, I remembered wrong. I lost 5 Saint Power crystal. Seeing the Saint Power crystal, the old man slapped his head and said, You're lying. I'm not lying. I'm sure I lost 5. Are you sure it's only 5? Now you should admit that these things are mine. 6. I have 6 Saint Power crystal. What else do you have to say? Zichen held the 6 Saint Power crystal in his hand. Don't be so agitated. I can also say that I was the one who lost everything you had. Even your life was lost by me. Right now, I'm going to take it back. You want to kill me and steal my treasures. Kill me and steal my treasures. Yes, that's what I mean. Don't forget that this is the star path. There are rules here. This memory crystal ball recorded everything. If you let me leave now, I won't pursue this matter. If you attack me, I will definitely report you. Bullshit rules. In this Rakshasa starfield, my Luo family is the rule. In this trading place, I, Luo Miao, am the rule. Let me tell you, today I want to kill you and steal your treasures. The image ended here. The old man's words were still lingering in everyone's ears. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Bei Shi Kanghong looked at Zichen in surprise. He didn't expect him to have this kind of thing. It was obvious that he had deliberately prepared it, as if he was waiting to take it out today. Although they were wrong, they didn't deserve to die. They shouldn't have their family wiped out. After reading the memory crystal ball, Hotwell said, Sir, don't worry. I have other things here. Then, Zichen took out all kinds of crystal balls. There were many evidence of the Luo family's crimes of killing people and stealing their treasures. In addition, there was also the scene of them auctioning their slaves, as well as the scene of the slave fight. These were all deliberately done by Zichen because Xing Chen had already told him that there were rules in the star path. If he rashly broke the rules, it would be very troublesome. After reading these memories one by one, the people around them were speechless. Sir, the star path has rules, but the Luo family didn't follow them at all. They even used their strength to persecute the trainees. If this kind of family isn't eradicated, it will be a disgrace to the star path. Sir, you intended to protect them, but they didn't recognize you. They thought that they were the rules in the star path. Zichen cupped his fists again and said, So, I admit that I killed them, but I'm not guilty. Not only am I not guilty, but those who resisted with me are also not guilty. They didn't mean to convict others. Zichen's words were completely to absolve himself. These people who didn't follow the rules really deserved to die. I hate people who don't follow the rules the most. Fortunately, Sir Zichen wiped them out. Otherwise, I would have also wiped them out when I saw this, Basai Kanghong said righteously. There's only one Sir Will here. Seeing Will's dissatisfied expression, the saint behind him corrected him. That's right. I hope Sir Will can make a decision on this matter. Zichen cupped his fists again and bowed. Waving his hand, Hotwell said, You're right in this matter. What about the Nickel Star region? You killed the saint there without permission and destroyed the Geng family and the Nickel Star region. How do you explain this matter? When Zichen heard this, he cupped his fists again and said, Sir, I'm also a victim in this matter. I was prepared to report those 2 forces to you. They relied on the fact that they had a saint and wanted to destroy the Yaoji family. The Yaoji family also had a saint. According to the rules, they couldn't start a war. However, those 2 forces sent several saints. At that time, I was only in the heaven realm, so I had no choice but to participate in the war. Thus, Zichen began to recount what had happened back then. Of course, Words were not proof, and everything required evidence. None of this was a problem for Zi Chen. These were all in his memories. He just had to use his spiritual senses to create a new crystal ball. Coincidentally, his perfect spiritual senses were omnipotent. This kind of memory copying was child's play to him. Just last night, Zi Chen had prepared a copy at the last minute. When the crystal ball was taken out, everyone was speechless again. The atmosphere became silent again. Chapter 22:16. The atmosphere was silent. They had come here to punish Zi Chen since they had solid evidence. Who knew that Zi Chen was prepared in advance? They didn't say a word when they saw what was recorded in the memory crystal ball. It was obvious that the two major forces were threatening Guang Yaro, and she had already agreed. But they still wanted to destroy her family. As for Guang Yaro, they naturally knew her. She was a real peerless beauty. Hotwell's gloomy eyes swept across the crystal ball. He said angrily, "If that's the case, those guys did deserve to die. You killed them well." Just when Zi Chen thought he had misheard, Hotwell's tone changed. They did deserve to die. But what about the Nico family? They still had a saint. Why did you kill him and bring people to destroy the Nico family and the Geng family? Zi Chen looked very wronged. My lord, this is a misunderstanding. A real misunderstanding. I didn't kill the saint of that family. I didn't dare to rashly go to their family. I heard that the saint of their family left for some reason. I've been worried that they went out for revenge, so I took the entire Yarrow family and ran away. As for the Nico family, I really didn't destroy them. I know about the destruction of the Geng family. They were besieged by other forces. I couldn't stand the way the Geng family did things, so I brought people to attack them. But I didn't participate in the final battle and quickly left. This time, Zi Chen didn't lie. But everyone knew that it was Zi Chen who did it. Unfortunately, there was no evidence. Moreover, without a saint, those forces would not be recognized, and they could fight with each other. To put it bluntly, the saints were the ones who were truly valued in the Star Road. As for the slaughter between the heaven realms, no one would care. At this point, it was obvious that there was no way to continue investigating the Nico starfield. Moreover, Zi Chen was indeed only a heaven realm expert at that time. It didn't seem to be stated in the rules that it was against the rules for a heaven realm expert to kill a saint realm expert. Few people knew what had happened in the Dei starfield, not even the Shadow Guards. Therefore, they had nothing to say about the saints there being killed. What about here? You colluded with the Bexi clan and destroyed two major forces. This is an ironclad fact. What else do you have to argue about? Hotwell gazed at Zi Chen. In fact, what he had seen wasn't important. What was important was this star area, Sin Star area. This place was known as the gateway to the War Marshal continent, the Life Star. This place was crucial. Sir, please wait a moment. Zi Chen cupped his fists and said. Hotwell was startled, wondering if this guy could really produce evidence. Of course, there was evidence, and it was carefully prepared. Soon, Brilliant brought all the evidence. Of course, there were also some crystal balls, which recorded the oppression the two forces had done to the cultivators on the Life Stars. In fact, he had only memorized all of this information last night. All he had to do was find some foreign races to cooperate with him, and it wasn't too difficult. The others were looking at the crystal balls, but Hotwell was looking at Brilliant. He didn't even blink. Deep in his eyes, there was a burning desire until Brilliant left. Sir, these are all evidence. On the Star Road, everyone is equal. However, the Norman family and the Connor family had killed the trial takers from the Life Stars. During these years, I don't know how many people they had killed, who would have made great contributions to the Star Road in the future. They didn't care about the rules of the Star Road and cut off our lives. They deserved to die. Zi Chen cupped his fists again. His voice was cold and harsh. These two families were really hateful. I had advised them many times, but they didn't listen. I felt ashamed to be associated with them, so I killed them together with Sir Zi Chen. Only in this way could the cultivators from the Life Stars grow up and make great contributions to the Star Road. Basai Kang Hong also spoke with conviction. Of course, his words were disdained by the two saints behind Hotwell. Everybody knew that the forces here were incompatible with the cultivators from the Life Stars. The Bexy family was the leader. Speaking of contributions to the Star Road, the only contribution the cultivators from the Life Stars had was that they had created Wuji. They had killed so many people that the Star Road was shaking. If this was a contribution, they didn't want it. Hotwell pulled himself together, glanced at Zichen and said, Zichen, what you said is reasonable. I admit that they had broken the rules of the Star Road, and they deserved to die. However, this isn't a reason for you to kill them. Hotwell's face showed a mocking smile. Who do you think you are? Are you a supervising envoy? Are you a law enforcer? What right do you have to enforce the law on behalf of the Hueti family? If they made a mistake, someone from the Hueti family will be the one to enforce the law. Whether they should be killed or severely punished, we will decide. It's not up to you to enforce the law. If everyone does what you do, what's the use of us supervising envoys? What's the use of the Star Road managers? Today, you thought they were wrong, so you could kill them. If one day, you don't like the manager, can you kill the manager too? Hotwell's words became sharper and sharper as he spoke. This was the crux of the problem. It was what everyone was worried about. It was also the main reason why Zichen came to see Hotwell as soon as he got the news. Although they were wrong, they didn't have the right to enforce the law. Zichen smiled apologetically. Sir, what are you talking about? I don't dare to disrespect you. However, this kind of thing has a big impact on the cultivators of the Life Stars. I can't just watch them die. That's why I have to do this. No matter how bad the situation is, it's still up to us. Even if they kill all the cultivators from the Life Stars, it's not up to you to kill them. After we know all about this, we will give them an explanation, said Hotwell. An explanation to whom? An explanation to a dead man? Asked Zichen. The smile on his face disappeared. Yes, an explanation to a dead man. But now, you should give me an explanation, sneered Hotwell. Zichen took a deep breath and said, I will definitely give you an explanation. But before that, I want to ask you what you think about this matter. As far as I know, this situation has been going on for hundreds of thousands of years in this star area. For such a long time, no one has reported this matter. Could it be that even Sir, the supervisor envoy of the star path, doesn't know about this? Impudent. Zichen, are you questioning this lord's lack of supervision? Hotwell said with a cold expression. Zichen clasped his fist and said, I don't dare. It's just that, if you don't dare, then don't talk nonsense. Tell me now. How are you going to explain this to me? Hotwell interrupted Zichen. Seeing that Zichen was really angry, Bei Zikanghong hurriedly sent him a voice transmission. Sir, you have to consider the overall situation. Zichen acted as if he didn't hear Bei Zikanghong's voice transmission. Of course I believe that this is not Sir's fault. I believe that those who reported the situation neglected to report it. It has been hundreds of thousands of years. I suspect that they have ulterior motives. While speaking, Zichen inadvertently glanced at the two people behind Hotwell. Their expressions changed, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. Oh, are you going to kill those shadow guards as well? Hotwell stared coldly at Zichen and said, Are you going to kill me, the supervisor envoy, as well? Zichen remained silent. I know you have the strength, but as long as I die here, the army of the Hort family will come here in a few days and raze this star area to the ground. As for all of you, you will die here. Hotwell stood up from his seat and pointed at Zichen. I came here to ask for an explanation. How are you going to solve this matter? Zichen clasped his fists and said, Since this is Zichen's fault, then I'll use Zichen's life to make up for it. Hotwell sneered, Your life? Do you think your cheap life is worth the lives of 20 saints? Do you think your dog life is worth the lives of thousands of cultivators from the two clans? Hotwell's expression was arrogant, and his expression was indescribably arrogant. This not only shocked Bexy Kanghong, but also the two saints behind him. This lord was a truly ruthless person. Even if you were from the Hotwell family, you shouldn't be so aggressive. If you were really forced into a corner, Killing you would be a matter of minutes. Facing Hotwell's attitude, Chen didn't seem to be pushed too far. He didn't forget to salute Hotwell and asked respectfully, "Since Sir doesn't want to take my life, then what kind of explanation does Sir want from Chen?" Hotwell looked coldly at Chen and didn't say a word. Bei Zikanghong carefully transmitted his voice to Chen, telling him to look at the big picture. Chen thought for a moment and said, "This matter is Chen's fault. Sir, how about this? I happen to know a harmonious spirit master and we have a good relationship. Why don't I provide the resources to let that harmonious spirit master condense 2 saint crystals that Sir needs?" 2 saint crystals represented 2 saints. More importantly, Chen knew a harmonious spirit master as a friend, and he could casually ask him to condense 2 saint crystals. Hotwell looked at Chen with disdain and said, "Do you think I haven't seen saint crystals before? 4 saint crystals." Hotwell smiled but didn't say anything. 6 saint crystals. 8 saint crystals. 10 saint crystals. 10 saint crystals represented 10 saints. It seemed that no force wouldn't be tempted by this kind of free gift. Who knew that Hotwell wouldn't be moved at all? Whether it was Bei Zikanghong or the 2 saints behind him, they were all shocked by Chen's conditions. Obviously, Chen wouldn't joke in this case, so the 10 saint crystals were definitely real. They were shocked by the other party's generosity. Chen really doesn't know how to explain this. "I hope Sir can guide me." Seeing that saint crystals couldn't move the other party at all, Chen could only bow again and ask aloud. Taking a deep look at Chen, Hotwell said, "I don't want your dog life. Those 10 saint crystals are barely useful, but it's far from enough. However, I see that you are humble enough to admit your mistake. I can help you with this matter, but..." Hotwell paused here and looked at Chen. "Please speak, Sir. However, I see that Zambu Haolin and Guang Yarrow have great potential in the future. I want to take these 2 back to the family and give them resources to improve their strength." Chapter 22:17. Hotwell's request stunned Chen. He had been wondering why the other party was not even tempted by saint crystals, let alone 10 pieces. No great force could refuse such a temptation. Even the Hotwell family, the master of the Star Road, would never say that they would not be interested in 10 saints. However, Chen could tell that Hotwell really didn't think highly of them. But when he mentioned Zambu Haolin and Brilliant Light, Hotwell's eyes lit up. It was a blazing greed. Obviously, this was what he was really interested in. So, Chen was stunned. Even Bei Shi, Kang Hong, and the 2 saints brought by Hotwell were stunned. They did not expect the other party to make such a useless request. No one was a fool. They could all see Hotwell's true intentions from his expression at the moment. Giving resources to improve his strength was simply nonsense. He just wanted to take the 2 women away and make them his exclusive property. Chen was stunned for 3 seconds. Unexpectedly, he did not get angry. Instead, he asked doubtfully, "This is Sir's request, but this matter..." Hotwell turned back and looked at Chen with a disdainful smile. "This matter is a big deal in your eyes. Losing your life is a trivial matter, and it may even cause the death of others. But for me, it's just a matter of a word. As long as you hand the 2 of them over to me, this matter will be over." Chen lowered his head, looking very hesitant. Hotwell sneered, "Life and death are in your hands." After pondering for a moment, Chen cupped his fists and said with a troubled expression, "To be honest, I paid a great price for the 10 saint crystals. Moreover, Brilliant and Zanbu Haolin are not my people, so I can't make the decision for them." "Sir, can you..." Hotwell snorted in dissatisfaction and interrupted Chen, "I can give up the 10 saint crystals, but I must take those 2 people away. I don't care what method you use, but if you don't want the family to pursue this matter, I must take them away. Sir, can you give me some time to consider this matter?" "1 day. I'm only giving you 1 day," Hotwell said coldly. Thinking of the 2 women in his mind, his heart was also incomparably hot. His eyes became blazing again, and greed emerged from the bottom of his eyes. Such a beautiful woman, and a saint at that, seemed to be rare. Hotwell, who was in a state of fantasy, did not notice Chen, Bei Shi, and Kang Hong's departure. He believed that Chen would definitely not reject the offer of 2 women in exchange for his safety. The 2 saints also heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that this matter was over. When he returned to his room, a group of people were already waiting in the living room. After seeing Chen, Chen immediately asked, "How did the discussion go?" Chen shook his head and said, "It didn't go well. I offered 10 saint crystals but he refused." Chen was shocked. There's actually such a person in this world. But he specifically asked for dazzling and Zambiu Howlin. What? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. That damn thing, I knew long ago that he wasn't a good person. The way he looked at Sir Dazzling before was strange, Huan Kai said angrily. Zambiu Howlin's face suddenly turned pale. She did not expect the other party to make such a request. On the other hand, Dazzling's expression did not change much. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. "You agreed?" Chen looked at Chen and asked. Everyone else also looked at Chen. "I said I would consider it when I came back." Dazzling's expression did not change, but his mood became very low. Considering meant there was room for leeway. Was he going to repeat the same mistake again? Zambiu Howlin's expression changed, and no one knew what she was thinking in her heart. "Then what do you think?" Chen asked again. "I'm still thinking about it. I haven't decided yet, so I'm not going to ask you." Chen turned his head to look at Zambiu Howlin and asked, "You are more familiar with the star path. Do you think my situation is bad?" Then, Chen told her what he had done since he came to the star path. Although she knew some of it, she was still very surprised to hear that even the Luo family of the Rakshasa starfield had been wiped out by Chen. Seeing that Chen's serious expression did not seem to be joking, Zambiu Howlin also thought about it seriously and said, "The other things may not be serious, but the evil starfield is very serious. The attitude of the star path toward the cultivators of the life stars is unpredictable. Those overlords naturally have a great prejudice against the cultivators of the life stars because of what happened to your teacher. Now that we have proven the existence of the supervising emissary, they must know about this matter, but they didn't do anything about it. Obviously, they have tacitly agreed." After a pause, Zambiu Howlin continued, "Tacitly agreeing to this matter has proved their attitude toward the cultivators of the life stars. Obviously, they don't want them to continue walking on the star path. Death is the best ending. However, this time, what you did will undoubtedly affect the situation of this starfield. I believe that in the future, more cultivators from the life stars will come out from here and enter the star path to find opportunities. Do you think your situation is bad?" Chen pondered for a moment and said, "If you put it that way, it should be very bad. It's more than bad. It's simply not worth regretting your death," Zambiu Howlin said. However, he didn't pursue such a bad thing. Not only did he not want me to die, but he also wanted the 2 of you. He was even willing to give up 10 saint crystals. Why is that? Not only Chen was puzzled by this question, but the others were also puzzled. Could it be that he knows that Sir is too strong, so he just wants to leave after getting some benefits and then bring experts to kill Sir? Huan Kai murmured. Chen shook his head and said, "That's not very likely. Before he came, he should have already known everything, including my combat strength. In that case, it can only be explained that this matter is really not a big deal to him. It proves that his position in the family is very high, and he can say whatever he wants," Chen said. "Would a person with a very high position who can say whatever he wants be like this?" Chen asked back. "What do you mean?" Everyone did not understand what the other party meant. "You've seen Doff Hill of the Doff family. Although he's a little crazy, he's not so arrogant. He seems to act ruthlessly, but there's a reason for it. Do you believe that such a person would give up 10 saint crystals for 2 trivial women and end this matter so hastily?" Everyone fell silent. Few of the disciples of the great families with real potential are this kind of playboy. They all have great potential, and the real playboys are almost never the core of their families. Such a big matter is related to the future of the starfield. I believe it's absolutely not something that can be easily resolved, but he doesn't seem to care. There must be a reason. Everyone could guess this, but what was the specific reason? Chen smiled and said, "No matter what the reason is, we should take the initiative to take a look instead of being so passive and restricted." "What do you mean?" Chen and the others looked at Chen one after another. "That guy's attitude is too arrogant. I don't like it. Besides, why should I let him take my people away?" The smile on Chen's face disappeared and his tone became cold. Bei Shi Kang Hong. Yes. Bei Shi Kang Hong stood up. "Take some people to the residence of the Shadow Guards. Kill everyone, including the family members of the two saints, but remember to bring back their souls. I want to search their souls." "Yes." Bei Shi Kang Hong was shocked by Chen's actions, but he did not raise any objections. In his heart, of course, he did not want his master to be taken away. "Send a few more people. I don't want anyone to leak the news," Chen deliberately reminded. Bei Shi Kang Hong nodded and left. Everyone else looked at Chen in a daze, especially Zonbiyu Hao Lin. The expression on her face was indescribably complicated. She was surprised, touched, and worried. "What do you mean?" Chen looked at Chen in surprise. "Perhaps he does have a powerful force behind him, but he's underestimating me if he thinks he can scare me with just one person. Not to mention 2 women, even if he wants 2 men, it's absolutely impossible. He can just send an army." Chen's words had already made his attitude clear. The other saints nodded. They were not willing to be controlled like this. Wasn't it just a battle? They were not afraid. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. "Sir, Sir Will summons you." Chen smiled coldly. As the door opened, his expression had returned to normal. He looked at the Shadow Guard saint behind the guard and said, "Didn't you say you would give me a day to think about it? Why did you summon me?" "Sir said he can't wait and wants your answer now. If you agree now, this matter will end. If you don't, then he will turn around and leave. I believe it won't be long before the Huati clan's army comes and razes this place to the ground," the saint said indifferently. "All right, then let's go see Sir Will together." The two walked towards Will's residence. After seeing each other, Will said coldly, "What do you think?" "I'm still thinking," Chen replied. "I don't have so much time to wait. Give me an answer now. Either agree or be destroyed," Hotwell said impatiently. "Then I choose not to agree," Chen said indifferently. "There is no such choice, unless you choose to be destroyed." Hotwell looked coldly at Chen. Chen smiled and said, "Not agreeing doesn't mean I will be destroyed." With that, Chen took out the Cosmos Origin Cauldron and released a ray of energy, forming a light shield to seal this place. "Chen, don't mess around. It's just 2 women. Do you have the heart to see the others be destroyed with you?" The 2 saints knew what had happened and their expressions changed. One of them shouted at Chen. "I, Chen, will never be threatened. Not to mention 2 women, I won't even give you 2 Heaven Realm experts. The Huati clan, right? I want to see what's left of you after the battle back then." Chen's expression became extremely cold and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Chen, Brilliant and the others turned into rays of light and appeared beside Chen, their gazes cold. When the arrogant Hotwell saw this scene, he finally put away his arrogant expression. Chapter 22:18. Looking at these saints and feeling their murderous intent, Hotwell could no longer be arrogant. With a gloomy expression, he said in a low voice, "Chen, what do you want?" This situation was obviously beyond expectations. It was out of control. Not obeying the supervisory order and not fearing the supervisory envoy. This should be the first unexpected situation in hundreds of thousands of years after the Wuji era. This was like a cultivator with the Wuji sect's token with a special mission to patrol the sacred land. All the forces would treat the envoy with respect and worship. They would be careful when speaking. No matter how unreasonable the request was, no one dared to oppose it for the sake of the entire family. Over time, this would become a habit. The envoy was used to no one objecting, but now there were voices of opposition. Just like the imperial envoy, who entered the nest of traitors and spoke in the name of the emperor, obviously no one obeyed. Now, Chen was the voice of opposition. He was also the traitor. At this moment, The two saints were extremely frightened. Things had indeed developed in the worst possible way. They had already felt that this envoy was unreliable, and he had come too quickly. Now, it was all over. Maybe this special envoy could live, but the two of them could barely be considered as followers. There was no way they could survive. Zichen took a step forward, and the saint power in his body surged. He said coldly, "What do you want to do? Can't you see? I'm going to kill you. Then you're ready to go to war with the Huati family." Hotwell's voice was still cold and calm, without a trace of panic. "If the Huati family has a saint king, I'll turn around and run. If there is no saint king, I'll kill a saint. If a group of them comes, I'll kill a group of them," Zichen said coldly. Hotwell laughed sarcastically and said, "Then I'll have to disappoint you. The next one to come should be a supreme saint, the strongest in this world." From Hotwell's expression, it was impossible to tell whether this was true or not, but it was meaningless. Since it was 100% impossible to hand him over, then they could only fight. In this situation, there was no need to talk about a one-on-one battle. Joining forces to end the battle quickly was the way to go. Send the signal quickly. At this moment, Hotwell's shocked expression finally changed. He formed a seal with both hands, forming an energy barrier in front of him. His figure directly retreated backward as he shouted. The two saints reacted quickly as well. They condensed saint power energy in their palms and shot it into the sky. Right now, there shouldn't be any shadow guards left alive in the entire Nephers starfield. "Your signal is useless." A cold voice suddenly sounded in front of the two of them. It was Xing Chen who had already rushed over. Above the two of them, below the light shield, a star map appeared. Every star in the star map was emitting a bright light. The energy shot up from the two saints' fingertips and landed on the star chart, causing the star chart to shake. It was like the surface of a calm lake, causing ripples to form on the chart. These two energies dissipated amidst the vibrating ripples. Following which, the map glowed brightly, and a 7-star seal descended from the sky, shrouding the two of them. When the 7-star seal descended, the few saints behind Xing Chen swarmed forward. In this not too spacious living room, there were more than 10 saints. A few of them were controlling the saint power to seal the energy fluctuations in the room, preventing it from leaking out. The others were all attacking. "Where do you think you're going?" Hotwell, who was retreating, suddenly heard Zichen's voice behind him. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He immediately turned around and punched at Zichen's face. This punch was full of power, and it directly hit Zichen. Wherever it passed, the space was distorted, forming a terrifying energy fluctuation. However, in the face of such an attack, Zichen only slowly stretched out his hand, and his saint power gathered on his palm. Just like that, Hotwell's powerful punch was easily caught by Zichen. The powerful energy contained within the punch seemed to have dissipated due to the terrifying power formed by Zichen's bending of his fingers. Hotwell felt a sharp pain coming from his fist that was caught by Zichen. His expression twitched, and cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. Before he came, he knew that Zichen was very powerful, but he did not expect him to be so strong. He was defeated in just one blow. In his eyes that were filled with pain, a cold light suddenly flashed. His left hand condensed a long sword made of saint power, and he slashed it towards Zichen's neck viciously. In the face of this attack, Zichen's expression did not change. He only gently raised his right arm. "You're courting death." Hotwell endured the pain and shouted coldly. In his opinion, Zichen was overestimating himself by blocking his attack with his arm. Peng! A violent tremor suddenly rang out. Hotwell felt as if his saber had struck a divine stone. The powerful rebounding force had not only shattered his saber, but the enormous force had also nearly split open the web between his thumb and forefinger. He felt a sharp pain in the web between his thumb and index finger on his left hand, but it was still fine. However, the right fist that Zichen had grabbed suddenly emitted the sound of frying beans. That was the sound of the bones in his right hand being crushed by Zichen. The pain caused by this kind of shattering was heart-wrenching. Zichen had used a lot of power in this attack. Not only was his right hand shattered, but his right arm was also shattered. The heart-wrenching pain continued to come and was infinitely magnified. Hotwell could no longer hold it in. He opened his mouth and let out a scream. His eyes were full of fear and pain. Even tears flowed out of his eyes. He had completely lost his mental state. Zi-Chen looked at him indifferently. The corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile. Since you don't want to let me have an easy time, then you won't have an easy time. Zi-Chen, I am from the Hotwell family. If you kill me today, in the future. The sharp pain came again. This time, it was Zi-Chen who pressed on his right shoulder. His 5 fingers pierced in like an eagle's claw. As for Hotwell's right arm, only the outer layer of skin was intact. It was swaying in front of him. The threat that was about to come out of his mouth could no longer be said. Hotwell, who was drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly begged, Zi-Chen, let me go. Let me go and this matter is over. In the future, we will not interfere with each other's business. Zi-Chen looked at him indifferently and asked, really? Hotwell's eyes lit up as he said, really, this matter is over. Just pretend that I never came here and never met you. Then I'll let you go. As Zi-Chen's voice fell, he really let go of Hotwell. This made Hotwell stare blankly, somewhat in disbelief. Zi-Chen looked at him and said indifferently, this is what you said. Don't forget it. I said it, I said it. Hotwell hurriedly nodded, but his heart was greatly relieved. Then, he endured the pain coming from his right arm and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with his left hand. However, before he could completely exhale, he seemed to have guessed something. His expression changed again. He turned around and saw Brilliant standing behind him. He saw the other party's exquisite and perfect face. He saw a dazzling golden light appear in front of him. Before he could raise his guard again, the golden light entered his sea of consciousness without warning. After which, it abruptly pierced toward his soul. The pain was 10 times more intense than before. Hotwell's vision darkened, and he almost fainted. Brilliant nodded at Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen raised his hand and shot out a beam of energy, which landed on Hotwell's body. Hotwell's body instantly exploded, turning into dust and dissipating, leaving behind only a lonely soul. It struggled in the golden light, appearing to be in great pain. His eyes were filled with despair and pleading, and there was no longer any trace of arrogance in them. Zi-Chen's objective was not just to kill Hotwell. He also wanted to obtain Hotwell's memories and see what was left of the Hotwell clan. The souls of disciples from large organizations were all very special. If he forcefully searched their souls, he would not be able to obtain what he wanted. It might even cause their souls to explode. As such, Brilliant suddenly invaded Hotwell's soul when he was completely relaxed and searched through his memories. As for the other side, the battle ended very quickly. Xing Chen killed 2 saints and left their souls behind so that Brilliant could search their souls. Just as Zi-Chen made his move, the other dark guards who were left here were immediately controlled by Huan Kai and his men. Then, according to Zi-Chen's instructions, they left their souls behind and destroyed their bodies. In the Nephers starfield, there was a small transit planet that connected many planets. There was a trading ground on it. This place used to be controlled by the Norman clan, but now it belongs to the Bexy clan. No one knew that on this not-so-large transit planet, there was a Shadow Guard base. All the information gathered by the Shadow Guards over the years would be sent to this place at the first possible moment, and then passed on to the other starfields from here. Time was of the essence. Bexy Kanghong, who had personally rushed here, did not care about shocking the world. He brought a group of experts and barged into this place. Following a shout to eradicate the remnants of the 2 great families, the silence was once again broken. The cultivators from the Bexy clan were like wolves and tigers. After rushing in, they began a frenzied slaughter. Such a commotion quickly alarmed the other cultivators. They appeared one after another, their faces filled with fear and unease. This place had just recovered from the chaos not long ago. Hearing the shouts from the slaughter, some cultivators couldn't help but curse. Those damned remnants of the 2 great families, why did they come here for? After seeing the saints in the group, their hearts were filled with curiosity. They all guessed what kind of remnants were left here to alarm so many saints. On this day, 5 saints came to this small transit planet and left after killing some of the remnants. No one knew that the dead remnants were the dark guards of the Nephers star. Chapter 22:19. Saint-level souls. Especially the souls of saints in the big aristocratic families. Zichen didn't have the ability to completely investigate. So the main task of soul-searching fell on Dazzling. Xing Chen's attainments in the soul weren't weak either. He was responsible for searching for the souls of those pseudo-saints. As for Zichen, he was searching for the souls of those half-saints and heavenly realms. Soul-searching was much more reliable than information obtained through torture. As Zichen continued to soul-search, gradually, he found out more about the locations of the dark guards in this star field. Zichen could even see their faces. In this star path, no one had ever had the idea of attacking the secret guards. Even Wuji didn't attack the secret guards back then. They had always been in the shadows. No one knew of their existence. But this time, Hotwell brought the secret guards out of the dark into the light. Coincidentally, Zichen saw through it again. So the entire huge secret guard communication network. It was unreservedly displayed in front of Zichen. Continuous soul-searching. Even with Zichen's perfect spiritual senses. He couldn't hold on any longer. But in this star path, it was known as the most powerful force. Zichen had to be cautious. Basai Kang Hong. Following Zichen's summon, Basai Kang Hong came to Zichen's room. Zichen passed on a spiritual sense memory to him. He said, "Send someone to bring these people back. Dead or alive. As long as the memory is intact." Yes. Basai Kang Hong went to carry out Zichen's order. Next, they would catch all the secret guards here in one fell swoop. Other than that, in Zichen's plan, the secret guards in the other starfields wouldn't be spared either. Since he wanted to kill them, then he would kill them all. After giving all the orders, Zichen quietly waited for news from Dazzling. 2 days later, Dazzling walked out of the room. His face was unhealthily pale. Obviously, he was mentally and physically exhausted. Looking at Dazzling, who walked into the room, Zichen and the others were chatting. Their expressions turned serious. He stared at Brilliant. He was looking forward to it. He took in everyone's expressions. Brilliant shook his head and said, "It's about the Hort clan. I can't find it. It's as if everything related to the Hort family has been forcibly erased." "Nothing at all?" Zichen asked doubtfully. Brilliant said, "It's not like we didn't gain anything. From his memory, I can see that he is not a true core disciple. At the very least, his status in the Doff family was incomparable to Doff Hill's. He could only be considered a collateral descendant. He left the Hort family very early on. When he left, he received a supervising envoy token. After that, he ran amok in this star path. As for who gave him the supervising envoy token, I can't see it. He heard the secret guard's message from Chengda Star region. So he came alone. For the sake of face. He took the initiative to bring along the secret guards here. Oh, by the way, in his memory, there are memories of your teacher going to the Hort family. But there's no clear picture. It's more like hearsay. He shouldn't have participated in that battle. He didn't see it with his own eyes. So there's no hatred for your teacher in the depths of his soul. Instead, he's full of reverence. This also explained why after Hotwell knew that Zichen was Wuji's disciple, he didn't show any hatred. He even had thoughts of wanting Zichen dead. Zichen, who was still a little nervous at first. Now, his expression was a lot more relaxed. He said, "So, he hasn't contacted the Hort family for a long time. To be precise, he couldn't contact the Hort family. He didn't even know how to go back. He can run amok with the token. He didn't think of going back." Obviously, this matter was suppressed in Chengda Star region. The Hort family didn't know about this. Even if he killed Hotwell, the Hort family didn't know who killed him. And the Hort family's situation. It should be the Doff family. No one would be able to come out in a short time. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The other party came this time. It was purely a coincidence. If Zichen really let him take Brilliant and Zambu Howlin away, then he could only suffer in silence. The other party didn't want to do anything to him, or had the ability to do anything to him. This matter was a false alarm. This guy was too daring. He dared to cheat in front of Zichen. But this matter violated the rules of the Star Road after all. Once those two aristocratic families walked out from the shadows and into the light, they would definitely deal with this matter again. That would be the real disaster. Before the disaster came, what Zichen could do, that was to eliminate all the Dark Guards. In this way, the two big families couldn't get any news. Even if they came out, they couldn't do anything to him for the time being. Oh right. When I was searching his soul, I also got an interesting piece of news. It was said that Hotwell came to Chengde Star region this time. He heard that some kind of treasure was born in this star region. Brilliant's expression also relaxed a lot. At this moment, he chuckled. Zichen heard it. He asked curiously, what treasure? He didn't know the details himself. He hadn't gone to investigate yet. He just received such news. So he came here first. Chengde Star region was the next star region. The cultivators on the life stars who had been training in the Star Road these years. Except for Lei Dong and the others. No one had been able to go in there alive. He didn't know if Lei Dong and the others were still in that star region. But Zichen had to go and find them. Not for other reasons. Just for the heavenly thunder wings. For the Thunder Clan's extreme speed. Next. It was a big move against the secret guards. Zichen sent Xingchen to Dei Star region to contact Zambu Haoming. He asked him to secretly bring people to monitor those secret guards, so that he could kill them all. Of course. The souls of those secret guards couldn't be destroyed. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to find the secret guards hidden in Zambu Star region. This was a relatively slow process. Because he had to find the contact between the two star regions. Then he could follow the vine to the melon. Find the others. Fortunately, everyone had enough time to do this. For a long time. In these star regions, he would search the soul and kill the secret guards. As for how fierce the battle was, let's not talk about it for now. In short, after a bloodbath, in these star regions, there were no more secret guards. Even if a few were lucky enough to survive, their connection points were broken, and they couldn't transmit any useful information. The situation in the Sin Star region, it had completely stabilized. Everything that happened next, just develop according to the normal situation. Whether Zichen would stay here, for this star region, it didn't have much meaning. After careful consideration, Zichen decided to go to Chengde Star region. But he didn't plan to bring a large group there. These people were willing to follow him. They were willing to follow him to explore the Star Road. But he couldn't keep them like pets. He took them out during the battle. When he wasn't fighting, he put them in the Universe Origin Cauldron. Zichen decided to leave these people behind. Not a single one. Let them develop here now. Adapt to the environment here. At the same time, he planned to build this place into a base that belonged to the Life Star. As for Man Shi and Shun Tiandao, after Zichen's big battle, he arranged for the two of them to go to the Yi Star region to find a clone. The two of them had strong battle power. Once they broke through to the Saint level, their battle power would naturally be stronger. When he decided to leave, Zichen wasn't sure whether to bring Xingchen or Dazzling. The two of them had strong battle power. There had to be one person guarding this place. Only then could Zichen rest assured when he left. But, who should go with him? Who should stay? Zichen hadn't made up his mind yet. On this day, Basai Kanghong came to look for Zichen. He gave Zichen a soul. The owner of the soul was a false saint. It was mainly responsible for contacting the secret guards in Chengde Star region. Zichen, who hadn't made up his mind yet. After seeing the soul of this false saint, he finally made up his mind. He looked at Basai Kanghong and said, "You've worked hard during this period of time." Basai Kanghong was in fear and trepidation. He kept saying that he didn't dare. He knew. In this team, Zichen was the real leader. His master, Dazzling, had to listen to Zichen. Zichen's words were indeed from the bottom of his heart. These days, he had always arranged for Basai Kanghong to do things. The other party was the master of this family. Just like his errand boy. I'll leave the matters here to you. Xing Chen will stay here to cooperate with you. You have to strive to control this star region as soon as possible. Then, get along with the cultivators from the Life Star. Zichen instructed. A hint of surprise flashed in Basai Kanghong's eyes. But he didn't ask anything else. He just nodded. I'm going to Chengde Star region. I'll take Ha Xiu, Mi Qing, and Meng Shan away. Dazzling will also go with me. As for Zichen's arrangement, no one had any objections. And Zichen considered leaving Xing Chen behind. It was also because the other party had some of the soul of the former star ancestor. As for dealing with these matters, it would seem very easy. As for Dazzling, a strong soul was useful to Zichen. In addition, she wasn't good at dealing with such tedious matters. Zichen chose to take her with him. It was worth mentioning. Zambu Haolin was full of adventurous spirit. She was almost unwilling to stay in the family for a moment. After hearing that there seemed to be a treasure in Chengde Star region, she was the first to clamor to go with Zichen. As for this, Zichen didn't object. There was an additional saint beside him. Naturally, his battle prowess would also be stronger. And that Zambu Haolin was even among the saints. Her battle strength was also very high. Other than that, Zichen asked Basai Kanghong and the other two to leave with him. This surprised the three of them. They were also very happy. In addition to the soul being controlled, they didn't have any losses. They even controlled this star region. And their master was Dazzling. During this time, Dazzling didn't make things difficult for them. Just as the six of them were about to leave, Huan Kai, on the other hand, was clamoring to follow Zichen. He said that Zichen needed a handyman by his side. And it was precisely Huan Kai who was qualified for this task. Bring a saint to do chores. Zichen smiled when he heard this. He left all the saints here. There were more than a dozen of them. Bringing Huan Kai along wasn't a big deal. So he brought the other party along. They arrived at the edge of the Sin Star region. Huan Kai took the initiative to take out the saint-level aircraft. Zichen and the others boarded it. This Sin Star region was very unique. There were no teleportation arrays to other star regions. If they wanted to leave, they could only rely on the aircraft. However, just as they stepped into this star region, Zichen furrowed his brows. He looked in a certain direction. Chapter 2220. Zichen, who had left the Sin Star field. He didn't bring the universe origin cauldron with him. Instead, he left it to Xing Chen. Once something unexpected happened, those people could still enter it to hide. He believed that in this world, no one had been able to break through the defense of the universe origin cauldron. A group of 7 people. They arrived at the Chengde starfield. They stepped onto the first planet in this starfield. Just as they stepped on this piece of land, Zichen furrowed his brows. He turned his head and looked in a certain direction. Basai Meng Shan, who was at the side, said respectfully, "Sir, I'll go and investigate the situation here first." Zichen didn't respond. His gaze was fixed on a certain place. Everyone raised their heads to look at Zichen. They wondered why Zichen was absent-minded. However, after raising their heads, they saw it. On Zichen's body. Suddenly, the light of energy surged out. Streaks of lightning power spread out uncontrollably. This lightning power wasn't strong. It was only the energy of the heaven realm. But it was full of oppression. This caused their hearts to tighten uncontrollably. Huan Kai looked around. His expression was tense. He thought that there were enemies hiding in the dark. Boom. Violent energy was completely released from Zichen's body. His entire body had turned into lightning. Lightning snakes swam around his body. They were emitting a powerful aura. "Sir." Basai Meng Shan and the others watched this scene. They cried out in worry. At this moment, Chen. He didn't seem to be in a good state. His eyes. He was still staring in a certain direction. But there was no spirit in his eyes. He was completely absent-minded. He would say that. The situation in front of him. It wasn't Chen's intention. It was deliberately emitted. He looked at the changes in Chen. Brilliant's heart stirred. He seemed to have guessed the reason. Buzz. Chen was surrounded by raging lightning. There was a tremor. An imprint that was emitting a dazzling golden light. It appeared between Chen's eyebrows. It was a lightning mark. It was clear. It was dazzling. Powerful. The mark of the Thunder King clan. It seems like the Thunder King clan is in this starfield. Brilliant said after seeing the mark that suddenly appeared on Chen's forehead. He had already guessed the reason for Chen's sudden abnormality. My lord. Master. Quan Kai anxiously transmitted to Chen. At this moment, Chen. His entire body seemed to have evolved from lightning. The lightning mark between his eyebrows became very glaring. The power of thunder was already oppressive to begin with. After the thunder mark appeared, its power seemed to have increased by a large margin. It actually made these saints feel an intense sense of danger. Chen's face was no longer visible. The lightning imprint became the dominant force. Such a turn of events. It attracted the attention of the cultivators in the distance. But sensing the oppressive feeling coming from the space, they did not dare to rashly go forward. Everyone transmitted their voices. Chen seemed to be unable to hear them. This situation continued. It lasted for a full hour. In the distance, many foreign clans had already gathered. They looked in this direction curiously. The lightning mark between Chen's eyebrows gradually dimmed. The lightning on his body also slowly dissipated. His figure reappeared. The mark between his eyebrows was not completely hidden. It was like a brand that was imprinted between Chen's eyebrows. An inexplicable aura fluctuated. It was emitted from his body. Let's go to that place. Chen raised his hand. He pointed to a certain place. His words were filled with an undeniable tone. The direction that Chen pointed to. It was not a certain direction on this planet. It was a certain direction in the entire starfield. The lightning imprint was automatically activated. Chen felt a kind of summoning. It was a kind of summoning that came from the depths of his bloodline. Quan Kai's holy aura was emitted. His eyes coldly swept across the surroundings. Wherever the holy aura passed, the foreign clan's expressions changed drastically. They kept retreating backward. They released their spiritual senses. They quickly retracted them. Quan Kai learned that he had found the teleportation array here. After that, the group walked towards the teleportation array. Chen did not speak along the way. He was in silence. His expression could not tell whether he was happy or angry. Now he was sure. The Thunder Clan's foundation was here. He just did not know the situation of the Thunder Clan. He saw the situation of the other three royal clans. Chen was not optimistic about the Thunder Clan's situation. According to that call, Chen and the others were in the process of moving forward. They discovered that there were actually many cultivators going the same way as them. They only released a holy aura. Chen had obtained all the clues he needed. The final destination of these people. It was a planet with a supreme treasure. As for what supreme treasure was on that planet, no one knew. No one could even say for sure. They only knew that a supreme treasure was born there. This news had already spread throughout the Chengda starfield. Many foreign clans were rushing towards that place. They were constantly traveling together. Even later on, it was Chen and the others who followed those people. Chen was completely sure. The direction they were heading. It was the planet where the Thunder Royal clan was. Supreme treasure. What supreme treasure could there be there? Chen's first thought was. It was something on the God of Heaven. That was the mission of the Thunder Royal clan when they left the Life Star. It should be considered a supreme treasure. Other than that, Zichen couldn't think of any other treasures that the Thunder Clan had that these foreign races could use. Take his heavenly thunder wings for example. He gave it to those foreign clans. They might not be able to control it. Even if they forcefully controlled it, they would not be able to unleash the true power of the heavenly thunder wings. In the constant teleportation, Zichen passed through the thunder mark between his eyebrows. He felt that the call was getting stronger and stronger. He knew that he was about to reach a place. After 3 teleportations, Zichen came to a planet. This planet was filled with rich lightning power. Stepping on this land, he felt that the lightning power in his body became more active. In the distance, there were many cultivators. They were all here to search for treasures. In a place even further than these cultivators, it was a city that emitted the light of lightning. In the sky above the city, there was a huge whirlpool spinning. Light flickered in the whirlpool from time to time. Bolts of lightning appeared from the whirlpool one after another. They landed in the city. It was a boundless pressure. It came from afar. It made all the cultivators who sensed this pressure. Their faces couldn't help but turn pale. Those cultivators who came to search for treasures. They all stood far away. Their gazes were looking in the direction of the city. They didn't attack the city immediately. Surging holy power fluctuations were circulating. Below the city, holy light kept shining. From time to time, there were loud shouts. Thunderclap, ninth heaven. A somewhat familiar cold shout came from afar. He saw that in the sky outside the city. Suddenly, a whirlpool appeared. From this whirlpool, there was a rumbling sound of thunder. Bolts of lightning came one after another. It was like a thunder dragon poking its head out. Because the lightning power was too rich. It was also the foundation of the Thunder Clan. This thunder dragon seemed to be very powerful. It emitted a majestic aura. It made people terrified. Looking at this extremely familiar scene, Zichen's expression was a little absent-minded. He was a little surprised. He was a little absent-minded. He was also a little glad. This was Thunderclap Ninth Heaven. He had seen it in the Jianwu continent. It was just that it wasn't that powerful back then. The person standing below the whirlpool. He also knew him. He was Lei Dong, whom Zichen was deliberately looking for. He was also an existence that he had to kill. What Zichen didn't expect was that he had just arrived at this star field. He had just arrived here. He saw Lei Dong. And it was Lei Dong at the saint level. These cultivators didn't attack the ThunderClan city for a long time. It wasn't because of the whirlpool above the city. It was because of Lei Dong standing in front of the city. With his own strength, he blocked the footsteps of all the foreign races. And at this moment, in front of Lei Dong, there were 2 foreign races standing there. They were also saints. I didn't expect you to be here. He looked at the sky. He looked at the lightning flashing around his body. He was like Lei Dong of a war god. Zichen muttered to himself. His expression was indescribably complicated. His eyesight was not bad. His spiritual senses were also very strong. Naturally, he saw on the city wall. When the people of the Thunder Clan looked at Lei Dong, their eyes were filled with worship and anticipation, apprehension and nervousness. Obviously, the other party was no longer that hateful Lei Dong. It was Lei Dong who protected the Thunder Clan. This made Zichen not know how to kill him. He stood there. He was silent. Right in front of Lei Dong, the 2 foreign race saints standing there. They raised their heads and looked at the whirlpool of lightning. They couldn't help but frown. Then the 2 of them looked at each other. Their hands began to form seals. Around the 2 of them, energy burned. A fierce tiger image formed on the surface of their bodies. These 2 tigers were almost exactly the same. The tiger's roar spread throughout the world. The sound waves formed spread in all directions. It brought along a sky full of smoke and dust. He didn't know if it was because the power of thunder here was too strong. There was also lightning flashing on the surface of the 2 tigers' bodies. Fall. Accompanied by Lei Dong's cold shout. The thunder dragon appeared from the whirlpool. He quickly descended to the ground. An earth-shaking tiger roar sounded. The two tigers, one on the left and one on the right. They rushed towards Lei Dong. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder fell first. It landed on the two ferocious tigers. The power of thunder exploded from within. It produced a series of violent sounds. The light of thunder. It filled everyone's sight. Lei Dong's figure disappeared. The two tigers were also drowned by many thunderbolts. Along the way, they could only hear angry tiger roars. No one could see clearly what was happening on the battlefield. Violent energy fluctuations. It made them retreat in horror. Looking forward. Zichen's expression became more complicated. Because he had already found out. There were already two foreign race saints' bodies on the ground. The sound of energy explosion disappeared. The violent energy dissipated. Everyone's sight returned. Lei Dong was still standing between heaven and earth. His robe was torn in many places. There were also a few obvious claw marks on his chest. They seemed to be left by the two saints. The two saints retreated. They showed their human forms again. There were more wounds on their bodies. There was still the power of thunder raging on those wounds. He looked at the two coldly. A light flashed in Lei Dong's hand. There was an additional spear that emitted a dazzling light. Chapter 22-21. It was quiet all around. The cultivators who came to search for treasures were all stunned as they watched the battle between two saints. However, even though it was 1 against 2, the two saints still suffered heavy injuries. Looking at Lei Dong, who was charging at them with a spear, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the two saints. The light in their hands changed, and two saint power swords appeared. The two of them tapped their feet in the air, and like two rays of light, they charged at Lei Dong as one with their swords. Light flashed and shone brightly. There was thunder saint power and other saint power. The two of them passed by each other. Lei Dong stopped 100 meters away, his back facing the two saints who had stopped as well. The spear in his hand flashed with lightning, and drops of saint blood dripped down. One of the two saints from before slowly lowered his head and saw that his chest had been pierced through by the spear. Blood flowed out from the wound, and his movements became extremely slow. His face was filled with unwillingness, and there was a touch of fear in his eyes. His body leaned backward and fell straight to the ground. One of the two saints had died. The other one slowly turned around and stared at Lei Dong, whose back was still facing him. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he charged forward again. Puff! The shadow of the sword pierced Lei Dong's back, completely piercing through his heart. The joy that had just appeared on the saint's face instantly froze. Puff! A spear flashing with lightning appeared behind him and pierced through his chest. In front of the saint, Lei Dong's figure slowly dissipated. As the second saint fell to his death, Lei Dong's body shook slightly in the air, and the spear in his hand turned into light and dissipated. He used his right hand to cover the deep wound on his left arm that had almost cut off his arm. Streaks of thunder power flowed through his palm into the wound, and slowly healed it. After only 3 breaths, Lei Dong let go, and no longer cared about the wound that had barely stopped bleeding. His cold gaze swept across the entire area, and his cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. Who else? Hearing this soul-shaking voice, many of the foreign race cultivators subconsciously retreated. Their cultivation levels were too low, and they were only in the heaven realm. How could they dare to show off in front of a saint? Even if this was an injured saint. His gaze swept across the crowd, intimidating everyone present. Some of the saints' expressions changed slightly, evidently hesitant. Lei Dong's body slowly landed in front of the city. His indifferent voice rang out again. Although I have said many times that there is no treasure here and it is just a scam, since you insist on coming, I, Lei Dong, will accompany you to the end. If you want to enter the city, you have to go through me first. He was bathed in blood and there were 4 saint corpses at his feet. In the eyes of the world, he looked like a demon god. The crowd was silent, as if everyone was stunned. At this moment, Lei Dong's face flushed red. He was unable to endure and directly coughed out a mouthful of blood. Spitting out a mouthful of blood seemed to have affected his injuries. His body trembled slightly, and the corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably. He had already killed 4 saints today and was about to reach his limit. One of the hesitant saints also walked out slowly after seeing Lei Dong cough up blood. He stopped 100 meters away from Lei Dong and said indifferently, "You are already an arrow at the end of its flight. If you continue to hold on, you will die a horrible death." On the city wall, a dignified voice rang out. "Lei Dong, come back." Lei Dong didn't turn around. He knew that he couldn't go back. More and more alien races were coming. If he couldn't stop them, the city behind him was destined to be destroyed. Those from the Thunder Clan in the city were destined to die. The thunder spear that had just disappeared reappeared in his hand. He looked at that saint and said coldly, "Cut the crap. If you want to die, come." The saint laughed coldly and rushed toward Lei Dong. Lei Dong held the thunder spear and flapped his thunder wings. In the crowd, many saints watched this scene indifferently, without any change in expression. As for the Heavenly Realm experts, they were watching the battle in horror. After 15 minutes, the battle ended. That saint fell into a pool of blood. Lei Dong's abdomen was completely penetrated. He used the thunder spear to support his body, not letting himself fall. Sweat mixed with blood dripped from his forehead, dripping onto the dark red ground that seemed to have been soaked in blood. During this period of time, countless foreign races had died at his hands, and the number of saints had almost reached double digits. But today, Lei Dong slowly turned his head and looked at the cold figures in the crowd. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. These saints were all like idiots. Their brains were all one-track minded and they probably wouldn't leave. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to continue protecting the Thunder Clan. Luckily, Lei Dong didn't continue thinking because another saint walked out of the crowd. His eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. He stopped in front of Lei Dong and said, "I'll kill you, then kill my way into the city." Lei Dong knew that it was useless to try to persuade them. These people were all idiots. They were just like Zi Chen. Lei Dong hated Zi Chen and felt disgusted. Since he hated them, he could only kill. In his body, the saint-level thunder force slowly flowed around his body, healing his injuries. The light around his body became brighter and brighter. In the end, it was as dazzling as thunder. Another battle began. "Lord." Huan Kai looked at Zi Chen in confusion and called him Lord countless times. Zi Chen's expression was calm, but he was in a dilemma in his heart. He did not say a word. Guang Yarrow, who could tell what was going on, also chose to remain silent. Along the way, Zi Chen's character was gentle and full of responsibility. He had made great contributions to the Life Star. But this time, when he came to the Thunder Clan, he showed an extremely rare cold side. There must be some kind of grudge. If it was not against the Thunder Clan, then it was against the Thunder Clan saint. This time, the battle lasted for an hour. The saint collapsed and died. Lei Dong sat on the ground. His injuries were very serious, and he looked like he had no more strength to fight. On the city wall of the Thunder Clan, many Thunder Clan cultivators' eyes were red. They looked at the scene unwillingly, and their eyes were filled with worry for Lei Dong. Lei Dong, who was covered in blood and could not stand up, still said coldly, "Who else?" Lei Dong was already seriously injured, but he still killed 2 saints. Now that he could not stand up, no one dared to underestimate him. There were many saints present. Some of them were shocked by Lei Dong's current state of mind, but there were still some who looked cold. 2 of them walked out from the crowd. They were obviously worried that Lei Dong, who looked like he was about to die, would explode with powerful killing power again, so they chose to attack together. Lei Dong's expression did not change. He gritted his teeth and supported the thunder spear. He tried to stand up, but he did not succeed after a few tries. He smiled faintly and said, "I can also kill while sitting down." Seeing Lei Dong like this, Zi Chen, who was in a dilemma, finally decided to abandon everything else and focus on protecting the Thunder Clan first. He let out a long sigh and stepped forward. The 2 saints were also moving forward, but their speed was not fast. They released their saint aura, as if they wanted to put more pressure on Lei Dong. But Lei Dong was expressionless. His seriously injured body was trying to gather new Thunder Saint energy. Since he had decided to show up, Zichen's speed was a little faster. Soon, he walked out of the crowd. On this battlefield, there was a fourth person. Everyone's eyes fell on Zichen. After sensing Zichen's aura, which was obviously from the Lifestar, they were all stunned. Who is he? He seems to be a Heaven Realm warrior. A Heaven Realm warrior coming out now, isn't he looking for death? Look at the mark on his forehead. It seems to be the same as the people here. Does he think that he can change everything by walking out? Whispers arose everywhere. Before he used his physical strength, Zichen was just a Heaven Realm warrior. No one thought that a Heaven Realm warrior could change anything. On top of the city wall, the other members of the Lei clan also noticed Zichen's existence. However, they were different from the foreign races. They were paying attention to the golden lightning imprint on Zichen's forehead. That was the highest grade imprint in the Lei clan. They didn't know Zichen's identity, but they knew that this young man with the golden mark wasn't ordinary. Walking out of the crowd, Zichen walked toward Lei Dong. Seeing this, the two alien tribe saints stopped in the distance. Unlike the others who stopped when they were still a distance away from Lei Dong, Zichen walked directly toward Lei Dong. When Lei Dong saw Zichen, his face didn't change much. He wasn't surprised or astonished, as if he already knew that Zichen would come here. However, his blood-covered face revealed a bloody sneer. Zichen stopped 3 meters away from Lei Dong. He looked at Lei Dong and said, "I've been here for a long time." Looking at Zichen's calm expression, the sneer on Lei Dong's face became more and more intense. He couldn't help but mock, "I already knew that you would come. I thought that you would only show up after I died, but you showed up earlier than I expected. As expected of Zichen, as expected of the idiot in my heart. I believe that although you were watching the battle earlier, you felt uncomfortable in your heart. Perhaps you were blaming yourself." Zichen was silent. Lei Dong suddenly laughed out loud, "Idiot, you are indeed an idiot. On the surface, you have killed countless people, but in your heart, you are still so weak. We are enemies, old enemies, and we will not rest until one of us is dead. You, an idiot, are actually hesitating and struggling. If I were you, I would wait and see, and then give the final fatal blow. Haha, idiot, now tell me why you're here. If you're here to kill me, although I can't wait to turn your bones into ashes and eat your flesh and drink your blood, I'll respect you from the bottom of my heart for what you've done today." Lei Dong looked at Zichen and said crazily, "Now tell me, are you here to kill me? Kill me like a man." Chapter 22:22. Lei Dong did not purposely suppress his voice. Everyone in the surroundings heard him clearly, after which, everyone was stunned. They thought that this person appeared to protect Lei Dong, or to protect the Lei clan. But from the conversation between the two, they seemed to be enemies, and there was an unresolvable hatred between them. Hearing Lei Dong's words, Huan Kai and the others finally understood Zichen's abnormality. The two were old enemies, and after meeting, they would not rest until one of them was dead. And Zichen's appearance was obviously not to kill this old enemy, but to save him. Save an old enemy. Such an action, how many people in the world could do it? Zichen looked at the laughing Lei Dong, but felt that it was not funny at all. He said calmly, "You had the chance to escape." Lei Dong's smile disappeared, and the mockery on his face was replaced by anger. "Why would I run? There are alien races everywhere. How is this F*Kingstar Road a place of opportunity? It's simply a land of death. No one can stop a saint. You could have escaped at any time, but you didn't. This is very different from my impression of you," Zichen said. Lei Dong's eyes showed mockery again. "This is why you changed your mind. Pretentious, you are too pretentious." Zichen looked at Lei Dong, and did not say a word. The surroundings were also silent. Everyone's attention was on the two, and even the two saints did not continue forward. "I am not as great as you say. I also wanted to run, but unfortunately, I owe someone a favor, and promised to protect this place." Lei Dong sighed. "You are indeed not as great as you say," Zichen said indifferently. "Of course, These promises are nothing. How could they be more important than life and death? The most important thing is that I have nowhere to run. This place is like AF** king cage, trapping all the cultivators from the life star here until you die. Otherwise, there will be battles wherever you go. Lei Dong sighed, if I keep running, it will become a habit, and I will lose all my courage. Before I kill you, I don't want to get used to running, and I'm too lazy to run. Luckily, I'll just stay here and do something stupid. I said you were an idiot before, but who knew that I would be an idiot this time too? Zichen did not reply. Instead, he turned around and looked at the two saints. Is your promise to protect the Thunder Clan? Now that I'm here, you can leave. Leave. If yours truly were to leave today, all of my good reputation would be taken away by you. Even though you are a little stupid, your brain is still sharp. You even know how to snatch my credit. Lei Dong laughed out mockingly once again. Your injuries are very serious. You will die if you don't leave. Hihi, ever since you appeared, yours truly was destined to die. After resting for a while, Lei Dong struggled to stand up using the thunder spear. He stood 3 meters behind Zichen, looking at Zichen's back with a cold smile. Zichen frowned and said, our grudges will be solved after we get back to the Life Star. This is the Star Road. We have a common enemy. Lei Dong shook his head slowly and mocked, I said that you were pretentious, but now I have to say that you are a little pedantic. Since it's a grudge, of course, it's better to solve it quickly. If you want to solve it after we get back to the Star Road, how much hatred will be squeezed out? Tell me, aren't you tired of living today? If we were in the same situation, I believe that I would have taken your head and started to search your soul. Zichen took a deep breath and said, you should leave. I won't kill you. I didn't expect that I would stand in the same position as the one I hate the most, the one I want to kill the most. Lei Dong shook his head, not answering Shi Yang's question. Then, he lifted his head to look at the endless void and used all of his strength to shout, Destiny, I never **king believed in it. But this time, I believe in it. I'm convinced. Then, he turned around to look at Zichen and said with envy, you're the one favored by destiny. You're so lucky. Zichen did not believe in fate, so he could not understand Lei Dong's crazy words. He was ready to end this conversation unilaterally. His body began to shine with golden light, and within the golden light, there was lightning swimming. The majesty of a saint appeared from Zichen's body and spread in all directions. A heaven realm warrior had become a saint in just a blink of an eye. Your body has become a saint. You're really lucky, Lei Dong murmured. Lei Dong muttered. He, who was supporting himself with his long spear, did not continue forward. An undetectable smile appeared in his eyes. His tensed heart seemed to have completely relaxed. Screams arose unceasingly. The change of Zichen's aura had shocked people. After the shock, people started to envy him. In this world, how many people could break through their physical body before their soul broke through to become a saint? Even if they became a saint, how many people could become a saint with their physical body? On the city wall, the people of the Thunder Clan cheered. Obviously, the Thunder Clan had another capable helper. Once he joined forces with Lei Dong, no one could threaten the Thunder Clan. Come on. Zichen looked at the two indifferently and said indifferently. The two saints looked at each other and rushed toward Zichen like two shooting stars. Zichen clenched his fists. His golden physical strength surged with lightning. In fact, the existence of these lightning bolts didn't mean much. But at this moment, since he had chosen to fight for the Thunder Clan, he naturally had to act more like one. The two saints had a saber and a sword in their hands. Carrying powerful saint power, they rushed toward Zichen. The sword light flashed and went straight for Zichen's forehead. Zichen clenched his fist and blocked with his left arm. Saint power surrounded his arm. Clang! The tip of the sword pierced the arm, producing a clanging sound. A huge repulsive force came from the arm and sent the saint flying with his sword. On the other side, the saber light swept down quickly and cut open the space with an indomitable force. This time, Zichen didn't block. Instead, he clenched his right fist and punched the energy saber. This punch was full of power. It instantly exploded the space and turned into a black hole. His physical body collided with the energy weapon. With a loud bang, the energy weapon exploded under Zichen's punch. Under the shocked expression of the opposing saint, Zichen's punch didn't slow down at all and landed on the saint's chest. Boom! A powerful explosion of energy sounded. The saint's defense was instantly shattered by Zichen's punch. The powerful force poured into the saint's chest and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The saint flew backward. Who knew how many of his ribs were broken? He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and shattered pieces of his organs. After losing with one punch, he stabilized himself and looked at Zichen with a face full of horror. "You're looking at the wrong place." A cold voice suddenly sounded from behind the horrified saint. The saint's expression changed drastically. He turned around in an instant and sent a palm strike behind him. The saint energy was like a huge wave as it flowed madly along the palm print. Under the saint's horrified expression, a fist emitting the light of golden lightning shattered his hasty palm strike. Then, with unstoppable force, it landed on his chest again. Hum! His entire body trembled at this moment. The powerful fist light directly penetrated his chest and flew into the distance. Everywhere it passed, a hole was punched in the void. The saint's body stopped in mid-air. He lowered his head and stared at his empty chest in disbelief. Not only had the punch destroyed his chest and organs, but the terrifying energy contained within had also entered his sea of consciousness and wreaked havoc on it. His immortal soul could not be quickly repaired under the destruction of this energy. In other words, the speed of destruction exceeded the speed of repair. The last trace of his soul was destroyed. The saint fell to the ground with a frozen expression of disbelief. He smashed into a spot not far from Lei Dong. He is indeed a heaven-defying being. He is really strong. Even if I was at my peak, I would not be able to defeat him. Sigh, this time, I did not die in vain. Lei Dong shook his head and sighed. He did not heal his injuries. Instead, he just watched the battle in the field. In just 2 punches, a saint was killed. The other saint had just stabilized his body and locked onto the direction of Zichen's real body. Looking at his companion who died so easily, his face was also filled with shock. He already had the intention to retreat. He retreated. He did not really want to escape, but he wanted to stall for time and wait for the new saint to join in. Among the crowd, the cold-faced saints had a change in expression. But without much hesitation, they immediately walked out and joined in the battle. Among them, 2 saints rushed towards Zichen. The remaining 3 saints stood in the distance and formed seals, preparing to use the heavenly path technique. Seeing that 5 saints had come out at once, including the one from before, there were 6 of them. Cries of surprise could be heard from the crowd. Lei Dong frowned in dissatisfaction and said, "What is going on? So many people have come to besiege me so quickly. Were they looking down on me earlier?" Lei Dong's muttering was purely to amuse himself in his final moments. No one would respond to him. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the sky, on Zichen. Huan Kai and the others were very anxious. They were also itching to go forward. "You guys don't have to take part in this battle for the time being." Zichen's voice resounded in everyone's sea of consciousness. This time, they were targeting the Lightning Clan. Clearly, it was not just the so-called treasure that no one knew about, but more like a conspiracy. If Brilliant and the others all rushed out at once, they were bound to scare away their opponents. Therefore, Zichen had to face this battle by himself. He also wanted to see where his limit was and how many saints he could kill. Light flashed under his feet. Amidst the exclamations of the Lightning Clan, Zichen charged towards the saint with an unimaginable speed. "Go to hell!" The saint roared as his sword pierced towards Zichen's face. The sword light flashed, reflecting the opponent's nervous and sinister expression. This time, Zichen did not block, but dodged to the side. In the eyes of the saint, his speed suddenly slowed down. Furthermore, his movements could not catch up with his thoughts. He watched as Zichen easily dodged the attack, then used his tightly clenched left fist to strike his chest. The saint's body, in an instant, bent like a shrimp, and then followed Zichen's slanted fist into the sky. Phut Saint blood sprayed out like a rain of blood in the sky. Chapter 22-23. Zichen's uppercut was quite ruthless. Although it did not penetrate the saint's body, it had severely injured him. His figure disappeared like a ghost, and in an instant, he appeared directly above the saint. His figure rose along with the saint. Boom! His body spun in mid-air, and he lifted his leg to kick the saint's waist. A violent energy exploded in his back, and the saint's bent body was forcefully stretched. His bones cracked, and his body crashed to the ground. A deep human-shaped crater appeared on the ground, and smoke and dust flew everywhere. The saint was lying there motionless, and his vitality was quickly draining away. After killing the second saint with one punch and one kick, the ThunderClan cultivators' exclamations of extreme speed control could be heard from the distant city walls. Of the 5 saints who appeared later, the 2 at the front wanted to save the saint, and then restrain Zichen together. But when they saw Zichen kill another saint so quickly, they slowed down slightly, and their expressions were somewhat hesitant. Zichen looked at the 2 with a cold smile on his lips, and he took the initiative to rush toward them. Damn it! The 2 cursed, but they had no choice but to face Zichen head-on. In their eyes, Zichen's speed was strange and unpredictable, but when he rushed forward, his momentum suddenly changed. He was like a huge ferocious beast, but also like a steady divine mountain, coming in a straight line. This momentum was violent and direct, and it was frightening. The 2 had no choice but to switch from offense to defense. They crossed their arms in front of their chests, and together, they propped up an energy shield to defend against Zichen's powerful momentum. Boom! Torrential energy surged. Zichen was like a meteorite, smashing into the defensive shield that the 2 had propped up. The shield shattered instantly, and at the same time, the powerful impact caused the 2 to involuntarily fly backward. Such a ferocious attack caused everyone outside the arena to be incomparably shocked. Originally, Lei Dong was able to kill several saints by himself, which had already shocked them. However, the current young man was even more powerful and frightening than Lei Dong. Suddenly, a rolling and dazzling ball of lightning appeared on the city wall in the distance. A figure appeared from the ball of lightning. It was a middle-aged man. He stood on the city wall with a dignified expression on his face. Seeing this middle-aged man, the surrounding ThunderClan cultivators immediately turned respectful and saluted him. Ignoring the saluting members of the ThunderClan, this middle-aged man stared at Zichen the moment he appeared. Lightning flashed in his eyes as if he was using some kind of secret technique to see through Zichen. To think that a perfect body has entered the sage realm. Seeing that Zichen had broken through the defenses of 2 saints without any injuries, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a strange light as he muttered to himself. A perfect body was a powerful body that was unique to life stars. It was considered one of the strongest body refining techniques. Once one's body entered the sage realm, one's combat strength would naturally be the strongest among those of the same level. After forcefully breaking through the 2 of them, Zichen's figure suddenly sped up. He used the 9 thunderbolts and instantly closed in on one of the saints. His powerful physical energy attacked the saint who had no time to resist. The surrounding space paused for a moment. The saint's face was filled with deep shock. His comprehension of extreme speed is unique. To be able to affect the operation of space. His comprehension is even higher than Lei Dong's. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect that the ThunderClan would have such a person after Lei Dong. The dignified middle-aged man nodded in appreciation. However, after seeing Zichen constantly using extreme speed and the mysterious power that deliberately targeted space, he said with disappointment, "What a pity. This extreme speed can only be used with the heavenly thunder wings to unleash the greatest power." The middle-aged man was a little regretful. He shook his head slightly. He knew that the heavenly thunder wings were in Lei Dong's hands. However, in the next moment, his face changed obviously. His eyes were filled with astonishment. On the battlefield, the heavenly thunder wings spread out from Zichen's back. Moreover, there were 6 of them. Silver light moved on the 6 wings, carrying some kind of intelligence. The heavenly thunder wings were the top treasure of the ThunderClan. There were 12 wings. Once the complete set was obtained, It would be the top treasure of the Thunder Clan or even the entire world. As a member of the Thunder Clan, this middle-aged man was very familiar with the heavenly thunder wings. He was afraid that he was the one who understood the heavenly thunder wings the most in this world. Today, the appearance of the 10-winged heavenly thunder wings surprised him a lot. Moreover, at first glance, he could see that the 6-winged heavenly thunder wings had the thunderwing heart, which was much more advanced than the 4 wings on Lei Dong's body. The Thunder Clan has such a person. The middle-aged man was bewildered. After displaying his extreme speed, Zichen's fighting competence had increased greatly. Soon, 2 explosions echoed in the sky. The 2 saints were blown away again. One was dead, and the other was wounded. 9 transformations of the spiritual python. At this moment, a cold shout came from the heavens. It was one of the 3 saints who had successfully formed the seal. A giant python that was hundreds of feet long appeared out of thin air. Its entire body was surging with the light of saint power. It was like a real python. Its body circled and filled the sky. A boundless pressure was released from the spiritual python's body. Its pair of bright yet cold eyes stared coldly at Zichen. Its humongous body moved in the sky, causing the entire sky to crumble, causing the snake's body to appear in a black hole of nothingness. Its head was raised high, and it let out a hiss. The sound formed a substantial wave that spread out. It was very harsh, causing many heavenly realm cultivators to retreat in fear. Some even fell to the ground and rolled around while screaming. Blood flowed out of their 7 orifices. The hiss grew louder and louder. In the end, the sound was loud and clear, like a dragon's roar. The first transformation of the 9 transformations of the spiritual python, the sound transformation. Only this loud dragon's roar was left in the world. Waves of substantial ripples began to attack indiscriminately with the spiritual python as the center. The sound wave attack entered Zichen's sea of consciousness. His perfect spiritual thoughts turned into a perfect light shield, blocking the sound wave attack. Although his soul was still in the heavenly realm, it was a perfect soul. Such an attack could not hurt him at all. He looked up at the hissing spiritual python and frowned. The thunder wings on his back flapped, and he began to charge forward in the sound wave. Spiritual python's second transformation. Seeing Zichen charge forward, the saint's expression was cold. He formed another seal. The spiritual python above his head looked down at Zichen, and a cold murderous intent flashed in its eyes. Its abdomen emitted a bright light, and then it began to bulge. It was as if something was trying to break out of it. With a loud sound, a dragon claw appeared from the bulging abdomen. This dragon claw only had 4 toes, and was not similar to the 5 claws that Zichen usually had. But this dragon claw was still terrifying. It pierced through space and grabbed at Zichen. Zichen's figure flashed, and he quickly dodged the attack. His figure soared into the sky, and his target was the saint. The seal in the saint's hand changed again. 3 dragon claws rushed out of the spiritual python's abdomen, one after another, towards Zichen. And between the 4 dragon claws, there was a mysterious formation that affected Zichen's speed. Wang. Zichen displayed his extreme speed. A mysterious energy spread out, shrouding the space, and fell on the 4 dragon claws. Just as the dragon claws were about to grab Zichen, their speed suddenly decreased. Zichen took the opportunity to pass through the dragon claws attack, and went straight for the saint. When he came close, he threw a powerful punch. Golden fist light shone. Through the shining fist light, Zichen saw a mocking expression on the saint's face. His figure distorted and dissipated, like an illusion. There was no need to guess where his real body was hiding. Zichen's face showed a hint of anger. He turned around in the air, clenching his right fist. Dazzling light emitted from his fist. At this moment, not only was his fist surrounded by saint power and lightning, but there was also another energy fluctuation that could not be described clearly. Under this fluctuation, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The expression of the middle-aged man who had been watching this scene on the city wall changed again. On the ground, Lei Dong, who was supporting himself with his spear, looked at Zichen, who was standing in the air and clenching his fist. He shook his head and said, "He's really not as good as you." Boom. The void shattered again. 4 dragon claws descended from the sky, grabbing at Chen. Chen's body tilted slightly. He clenched his fist and pulled it back. Then, he threw out a punch. A dazzling golden fistlight, surrounded by golden lightning, shot forward. The 4 dragon claws were the first to bear the brunt of this powerful punch. They did not even manage to pause for a moment before they were directly shattered. In the sky, the spiritual python suddenly let out a painful roar. After the golden fist shattered the dragon claws, it soared into the sky. With an indescribable power, it went straight for the spiritual python's head. The spiritual python was in pain. Its thick tail broke through the space and swept towards the golden fist. Boom! The powerful blow landed on the side of the fist. Not only did it not shake the fist, but it was also shattered by the rebound force. The fist's power did not diminish. It hit the spiritual python's head like a hot knife through butter. Boom! In the sky, there was a violent explosion of energy, followed by a shrill scream. The spiritual python's head exploded, and its body shattered. The saint's figure appeared from within. He screamed as he flew out. Wherever his body passed, a large blood-red river appeared in the sky. The saint's eyes were filled with shock and fear. He did not expect his opponent's attack to contain such terrifying power. If he had not been decisive, he would have died together with the spiritual python. Even so, he was still seriously injured. It would take at least a few decades for him to recover. Having just escaped death, before the saint could celebrate, he felt a sense of danger. Beside Chen, a small knife emitting a misty light flashed. Chapter 22-24. The saber spirit moved forward quickly, forming a blurry light. However, the saint power energy surrounding it was very obvious. Like a beam of light, he left Chen's side in an instant and flew to the heavily injured saint's side. Poof! The saint hurriedly put up a defense, but it was useless in front of the sword spirit. It was directly broken by the sword spirit and pierced through the saint's forehead. Another saint had died. The pupils of the dignified middle-aged man standing on the city wall abruptly shrunk when he saw this scene. He was all too familiar with that move. More accurately, it was a move that belonged to him. Back then, he had imparted this move to the sacred thunder beast. Furthermore, this move could only be learned by one person in the world. He had learned from Lei Dong that the sacred thunder beast was still alive. Therefore, it was obvious that the other party had obtained the sacred thunder beast's legacy. To be able to comprehend the thunder sword to this extent, this child is indeed extraordinary. The thunder sacred beast nodded in satisfaction. The sky trembled as the seals of the other 2 saints appeared. One of them was a huge seal that absorbed the essence of the world in the air. Its size continued to expand, like a mountain that was constantly growing. The other one summoned a saint sword. Although the saint sword was a manifestation of saint energy, the saint might within it was very terrifying. Everywhere it passed, the space was constantly torn apart. Among the 5 saints, there was an injured saint. He gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood condensed in front of him and did not dissipate. He reached out and drew in the blood, and a shining rune appeared from the blood. The moment the rune appeared, the world suddenly shook and then dimmed. The rune that was drawn with blood emitted a dazzling light, and the oppressive aura was suffocating. The expressions of the cultivators in the distance changed when they saw this attack. These attacks were all powerful heavenly path techniques. They were well known in the Chengde starfield and belonged to the powerful forces. Through these attacks, it was easy to guess the origins of these saints. They were all from the powerful forces in this starfield. Even the saints of the great powers had come, and they were willing to risk their lives just to enter the city. This caused others to guess that perhaps there really was some sort of precious treasure here. 3 attacks appeared in the sky, and they were the most powerful attacks of the 3 saints. For a moment, the sky lost its color, and energy surged wildly. Powerful and terrifying qi swept through the sky. Lei Dong stood on the ground. The remaining energy in his body was used to support a bolt of energy lightning. Until now, he still had no intention of retreating. He only wanted to see this final battle to the end. A powerful energy storm was wreaking havoc in front of the city, with Zi Chen at the center of the storm. Among the crowd, there were other saints who were quietly watching this scene. It was unknown whether it was due to some sort of self-confidence or other reasons, but no other saints stepped forward. Floating in the air, Zi Chen's body emitted 2 rays of light, 1 gold and 1 silver. The 2 rays of light transformed into 2 clones that stood beside Zi Chen. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the 2 clones began forming hand seals. Gold and silver lightning flashed and 2 runes appeared before the clones. That's Wuji's yin-yang technique. Could he have obtained Wuji's legacy as well? The middle-aged man mumbled to himself, evidently surprised. Just as the clones were forming the yin-yang technique, a long saber with a scabbard appeared in Zi Chen's hands. His left hand gripped the scabbard tightly while his right hand rested on the hilt of the saber. That's... Looking at the scabbard in Zi Chen's hands, the middle-aged man's face was filled with disbelief. Swish. Without any hesitation, Zi Chen drew his saber out of the scabbard. The shiny golden saber light slashed out at the blood mark in front of him. The rampaging energy of the heaven and earth came to a standstill the moment the saber light appeared. The blood mark was forcefully sliced apart by the saber light, and the saber light did not slow down at all as it streaked towards the severely injured saint. The saber light sliced through the saint's body, and a line of blood appeared from his forehead. The saint's expression froze up immediately as his body fell backward, and the shock in his eyes was fixed. Boom! The seal that had transformed into a mountain and the energy saint sword arrived before Zi Chen. When they met with the extreme yin and yang that had exploded, the yin and yang energies fused together, creating an even stronger destructive force. The 2 clones dissipated in an instant, and the yin and yang energies turned into an indiscriminate attack that spread out in all directions. Zi Chen's real body kept his saber and retreated backward. The spinning seal in the sky did not last long before it exploded. The destructive force that was formed was injected into the yin and yang energies, causing them to become even more violent. The saint's sword exploded as well, and the power of the saint within it was infused into it as well. The 4 attacks formed an even more terrifying energy in the middle of a stalemate. When it spread out, it attacked everything around it indiscriminately. Zi Chen retreated far away and was not injured at all. As for the 2 saints, their speed was slightly slower and they were directly engulfed by the violent energy. Zi Chen stood in the distance and looked coldly at the energy that had exploded in the sky. To be honest, the combat power of these saints was much weaker than Dofhill's clones. The only difference was that they had the advantage of numbers, and this was also the main reason why they had severely injured Lei Yidong. However, Zi Chen was not Lei Yidong. He was much stronger than Lei Yidong and had many tricks up his sleeve. He was not afraid of being surrounded like this. Unless they were all as strong as Lei Yidong, then Zi Chen would not hesitate to turn and flee. Unfortunately, they were not that strong. The foreign races in the distance saw Zi Chen standing in the air and watching this scene silently, and saw the 2 saints who had been swept away by the violent energy. They were speechless for a moment. 7 saints had surrounded Zi Chen, and in the blink of an eye, 5 of them had died. Now, only 2 were left, and these 2 were in a completely passive state. The cold-looking saints in the crowd shook their heads. Today's events had far exceeded their expectations. The 2 saints rushed out of the violent energy and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. This level of energy attack was enough to injure the 2 of them. Zi Chen, holding the scabbard, stared coldly at the 2 saints who had rushed out. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. His right hand landed on the hilt of his scabbard, and he pulled it out of the scabbard. A bright flash of the blade appeared and swept past the body of one of the saints. Faced with this attack, the injured saint was on guard, but he was powerless to block it. Without looking at the outcome of this attack, Zi Chen kept his sword and rushed towards the second saint. His extreme speed coupled with Zi Chen's powerful physical attacks caused the saint to be unable to react at all. He was beaten back repeatedly by Zi Chen. The battle in the sky continued, and only 1 saint was left bitterly holding on. Until the end of the battle, all 7 saints had died, and no other saints had joined in. Helpless, Zi Chen could only end the battle. Including the 6 that Lei Yidong had killed earlier, a total of 13 saints had died today. But what was even more inconceivable was that the last 7 saints had not left any injuries on this saint of the physical sanctum, not even the slightest wound. It was quiet all around, and it could even be said to be dead silent. Zichen stood indifferently in the air, looking down at the crowd. He did not say who else, but his attitude made everything clear. Those who unintentionally met Zichen's gaze were frightened and retreated. This battle had nothing to do with the heavenly realm. They said they were here to fight for the treasure, but in fact, they were here to watch the show. The death of 13 saints in a single day would most likely cause a sensation in the Chengde star sector. As witnesses, they were all very excited and proud of themselves. Those heavenly realm warriors were retreating, trying their best to show their attitude. Those saints with cold faces also retreated with the crowd. The fighting capacity that Zichen had shown was too strong. They did not have any confidence to kill him, so they could only retreat with the crowd. During this time, Huan Kai and the others also retreated under Zichen's order, and they cleverly hid their saint aura. This matter was not as simple as it seemed. These saints were not afraid of death, and it seemed that they were not only here for the treasure of the Thunder Clan. Zichen descended from the sky, standing 3 meters away from Lei Dong, with his back facing him. The pagans around retreated like the tide, and no one dared to step forward. The Thunder Clan warriors on the city wall cheered loudly. Seeing this, Lei Dong couldn't help but smile miserably. You didn't say anything and scared them away. Zichen is worthy of being Zichen. Although I hate you, I have to admit that you're strong. All the luck of the entire lifestar is on you. Your luck is good, and your life is good. I have to admire you. Of course, although you're a little stupid, you're not bad. Hearing Lei Dong's words, Zichen turned around to look at Lei Dong. Seeing the other's wounds getting worse, he frowned. You're hurt badly. Why don't you heal yourself? Lei Dong sneered. After I'm healed, I'll let you kill me. I've told you. When we get back to the Zhonwu continent, I'll settle our grudges with you, Zichen said coldly. The mocking smile on Lei Dong's face became thicker. I know what kind of person you are. You won't attack me here, and you won't attack me when we get back to the Zhonwu continent. I know almost everything about you, and I know what kind of person you are. To be honest, I hope you die. I want to kill you. But now, I don't have the chance. It's not only because of fate. Although I didn't fight with you today, at least we're on the same side. This feeling isn't bad. No wonder so many people are willing to follow you. Too bad, only one of us can live. Zichen said unhappily. Why do you talk so much nonsense? I said I won't attack you. Lei Dong smiled. Aren't you curious why I can sense your existence? Why do I know the lost techniques of the Thunder Clan? Why do I want you to die? Chapter 22-25. No one could sense Zichen's arrival. Even the people from the Thunder Clan could not sense it, but Lei Dong did. The techniques that Lei Dong had were things that even the Thunder Clan of the Zhonwu continent did not know, but Lei Dong knew a lot of them. Zichen was lucky. He could only find some incomplete techniques from the Thunder Clan, but Lei Dong knew the complete techniques. In Zichen's eyes, Lei Dong was luckier than him. He had once called Lei Dong a treasure giver. Zichen had only obtained 4 of the heavenly thunder wings with his own ability. The other 2 were snatched from Lei Dong, but Lei Dong still had 4 of them. Zichen wanted to know Lei Dong's secret. He had been drooling over Lei Dong's techniques for a long time. He had long had his eyes on his heavenly thunder wings. Don't you want to know why I know all the techniques of the Thunder Clan but my comprehension is not high? Don't you want to know why your comprehension is so strong? Why are you able to comprehend all the techniques so quickly? Hearing Lei Dong's words, Zichen had an answer in his heart. The reason why Lei Dong's comprehension was so low was because he did not have a perfect spiritual sense and also did not have Lei Yuan. As for Lei Yuan, it was Zichen's greatest secret. Because of Lei Yuan, Zichen was able to come back from the dead and possess a physique that far surpassed that of ordinary people. He had escaped death several times because of Lei Yuan. It could be said that without Lei Yuan, there would be no Zichen today. Indeed, without Lei Yuan, Zichen would not be able to merge yin and yang into one. He would have died the moment he became Dan Yuan. Don't you want to know why your soul is unable to transform and become a saint? Lei Dong asked again. Zichen was stunned. He was also puzzled by this question. Logically speaking, he had a perfect world. It would be relatively easy for him to become a saint. There would not be any bottlenecks. However, he did not think too much about it. He always felt that the time was not right. Perhaps when the world changed again, he would naturally become a saint. However, after hearing Lei Dong's words, there seemed to be a mystery behind all of this. Thus, he subconsciously asked, "You know the reason?" All the foreign races had retreated, and the air was filled with the thick stench of blood. Even after death, the saints still had some kind of strong energy waves. The two of them just stood among the corpses and chatted. The members of the Thunder Clan didn't go up to disturb them. They stood on the city walls and watched from afar. Their expressions were filled with gratitude, but there was also a hint of worry. Of course, he was grateful to Zichen, but he was worried about Lei Dong. From the conversation between the two of them, they could tell that there was a deep enmity between the two of them. It seemed to have reached the point where they would not rest until one of them was dead. The dignified middle-aged man frowned as he looked at the two people who were conversing. He had a big background. He was the kind of existence that could shake Shang three heavens with a stomp of his feet. He was also one of the strongest warriors on this life star. He was the real ancestor of the Thunder Clan. The current Thunder sacred beast of the Thunder Clan was an existence that was addressed as the old ancestor. However, that was his pet. Zichen's Thunder Saber was taken out by him when he entered the Thunder God Palace. He could be considered one of the few powerful beings who could come out alive after entering the Thunder God Palace. Of course, Zichen wasn't counted. He could only be considered lucky. Furthermore, he didn't get anything in the Thunder God Palace. He knew many secrets that others did not know. He knew many secrets in the world. As he listened to Lei Dong's questions, his expression changed drastically. He seemed to have guessed the reason, but felt that it was impossible for it to be so. Lei Dong looked at Zichen and laughed out mockingly, "Because there's an item that you've gotten half of, and I've gotten the other half." Zichen was stunned as his expression changed drastically. It was as though the biggest secret in his heart had been found out by Lei Dong. Subconsciously, he wanted to deny it. Therefore, he asked, "What is it?" The expression of the old ancestor of the Thunder Clan changed because of Lei Dong's words as well. His expression turned doubtful, as though he felt that he had guessed wrongly. Lei Dong did not beat around the bush as he said directly, "A silvery white pearl. You've gotten the comprehension and the body, while I've gotten the technique and the soul." Zichen's heart skipped a beat as his expression changed drastically. "The reason why you haven't been able to enter the Saint Realm is because your soul is not complete. If you can't get this soul, your energy and soul will never be able to enter the Saint Realm for the rest of your life." The astonished Zichen could no longer say a single word. He had not expected that the Thunder Yuan that he had gotten was only half of it. Furthermore, to think that Lei Dong would know about this secret. Looking at the change in Zichen's expression, Lei Dong chuckled out bitterly. "But of course, I only found out about this after I entered the Saint Realm. In the past, I wasn't too clear about it. Back then, I wanted to kill you. Other than a one-sided revenge, the main reason was because I wanted to get my hands on the heavenly thunder wings that belonged to me. But after I entered the Saint Realm, I found out about this. Therefore, I knew that between the two of us, only one of us could live on." When he said this, Lei Dong's smile was extremely bitter. His expression was equally bitter. Fate truly loved to play tricks on people. This was especially the case for him. The enemy that was arranged for him was someone who possessed the blessings of the entire world. Lei Dong had never believed in fate. But after he entered the Saint Realm and found out about the truth, he had no choice but to believe in it. If not for fate, why would he become enemies with Zichen? If not for the guidance of fate, how would Zichen be able to reach this place and even find him? Actually, the moment Zichen stepped foot into this star region, he had already sensed that Zichen was here. That was because the soul was the true master of the Thunder Yuan that was split into two. At this moment, The old Master Thunder's expression was equally astounded. In his mind, he could still remember the scene that had happened back then. That was back in the Thunder God Palace. On the 8th level, behind an extremely remote door, he caught sight of a small pond. Within the pond, what was flowing was not water. Instead, it was the purest form of yuan liquid. The power of that yuan liquid was extremely strange. Even the old Master Thunder could not sense its essence. The only thing he could sense was that there would be thunderbolts swimming within it from time to time. It was as though there were thunder dragons lurking within the pond. Within the pond, there were no other flowers or plants. There was only a strange plant growing right in the middle of the pond. It did not have any leaves, and only had a single stem that was sticking out. He did not know if it was a lotus leaf or a small tree. The moment he entered, he seemed to have triggered the seals of this place as the entire pond began to boil. The yuan liquid within the pond began to vibrate, causing ripples to form on the surface of the pond. There were even some that were shaken out of the surface of the pond. That plant that no one could see through suddenly let out an intense glow. Even for the old Master Thunder, that glow was extremely piercing to his eyes. That plant was growing rapidly, and the mysterious spirit energy within the yuan liquid was being drained away rapidly. One after another, leaves began to appear from the stem, emitting all sorts of glows. Within every single leaf, there was a colorful glow that was changing, as though it encompassed everything in the world. Eventually, the plant grew 9 leaves and 9 segments tall. Each leaf was 9 inches long, representing the extremities of the heavens. Then, under the influence of the laws of the heaven and earth, it stopped growing. A fruit that was emitting a colorful glow started to form at the very top of the plant, as though it was a Tao fruit that encompassed the extremities of the heavens. That fruit was extremely extraordinary. As it shone, it encompassed everything in the world, as though it encompassed the entire world. When he caught sight of that fruit, the old Master Thunder was undoubtedly stunned. It was only after a good while that he snapped back to his senses and rushed towards the center of the pond. At this moment, the pond water had already turned into the purest and most ordinary water in the world. All of the spirit energy within it had dissipated without a trace, and there were no seals here. With a flash, he arrived at the center of the pond, and grabbed towards the fruit that was emitting a colorful glow. Without any danger, the fruit smoothly landed in his hands. Then, that plant turned into pure energy and dissipated. The clear pond water also turned into specks of light and disappeared. The pond quickly dried up, and the surroundings were quiet. Only the old Master Thunder was holding that mysterious fruit in his hands. The price he had to pay to take something out of the lightning divine palace was simply too great. However, the mysterious and miraculous fruit in front of him was easily held in his hands. Just when the old Master Thunder felt as though everything was a dream, he suddenly felt a pain in his heart. It turned out that the energy within his body was being absorbed by the fruit, and was rapidly flowing away. At the same time, the fruit that was emitting a variety of lights, perhaps because it had absorbed too much of the lightning energy from the lightning divine clan, the other lights were dissipating, leaving behind only the lightning silvery light that was becoming more and more resplendent. This unforeseen event caused the old Master Thunder's expression to change drastically. He continuously tried to break free from the fruit in his hands, but he was simply unable to shake it off. If this were to continue, he was afraid that all of the energy in his body would be sucked dry. Just when he decided to cut off his arm, the fruit stopped absorbing and shattered with a bang. Following the shattering of the fruit, a round ball that was sparkling with silver light appeared from within, like a peeled lychee. At the same time, an ancient voice rang out. That voice was intermittent and unclear, as though it was muttering to itself. The old Master Thunder had only heard the words "all things in the world are the root, and his own energy is the liquid by chance." After that, he couldn't hear anything else. Just when he was shocked by all of these changes, the round ball that was sparkling with silver light suddenly rushed out from the fruit, wanting to escape. The old Master Thunder had used many methods, but he still couldn't stop the round ball. It seemed that there was a repulsion between the two forces, and in the end, the other party escaped. Only the old Master Thunder knew about this matter, and it was a secret that belonged to him alone. He had searched everywhere in the lightning divine palace, but he couldn't find this round ball. He had also searched for a long time after leaving the Lightning Divine Palace alive, but he still couldn't find it. Back then, when his spiritual sense entered the round ball, he discovered many complete Lightning Divine clan techniques. Therefore, when Lei Dong mentioned this matter, he thought of the mysterious bead that had escaped from the fruit. What he didn't expect was that the bead had actually been separated and obtained by two people. As for the outer skin of the fruit, it was also an extraordinary item. After the old Master Thunder returned, he had once again taken the final half step and become the strongest expert on the Life Star. Zichen was obviously shocked by Lei Dong's words. He couldn't say a word for a long time. Of course, he didn't expect that Lei Yuan actually had the other half. Moreover, the reason why he couldn't enter the Saint Realm wasn't because he didn't have the opportunity, but because Lei Yuan hadn't returned to one. Looking at the mocking smile on Lei Dong's face, Zichen recovered from his shock. This time, he chose to be silent for a long time. After that, he looked at Lei Dong and said seriously, "I can enter the Saint Realm through my own method." Lei Dong's eyes once again showed disdain. He said, as expected, "You're still like this. You're so fussy and kind-hearted. Sooner or later, you'll get yourself killed. Hurry up and recover from your injuries. Don't think that I'll let you go. When we return to the Zhanwu continent, we still have a battle," Zichen said coldly. After that, he turned around and looked at a certain place. Brilliant and the others were walking over. What this world needs are experts, true experts. No matter how strong two saints are, they can't compare to a saint king. The situation of this world needs to change. It needs a true expert to change it, and not some experts to maintain it. Lei Dong turned around and looked at the city, at the people of the Lightning Clan standing on the city walls, and at the true old master of the Lightning Clan. He smiled calmly, and his soul began to dissipate. Chapter 22-26. After coming to the Star Road, Lei Dong finally understood the power of the alien tribes, their attitude towards the cultivators on the Life Stars, and the situation of the cultivators on the Life Stars. There was no harmony between the two sides. Only one of them could survive. From the moment he stepped on the Star Road to the Lost Thunder Tribe, he had been fighting every single day. Thinking back to that year when he joined hands with Yang Wei, he felt it was ridiculous. However, that kind of alliance didn't involve the camp. It was purely for his own benefit. This was the final gathering place of the strong. Heaven Realm experts were everywhere like ants. Even the Saint Realm experts, who couldn't be found in the Zhanwu continent, were numerous here. Any random force could make the Zhanwu continent feel as if they were facing a great enemy. This was also a land of opportunities, which had the opportunity to become a saint. However, the cultivators on the Life Stars couldn't stand here. He saw many people die in battle. They couldn't even survive, let alone have opportunities. This Star Road was almost completely blocked. This was the alien tribe's heaven, but it was their grave. If one day, the forces on the Star Road attacked the Life Stars would be destroyed. Compared to these strong existences who could become enemies at any time, the personal grudges were so ridiculous. Lei Dong thought that he was a strong warrior, a leader among his peers. However, on the Star Road, a leader like him couldn't change anything. Perhaps it was the Lightning Ancestors' teaching, or the general trend of the environment, which changed his mentality. Today, after seeing Zichen's strong fighting capacity, he finally made up his mind. Zichen was a heaven-defying warrior. From the Lightning Ancestor, Lei Dong understood what kind of existence a heaven-defying warrior was. Although he always said that Zichen was lucky and had received the blessing of the world, he also knew that this identity was more of a responsibility. Lei Dong thought that he didn't have the mentality of Zichen. He couldn't do such things. For example, in the Zhanwu continent, he still had to protect everyone even though he was cursed. He was plotted against by many forces, but he still had to consider the overall situation. If he wanted to change the current situation of the Star Road, he needed a strong warrior like Wu Ji. Although Lei Dong had his own opportunities, he did not think that he would be as talented as Wu Ji, while Zichen was. His fate was closely linked to Zichen's. If he had to choose between life and death, No matter how he looked at it, he would be the one to die. And today, if Zichen had not come, he would have died too. Therefore, when Zichen appeared, Lei Dong, who spoke rudely, did not take the initiative to heal himself. Instead, he chose to give up his life. Lei Dong didn't know if this was considered righteous or not, but it definitely wasn't. At most, it was just a responsibility. This was what the Thunder Ancestor often said. If the predecessors did not bear the responsibility and sacrifice themselves, how could the descendants have more choices? Lei Dong's soul was dissipating. Zichen walked in front of Lei Dong and looked at him with a complicated expression. Lei Dong looked at Zichen and smiled. Even though the heaven-defying ones are blessed by the fate of the world, the path ahead is full of twists and turns. It's better to have fewer accidents. Maybe you have a way to become a saint, but it's better than this. It's more comprehensive and perfect. The effect of 2 saints can never be compared to 1 saint king. Only with a complete soul can your battle strength be stronger. Zichen looked at Lei Dong, but did not know what to say. I wanted to kill you at any time, but I didn't have the chance. If I die today, don't blame yourself. Blame yourself for an enemy. That's too stupid. I'm not as strong as you, so I died for a good reason. If I could kill you, I would never let you go. Speaking of which, I'm really unlucky. I'm the master and you're the assistant, but I can't beat you. Lei Dong shook his head angrily. His body started burning as well. Although I don't like your kindness, I still have to say one last thing. Along the way, when Wu Xing and the others saw what happened on the Star Passage, they blamed themselves for what they had done. When we were escaping, we scattered. If they didn't die and you happened to meet them again, I hope you can let them go. Lei Dong smiled. His body dissipated in the flames. 4 things were left behind. A transparent silver ball of light that had the same aura as the Lei Yuan. This was the other half of the Lei Yuan. According to Lei Dong, it was the master. There was also a spirit ring, which was Lei Dong's property. There was also a lightning spear. Although it was a celestial weapon, it was an extraordinary one. Finally, there was the 4-winged heavenly thunder wings. As for the Saint Crystal, it dissipated along with the body. The heavenly thunder wings were what Zichen dreamed of. Today, he unexpectedly obtained the other half of the Lei Yuan. This could be considered another opportunity, which would play a crucial role in Zichen's growth. But looking at these things, Zichen was not happy at all. He even felt a little sad. Using such a method to obtain an opportunity was not what he wanted. The enemy he should have killed with his own hands died in such a way in front of him, helping him achieve his goals. In the end, Zichen let out a low sigh. Everyone is kind. The nearly transparent ball of light seemed to be attracted by something. It flew towards Zichen and entered his knowledge sea. The heavenly thunder wings on Zichen's back vibrated slightly under the effect of the thunderwing heart. The 4-winged heavenly thunder wings that belonged to Lei Dong flew behind Zichen. Then, with a flash of silver light, the heavenly thunder wings disappeared and entered Zichen's body, beginning to merge. The transparent ball of light entered Zichen's knowledge sea. Then, it released specks of light that merged with his soul. Brilliant and the rest walked over. They obviously knew what had happened. Looking at Zichen, who was not in a good mood, they remained silent. After a moment, a voice came from the city wall. Let's enter the city first. Zichen took a deep breath and sorted out his complicated feelings. Then, he turned and walked towards the city gates, followed by Brilliant and the others. Lei Dong's death made the Thunder Clan members in the city very sad, but this kind of thing couldn't be blamed on anyone. Moreover, it was inevitable that people would die. They would miss Lei Dong and would be grateful to him. At the same time, they would also welcome Zichen to bring people into the city and be grateful for what he had done today. Zichen entered the city. The lightning ancestor had already come down the city walls and was waiting for him at the entrance. When he saw Zichen, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Zichen nodded slightly, but he still remained silent. The lightning ancestor stepped forward and patted Zichen on the shoulder. You don't have to blame yourself for Lei Dong's death. This was his own choice. Without the sacrifice of his predecessors, future generations would not have had a choice. Zichen nodded. He knew that this was not the time to dwell on this issue. He first bowed respectfully to the lightning ancestor. He had already guessed the other party's identity. The lightning ancestor smiled and looked at Zichen from head to toe. He seemed very satisfied. In today's battle, Zichen had surprised him. Lei Dong's combat strength was even stronger than his. He naturally saw Zichen's identity as a heaven-defying cultivator. In his heart, he was very appreciative of Lei Dong's actions. The two didn't chat too much here. Zichen followed the lightning ancestor back to the room and sat down in the living room. The decoration of the living room was not luxurious. It was even a little simple. In addition to some tables and chairs, there were a few poor decorations. After sitting down, the lightning ancestor personally poured tea and snacks for Zichen, which made him feel a little flattered. Taking it with both hands, the lightning ancestor asked, "How is the sacred thunder beast?" "Senior sacred thunder beast has always been very good, but I don't know if his strength has fully recovered," Zichen said after putting down the teacup. The two began to talk about the sacred thunder beast. Most of the time, it was Zichen talking and the lightning ancestor listening. After talking about how he had rescued the sacred thunder beast and what had happened in the Jianwu continent, Zichen slowly relaxed. He no longer seemed so reserved. The Tianwu continent and the Jianwu continent where Zichen lived had both broken out in war many years ago. At that time, who knew how many human experts had died to ensure the safety of their descendants? The lightning ancestor was already used to such occurrences. He was very pleased to see that Zichen had quickly adjusted his emotions. "Ancestor, I want to know. Are these saints here for the things left behind by the heaven god?" After calming down, Zichen went straight to the point. "Oh, you know about this?" The lightning ancestor looked at Zichen in surprise. Zichen nodded. "To tell you the truth, I met people from the 3 royal clans on the road ahead. I also guessed that the lightning clan would be on the star path, but I didn't expect to meet them so soon." "Then that's right. Where are those old fellows? Have they already disappeared?" the lightning ancestor asked calmly. Seeing Zichen's silence, the lightning ancestor guessed the answer. He smiled. "They left quite early. It seems that they couldn't wait." When Zichen heard this, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He looked at the lightning ancestor. "It seems that they trust you very much, and you are indeed worthy of their trust. However, I can't leave for the time being. Little guy, I won't lie to you. The reason I came here is indeed to suppress a part of the heaven god, and it's the most important head." Looking at Zichen's fluctuating expression, the lightning ancestor said, "Previously, when I saw you throw a punch, there was a faint fluctuation of the heaven god's power. I didn't dare to judge before, but now I'm sure that you have such a thing on you. According to reason, I should have helped you this time. Unfortunately, you came too late. In order to ensure the safety of the heaven god's head, I let the lightning ancestor take it away. As for where it went, I'm not too sure." The lightning ancestor shook his head. "Unfortunately, I'm not good at deduction. If I had known that you were coming, I would have held on for a little longer." With regards to this, Zichen was slightly disappointed. However, he did not pay too much attention to it. Instead, he asked, "Dare I ask, Patriarch, is all of this the doing of the Doff clan?" "The Doff clan?" The lightning ancestor was stunned. "Yes, a saint of the direct line of descent in the Doff clan. His name is Doff Hill." Zichen told him about what had happened in the Yu clan. Unexpectedly, the lightning ancestor shook his head and said, "If he's only doing this for revenge, then this matter has nothing to do with the other party. Back then, Wuji did come to this star region, but he didn't help the Thunder clan. Back then, the Thunder clan had already gone into hiding, and very few people knew about it. I only met Wuji once, and he left after that. Then this means that this matter was arranged by someone else?" "I think so." Chapter 22-27. Zichen had defeated the saints of the Chengda Starfield and saved the Thunder clan, but everyone knew that this was only temporary. Those saints would not leave just like that. At this moment, they might be brewing a new storm. These saints were all here for the supreme treasure, but the Thunder Clan felt very sullen because they did not have any supreme treasure here. If there was a supreme treasure that could move the saints, they would have taken it out and used it themselves. Zichen walked out of the lightning ancestor's room. Someone had already arranged a place for him to stay. The other half of the lightning element was fusing with his soul, and the heavenly thunder wings were also fusing. Zichen urgently needed some time to cultivate in seclusion and improve his strength. Once all the souls were fused, Zichen's realm would rise to another level, and he would become a true saint, the strongest saint in the world. Zichen was in seclusion, and Brilliant and the other saints were guarding this place. As of now, Brilliant's battle strength was even higher than Zichen's, so there was no need to worry about any accidents. After ending the conversation with the lightning ancestor, the latter did not dissipate. However, after Zichen left, the lightning ancestor had already instructed the Thunder Clan to do some things, as if he was making arrangements for his death. Zichen returned to his room and sat cross-legged on the clean bed. His eyes were closed, and his consciousness was immersed in spiritual thoughts. In his spiritual world, the illusory ball was releasing specks of light. These specks of light would fuse with Zichen's soul, and while strengthening Zichen's soul, some memories would appear. Most of these memories were of the Thunder Clan's techniques, and their grades would increase as the soul absorbed more specks of light. Among them were the Thunder King physique that Zichen had once obtained, as well as other lightning ancestor techniques. These were all complete Thunder Clan techniques, and they belonged to the true inheritance of techniques. Moreover, from weak to strong, they were divided into grades one by one, and were very detailed. It could be said that once one became a cultivator, they would have all sorts of techniques, and there was no need to worry about not having any battle techniques. Finally, Zichen saw the Thunderclap ninth heaven that he had been dreaming of, and he saw the Thunderclap seal and other heavenly Dao techniques. These techniques were what Zichen lacked the most, and he had undoubtedly obtained them now. Other than that, Zichen discovered that there were other powerful spells that Lei Dong did not use. This was because these spells were more profound and difficult to master. In addition to the fusion of souls, Zichen's 10-winged heavenly thunder wings were also fusing. However, with the Thunderwing heart, Zichen didn't have to care about it. He just had to follow the will of the Thunderwing heart. In the Chengde galaxy, on the most prosperous planet, many great forces with saints in this galaxy had gathered and were discussing some matters. That person is too strong. We're no match for him at all. The silence was broken first as a saint from the Dents family spoke. The other saints nodded, their faces looking very gloomy. First, it was Lei Dong who made them suffer a great loss. After exhausting Lei Dong to death with great difficulty, they did not expect another annoying guy to appear. Moreover, this guy was even stronger than Lei Dong. Even in a 1 versus 7 situation, he was still unharmed. What kind of treasure is there in the Thunder Clan? Another saint from another clan asked, looking very puzzled. It had to be said that this question was a bit ridiculous. One of the saints from his family had already died in battle, but he did not know why he died in battle. The other saints shook their heads, indicating that they did not know. The saint from the Dents family said, "Whatever treasure there is has nothing to do with us. What we need to do is to break into that city. It's not far from the agreed time. If we can't think of a good idea, we won't be able to bear the blame when the higher-ups blame us." Blame? Under normal circumstances, we are not under their jurisdiction at all. What right do they have to blame us? A burly man with a long beard said unhappily. The saint from the Dents family glanced at the burly man and said, "Langdon, I know that your Mason family has lost 2 saints this time, but you don't have to use this as an excuse to complain. If the Thunder Clan was not in our star field, do you think such a good thing would have happened to us?" The burly man named Langdon could only smile bitterly when he heard this. He had thought that this was a good thing, but who would have thought that there would be such an unforeseen event? The other party's strength was far beyond his imagination. The other saints were all silent. This matter was very troublesome. The other party's combat power was so strong that 10 saints working together would definitely not be able to kill him. If they sent more saints, even if they could kill him, their losses would be too great. Compared to the benefits they would gain, it was completely unequal. The dense family saint's gaze swept across the group of saints. Looking at the silent crowd, he said, "Since you can't make up your mind, why don't you listen to my suggestion?" Everyone raised their heads and looked at him in confusion. "Things have gone beyond our expectations. I think we need to ask for help and ask Brother Vic to come and help us," the saint said. "The Vic brothers, there are only 3 spots. If you ask the 2 black-hearted brothers to come, they will definitely take up 2 spots. How should the remaining spot be divided?" Langdon said discontentedly, "This matter is beyond our expectations. If we want to take down the city in the agreed time, it seems that we can only ask the Vic brothers for help. As for the spots, I think we can explain the situation to the higher-ups. Maybe they will give us 1 or 2 more spots. Even if they don't give us more, we don't have to give up 2 spots. No matter how greedy the 2 brothers are, I believe that such a spot will be very tempting to them." When the others heard this, their eyes lit up. If that was the case, then this matter would be much easier to handle. Everyone present was smart and quickly understood the deeper meaning of the other party's words. If the Vic brothers were accidentally killed in battle, then the spot would still be empty. Without any hesitation, they unanimously decided to ask the Vic brothers for help. "By the way, is there anything unusual there?" the dense family saint suddenly asked. "That planet has been surrounded. Nothing unusual has happened. The Vic brothers were famous and powerful existences in the Chengda star field. The 2 of them were only rogue cultivators and did not establish a force, but the saints of those forces were very afraid of them. The 2 brothers were very powerful. Most importantly, they were good at a kind of joint attack technique. They cooperated very well in battle. Under normal circumstances, it would not be much of a problem for them to fight against 4 saints. Over the years, these forces have also deliberately befriended each other. This time, they met a difficult opponent like Zi Chen, so they decided to ask the 2 of them to come out. The significance of the spot was extraordinary. When the 2 brothers heard this, they immediately nodded and agreed. Especially after hearing that the opponent was only 1 person, they expressed that they would act alone and did not need the help of others. It would take some time for the news about the death of 13 saints to spread. So, the saints of these forces took advantage of the fact that the news had not reached the ears of the Vic brothers and brought them to the Thunder Clan again. The Heavenly Realm cultivators who were guarding outside appeared once again, forming a dark mass. Among the group of saints, the Vic brothers walked at the front. The elder brother in the lead narrowed his eyes and looked at the Thunder City. He said coldly, "It's easy to destroy such a city." On the city wall of the Thunder Clan, there had always been a Thunder Clan cultivator guarding. After seeing those figures, his expression changed slightly. He ordered the others to continue watching and turned to report to the Thunder Clan. Brilliant was the first to arrive. Seeing the dozen or so saints in the team and the 2 brothers in the lead, she raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "Go tell Zi Chen to come out of seclusion." Hasiu, who was following closely behind, nodded and turned to inform Zi Chen. "These people are really courageous. Last time, 13 people died. How long has it been since then? They actually brought so many people again." Zambu Haolin climbed up the city wall. After seeing the saints from afar, she sneered. This time, they came prepared. The twin brothers seemed to be very capable. Brilliant said softly, "So what?" Zambu Haolin's long and narrow eyes flashed with disdain. She knew who the strongest saint in the team was. It was not Zi Chen, but Brilliant. The twin saints might be extraordinary, but against Zi Chen, they were at the top of the world. How could the rest of the saints be a match for Zi Chen? Moreover, in addition to Zi Chen and Brilliant, there were 3 other saints here. The biggest difference between Zi Chen and Lei Dong was that Zi Chen did not move alone. He was accompanied by other saints. Zi Chen heard the news and came to the city wall. He couldn't help but reveal a wisp of a cold smile when he saw this scene. Behind him, the Lightning Ancestor and the other members of the Lightning Clan hurried over, and their faces turned pale when they saw so many saints that didn't conceal their auras at all. Zi Chen lightly tapped his right foot on the city wall and flew down the city walls. The advancing Heaven Realm team stopped in the distance. The saints among them continued to move forward. Including the Vic brothers, there were 15 saints. That's him. Kill him and we can break into the city. Big Beard Langdeng looked at Zi Chen and said coldly. He and the other saints stopped. The Vic brothers continued to move forward, the light in their eyes becoming cold. The other party had been silent as they moved forward. When the two sides were 300 meters apart, the brothers accelerated without warning. The saint force in their bodies began to surge, forming a storm in an instant with a rumbling sound. Even before they arrived, Zi Chen's black robes fluttered in the wind. His black hair began to dance wildly in the wind. He stood in the same spot and did not move. He only looked at the two brothers who were charging forward, his expression as calm as ever. You're courting death. With a loud shout, the brothers had already arrived in front of Zi Chen. A terrifying wind swept up and two powerful attacks came from the left and right. Around Zi Chen, energy surged in an instant. Boundless golden light shone and the power of thunder wandered on the surface of his body. He clenched his fists and punched forward, meeting the brothers' attacks. Boom! The world shook as violent energy scattered and immediately swept up the three of them. Chapter 22-28. Both sides did not test each other's strength. This was a powerful attack. The saints who were watching the battle from afar looked nervous. On the city wall, Dazzling and the others looked relaxed. Two figures flew out from the turbulent energy. They were the two brothers. They flew several hundred meters in the air. The two brothers looked at the center of the wild and violent energy. Their previously cold and stern eyes had now become incomparably grave. When the surging energy dissipated, Zi Chen was still standing in the same place. There was no change in his position. He raised his head and looked at the two brothers. He slowly stretched out his right hand and curled it. A playful smile appeared on his face. Seeing Zi Chen's provocative gesture, the two brothers' eyes turned cold and they rushed forward again. But this time, as they charged forward, the two brothers' bodies suddenly spun. Waves of powerful saint force continuously surged. From afar, it looked like two horizontal tornadoes were heading straight for Zi Chen. Interesting. Zi Chen softly chuckled. He had sensed that the power contained in his two fists had been neutralized by the combined power of the two of them. He could tell that there was something special about the two of them. When he saw the incoming attack, he chose to take the initiative to attack. With a step, he charged towards one of them. Golden light flashed and the power of thunder surged. Zi Chen punched one of the tornadoes. At this moment, the other tornadoes suddenly changed direction and came to Zi Chen's side. It was as agile as a python. Feeling the dangerous aura in the tornadoes, Zi Chen smiled and retreated. At this moment, the two tornadoes were at a 90-degree angle. They were about to collide. Suddenly, they changed direction again and came at Zi Chen in a parallel state. Swoosh! Zi Chen's body changed several positions in the air. But every time, he was attacked from two sides. The brothers' attacks were agile and strange. It was difficult to deal with one of them alone. So Zi Chen stood in the air again. He clenched his fists and golden power of thunder gathered on his fists. He looked indifferently at the two tornadoes that were coming at him in parallel and rapidly approaching. The saints of the various forces were all nervous, but they were also looking forward to the upcoming clash. As the storm approached, Zi Chen instantly punched out. The dazzling fist light hit the storm, but it did not explode immediately. On the surface of Zi Chen's fist, the power of the golden lightning kept surging. It was extremely violent. The storm on the surface of Zi Chen's fist kept spinning. As it spun, it consumed the power of Zi Chen's fist. From afar, the attacks of the two sides seemed to be equally matched. At this moment, they were in a complete stalemate. Zi Chen's fist light dimmed in the midst of the stalemate, and the two whirlwinds gradually slowed down. The silhouettes of the two brothers could be faintly seen within them. It's done. He really blocked it. As expected of Brother Vic, you can even block such a ruthless person. Amazing, truly amazing. Seeing that both parties were equally matched, the saints' nervous expressions relaxed, and their hearts finally relaxed. As long as they could restrain the other party, they would be able to quickly take over the city. Although the seal above the city was a little troublesome, there were more than 10 saints, and they could easily break it if they worked together. Before the saints could break into the city, the two brothers in the sky roared in unison. The storm that had slowed down suddenly became stronger, and the aura it emitted was much stronger than before. It seemed that the two brothers were going to work together to seriously injure Zichen. With a soft snort, Zichen's lips curled into a smirk. Then, he suddenly exerted force in his arms, and the light of lightning on his fists became even more dazzling. A rumbling sound resounded through the world, and the surrounding space was silently cut open. An aura more powerful than the two brothers' attack appeared between the heavens and the earth. Boom! On both of his fists, the flashing lightning seemed to be unable to withstand the energy consumption and directly exploded. Boundless golden light, with Zichen as a flat surface, swept towards the two brothers in front of him. The energy storm that the Vic brothers had turned into was instantly destroyed under the crazy surge of golden energy. Their bodies were like fallen leaves in the golden energy, and could be destroyed at any time. Peng! Peng! Two figures flew out, drawing 2 lines of blood in the sky. The saints who had just stepped forward stopped abruptly, and looked at the scene in shock. It was clear that the Vic brothers were defeated in this confrontation. Zichen did not chase after them, but stood in the sky, his black robe fluttering in the wind. The two brothers stood up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of their mouths, and glared at Zichen. The older brother said, "You have some skills. Let me see how you block our joint attack." The two brothers stood on the ground, and their hands began to form seals. The saint power around them began to spin faster and faster, forming 2 storms. The 2 storms were separated by some distance, and they were constantly expanding. Zichen watched this scene silently and didn't immediately make a move. The other saints heaved sighs of relief in their hearts when they saw that Zichen didn't make a move. The Vic brothers' joint attack technique was renowned for its strength, and once it was executed, even 4 or 5 saints wouldn't be able to get close to them. As they expanded, the rotation frequency of the 2 storms gradually became the same, and then they began to merge with each other, and finally formed an even larger energy storm. Zichen's eyes showed a touch of surprise. He had never seen saints use joint attack. On the city wall, Brilliant and the others were also very curious. Rumble. After the 2 merged into one, the storm became extremely aggressive. The ground began to sink as sand and pebbles were sent flying. The bodies of the 2 brothers slowly rose into the air. Like a giant python that raised its head, the storm began to change direction in the sky, rolling up the space in all directions, and flew towards Zichen. The power was much stronger than before, and as the space surged, Zichen felt a trace of danger. The storm's momentum was like thunder, and when it fell into the sea of consciousness, it caused the soul to shake. It was not just a pure energy attack, but also a spiritual attack. When the saints heard the sound, they felt their hearts beating non-stop, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Their faces turned pale, and they began to retreat, unable to hide the shock on their faces. Interesting. Feeling the spiritual attack, Zichen chuckled, and his perfect spiritual thoughts formed layers of defense. Although he had not completely refined the other part of the Thunder Yuan, his soul had strengthened a lot during this period. Perhaps this spiritual attack could threaten him in the past, but it could not shake his soul at all. Facing the storm that was sweeping towards him, he still only clenched his fist, but this time, a mysterious pressure appeared on his fist. As soon as the pressure appeared, all the saints present were shocked. Even the storm seemed to have suddenly paused after feeling the pressure. Looking at the storm, Zichen took a step forward, and the world suddenly shook. He had already punched out. This punch carried a strong power, and it turned into a golden fist light. Like a meteor, it went straight for the strongest point in the storm. The fist light accurately landed on the storm, but it did not explode according to Zichen's intention. Suddenly, a mysterious power surged out from the storm, and this power directly split the storm. Zichen's powerful punch passed through the top of the storm, and pierced through the storm. As the fist light moved forward, the powerful energy it contained was constantly being consumed. After it had completely passed through the storm, the fist light's power was completely exhausted, and it dissipated, only causing a few slight ripples. Just like that, They easily blocked Zi Chen's terrifying punch. The two brothers seemed to be very confident, and a cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. "I'll deal with him, you guys go in." When the saints heard this, they were shocked, and deliberately went far away from Zi Chen, and rushed in the direction of Thunder City. Zi Chen did not stop them, as the one behind him was currently stronger than him. He rushed forward, and in an instant, he was in front of the storm. Once again, he clenched his fist and punched at the point in front of the storm. The storm dodged to the side, and the fist light did not hit the center of the storm. Instead, it hit the left side, and a big hole instantly appeared there, and the fist light penetrated into the storm. Sensing that he had lost contact with the fist light, and could not use its strongest power, Zi Chen was surprised. These two brothers were really something. Turning in the air, the storm rushed directly towards Zi Chen. Zi Chen punched a few more times, but the fist light entered the storm without any resistance, and was then suppressed by an inexplicable energy, causing the energy to completely dissipate, and unable to be used. Until the storm arrived in front of Zi Chen was not able to do anything to it. The cold laughter of the two brothers came from the storm, and like a drill, the storm became thin and sharp, and fell on Zi Chen. Above the city walls, seeing these saints, Guang Yaro fell lightly from above, and her body shone brightly, and her saint power began to surge. Suddenly seeing such a beautiful woman, these saints were stunned, and their eyes flashed with amazement. But a beauty was obviously not enough to stop their advance. These saints looked at each other, and began to charge forward. The agreed time was almost up, and they had to attack this city. Guang Yaro looked at these people, and there was not much expression on her beautiful face. Just like Zi Chen, she was as calm as before. She stretched out her delicate hand, and gently pointed forward. A ray of saint light exploded where she pointed, forming a powerful energy wave. One of the saints was the first to bear the brunt, and he coughed up blood and flew backwards. He had injured a saint with a casual flick of his finger. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Guang Yaro's expression did not change, and she raised her hand again, and another ray of light exploded where she pointed, and a second saint flew backwards, coughing up blood.